Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Hogwarts. Oops, I'm Voldemort. Chapter 61. Cyrus was injured more seriously than he thought. According to Madame Pomfrey's original words, this arm is more broken than the tea leaves in the divination class. To translate, it's like dry noodles that have been pinched for more than 10 minutes. Ginny and Hermione originally planned to come over to visit him immediately, but were stopped by Harry and Ron. They didn't want to be crowded with so many Slytherins. I think you're overly worried, Ginny. Don't forget, it's Malfoy who's injured, not. Ron raised his eyebrows. Ginny reacted immediately. Yes, Malfoy is injured. What does it have to do with Mr. Riddle? Now, Ginny and Hermione were not in a hurry. It was Malfoy who was unlucky anyway, so what did it matter? If Mr. Riddle hadn't taken control of each other's body now, they would have even wanted to set off fireworks to celebrate. But he flies really well. If Slytherin returns to the finals, what will you do? Ron was a little worried. Don't worry, he's not going to fight a second time, Ginny said. She knew that Mr. Riddle was just there to experience Quidditch, not that he really liked Quidditch. Harry was relieved at first, but then felt a strong sense of frustration. Just thinking about competing with the opponent makes me flinch a little. The feeling of being completely defeated in a field that I thought I was good at is not good at all. Afterwards, they waited for the Slytherin players to leave the school doctor's office before going to visit Cyrus, but they left quickly. However, the next person who visited Cyrus was beyond Cyrus' expectations. Are you okay? Zhongchu walked in with some food. Cyrus glanced at it and saw it was pumpkin pie. I just met Diggory of Hufflepuff, and he gave me some pumpkin pie. I thought you probably hadn't eaten anything, so I brought it with me. Zhongchu explained. She looked very shy. Completely different from what it looks like on the field. Thank you, I happen to be hungry. Cyrus happily picked up the pumpkin pie and ate it. He had eaten breakfast a little hastily, and had done strenuous exercise, so he was already hungry. But when Harry or the people from the Slytherin team came to see him, no one came with food. There's nothing serious about the hand. Madame Pomfrey said it will be fully recovered by the evening. That's good. Zhongchu was silent for a while. You flew so well today, and that sloth rolled around the tree, it was so exciting. No one can last that long and still keep up with my actions. Consistent. Thank you, Cyrus responded as he ate. However, he obviously felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. This cute girl was squirming, which made him become squirmy too. After a while, Zhongchu finally plucked up the courage and said forcefully, "Can you give me an autograph?" What? Signature? Cyrus did not expect that the other party would actually make such a request. Has his identity as the Dark Lord been exposed? No, the Dark Lord has a fart admirer. Even if there is one, it must be a little Slytherin wizard with an evil nature. You are a member of Ravenclaw, why are you here to join in the fun? I think you might become a great Quidditch player in the future. So, it would be great if I could get your autograph in advance. Zhongchu said with a blush. She was still a little shy, but after saying some words, you will find that it is not that difficult. Which team will you join? The Chudley Cannons have not performed well. What about the Irish team? Sorry, Cyrus interrupted Zhongchu, I didn't plan to become a Quidditch star. Oh, Zhongchu paused, then laughed, it's understandable, but it's a pity. You were really talented, very different from your last competition. To be honest, I was a little bit contemptuous at first. What about you? I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. Cyrus frowned. Is this progress? This is a call for help. Draco Malfoy will still be as bad as he is in the next game. Well, I can't say it's bad, but it's certainly not on Harry's level. In fact, Malfoy is still talented. The problem is that he has always been pampered and cannot bear the hardship. Even if Sellers wasn't in control of the body, it would be difficult for him to keep training. Although he has never participated in Quidditch training, Sellers still encouraged, as long as you train hard, you can do it. Thank you. Zhongchu stood up, I have to go. I wish you a speedy recovery. She walked to the door and turned to look at Cyrus. I think you are very different from what others said, goodbye. She closed the door to the school infirmary, leaving Cyrus, who had a ridiculous expression on his face, holding a half-eaten pumpkin pie and lost in thought. This little girl isn't obsessed with me, no, with Draco. Single quote. But he soon shook his head. Probably not. After all, we just met once. Maybe I just admire me because I fly very well. He stuffed the pumpkin pie into his mouth and changed his position to lie down. But if Draco is smarter, it is not impossible to develop a relationship with Zhongchu according to the current situation. Cyrus would be very sad when he thought about Harry seeing his goddess surrounding his nemesis all day long. But it's a pity that Draco Malfoy barely has his eyes on Harry, so how can he have time to look at other women? Cyrus stayed alone in the school doctor's office for several hours. It was completely dark outside. Madame Pomfrey came out from behind the curtain, bent down and squeezed his arm. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she let Cyrus leave the school doctor's office. When I walked out of the school doctor's office, there was no one in the corridor. Cyrus avoided the portrait's gaze and took out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I will not do bad things. The blank parchment opened automatically, and lines emerged, drawing a multi-faceted map. Except for some unknown secret rooms, every corner of the castle is fully presented. He saw a lot of little badgers wandering around in the kitchen, and there were almost no little wizards wandering around in other places in the castle. On days like this, even the most energetic Gryffindor would not dare to walk around at night, lest he encounter that terrible air and eventually be killed. It will be harder to launch attacks in the future. Cyrus shook his head, put the map away, and turned towards the room of requirement. Let's continue studying alchemy. Early the next morning, when Cyrus was sitting sleepily on Slytherin's long table eating breakfast, an owl with a letter flew in front of him. Cyrus took the letter, fed the owl some food, and immediately opened the letter. The letter was sent by Lucius and Narcissa. On the surface, it seemed to be just an ordinary letter expressing their concern and greetings for their son. But Cyrus saw the secret message left in the letter at a glance. After casting a secret revealing spell, the real content disappeared in a flash. Lucius had convinced the other school governors to have Dumbledore leave the school as soon as the next victim appeared. He also did some mobilization on the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that Hagrid could be sent to Azkaban for a few days. Cyrus was excited inside, but on the outside he remained calm, as if he were reading an ordinary letter. Silently folding the letter and putting it back inside his sleeve. The two little followers sitting next to him seemed to want to talk to him, but considering that Malfoy seemed to be a different person during this period, they did not dare to say anything. What's wrong? Cyrus glared at them in a Malfoy-only arrogant manner. No, it's nothing. I'm done eating. Goodbye. Cyrus stood up alone and walked through the dining table full of people. Many people greeted him, but he ignored them all. Instead, he was thinking about when to launch the next decisive attack. Right now, or should we wait a little longer? I still have no clue about refining the Philosopher's Stone, and I'm not ready to confront Dumbledore. Cyrus was most worried about Dumbledore. But if the plan goes well, he won't face Dumbledore. We can't make any more mistakes next. The Christmas accident really caught him off guard, but fortunately it was nothing bad. Cyrus thought about it carefully and decided to continue according to the development of the original work. The next attack would be on the day of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and the target of the attack would naturally be. What can't go wrong? A voice suddenly interrupted Cyrus's thoughts. He looked up and saw Lockhart with a smile on his face. Haha, I guess you must be talking about the next Quidditch match, right? Lockhart showed a self-satisfied expression, and then started bragging regardless of Cyrus's feelings. You were in the limelight yesterday, and you did a great job. I have to say, you did almost half as well as I did. Didn't I mention that I was also the seeker on the school team when I was a student? Winclaw team. To be honest, if your opponent is me, then you may not win so easily. And your hand is recovering well. You know, I could have cured you right away. Professor, what do you want? Cyrus interrupted Lockhart's sterile speech. He was not interested in listening to this guy bragging. I think I can give you a little help with Quidditch. If you plan to join a world-famous team in the future, you'd better listen to my opinion. Lockhart said proudly, back then I received letters from many teams, but unfortunately, this is not my ambition. The Quidditch world has lost a rising star. No need, Professor, actually I'm not that interested in Quidditch. And I don't intend to become a star showing off. He almost understood what Lockhart was thinking. The other party obviously took a fancy to his Quidditch talent and planned to make him his student. In this way, if he became famous in the future, he would naturally rise and become more famous. Unfortunately, he wasn't interested. Not only did he have no interest, but Malfoy himself had no interest. Don't like Quidditch. You are wasting your talent, Malfoy. After all, not everyone is as good as me. Even if you leave Quidditch aside, you can make achievements in many aspects. And I am still a third-level Merlin. The owner of the medal. I'm sorry, Professor, you just need to donate some money to the Ministry of Magic for that kind of thing. You can have as much as you want, Cyrus said unceremoniously. And Professor, maybe your memory is not very good, but my name is Draco Malfoy. Quidditch talent aside, I still have a lot of money to inherit. After saying that, he turned his body sideways and walked away from the other party regardless of Lockhart's expression. After evading Lockhart, Ginny and the four of them caught up again. Why are you here? We saw that you came out after receiving a letter, so we followed you. It's just a letter for Malfoy. I plan to put it away for him. What's the matter? I just saw Lockhart talking to you. Ron glanced at Hermione first, and then asked, I guess he must be bragging again. Is he planning to teach you how to play Quidditch? You really know him, Ron? Cyrus said with a hint of admiration. He also said that he was the Seeker of Ravenclaw back then. I've seen through him a long time ago. Ron was very happy that he guessed correctly, which made Hermione a little unhappy. Professor Lockhart is actually Ravenclaw's Seeker. Perhaps, but you know I worked in the medal room and Ravenclaw never won a Quidditch trophy during his time at school. Come on, Hermione, he's just terrible at it. Billy, much worse than Malfoy, Ron said provocatively. But surprisingly, Hermione just snorted and didn't respond. By the way, do you have any better suggestions for selecting courses for third grade? After a while, Hermione seemed to remember something and turned around to ask. After the Easter holidays, the deans of each college could not handle course selection. Hermione took this very seriously, while Harry and Ron were very casual. But it would be good for both of them if they could listen to Riddle's opinion, at least they wouldn't need to use their brains. In general, the care of magical creatures course is very important, but I heard that Professor Kettleburn is retiring next year, and I don't know who will take over this course. Of the two divination courses, I only recommend arithmetic divination, and the other one, how should I say, does require a bit of talent. There are also ancient magic texts that are more reference, and for the others, I also recommend alchemy. Or if you don't want to miss out, you can choose them all. Sellers said. I just want to give up potions class, Harry said frustratedly. Potions is very important, Harry. Even if you don't plan to be an Auror in the future, knowing more about potions can prevent you from being poisoned by others. But I can't think of anyone other than Snape who would poison me. Of course there are, such as Voldemort's subordinates, those Death Eaters. Cyrus saw Ron shudder. I beg you not to say that name, especially since he is still alive. Well, in short, the only course I don't recommend you to take is Muggle Studies. It's not that that course is unimportant, but the content above is just nonsense. But it's understandable. After all, wizards sometimes it is difficult to understand Muggle technology. As for other courses, you can ask the senior students. After so many years, maybe the teaching content has changed between now and my time. In the end, Cyrus chose alchemy, ancient runes and care of magical creatures for Malfoy. As for Hermione, she only heard Cyrus say that she could select all subjects, and she immediately marked all the subjects. Do I have too many subjects to learn? Can you help me with tutoring now? Hermione pestered Cyrus. Teaching. You haven't finished studying the second grade yet, and you plan to take up the third grade content. Ron looked like he was crazy. You have to know that he hasn't even started reviewing the content of the final exam. What's wrong? I advise you two to prepare early. After all, this will affect our entire future. Hermione glared at him and dragged Cyrus to the library. Ron and Harry looked at each other, both feeling that what Hermione said was a bit too exaggerated. When Ginny saw Hermione starting to study with Cyrus, she was not far behind. She borrowed a second-grade textbook and asked around Cyrus. Cyrus also told them an extra head-soaking spell. In the end they were kicked out by an annoyed Mrs. Pants. At night, Cyrus left the dormitory again, avoided all eyes and came to the room of requirement. The blood-red potion kept rolling, exuding a strong breath of life. But soon the potion turned into poison, turning an unhealthy red color like rusty iron. Cyrus immediately knew that the potion was useless again. There were not many potions ingredients stolen from Snape left. If you fail again, you will have to give up first. Cyrus opened the alchemy books again. The seemingly simple patterns and words have become the most profound and difficult to understand wisdom. Wisdom, it would be great if Ravenclaw's diadem had not been made into a Horcrux. Cyrus sighed and scolded Voldemort for wasting everything. Such a powerful treasure was destroyed by it. If the crown works, maybe I can use the wisdom of the crown to refine the magic stone. Etc. Who said you can't kill someone without a gun? Cyrus suddenly reacted. No one has ever said that the crown cannot be used after it is made into a Horcrux. Maybe others can't use it because Voldemort's soul fragment is attached to it, but he is different. He doesn't have to worry about Voldemort's soul lodged in the Horcrux at all. It's better to say, I am Riddle. There was a bright light in Cyrus's black eyes. Cyrus had always had flexible standards regarding whether he was Riddle or not. He quickly walked out of the room of requirement, and then walked back and forth 3 more times, thinking silently. I want a hiding room, I want a hiding room, I want a hiding room. Then, the original door slowly disappeared, and a new door appeared on the wall. Cyrus pushed open the black, luxurious door and walked into a huge, but very crowded and messy room. All kinds of debris are piled up together, making it look like a utility room full of garbage. It's hard to imagine how the very few people who knew this room had turned this room into this during the 1,000 years since Hogwarts was founded. Cyrus knew where the Horcruxes were. He had been to this room before. At that time, he was just looking for some alchemy tools for Draco to practice, and he was just looking for the crown by the way. He passed the troll specimen and the broken disappearing cabinet, and came to a crate. Above the crate was a bust of a wizard covered in pockmarks, wearing a dusty old hair cap. There is also an old faded crown-like thing. The crown is inlaid with gems and engraved with a line of text, "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth." It should have been sparkling, but now, the crown looked a little dull. Then, Cyrus put it on his head without hesitation. For a moment, he felt like he was in a quiet morning forest, and the cool mountain breeze made his brain very clear. It felt like a rusty machine was suddenly greased with oil and started to run quickly. Cyrus felt as if he was enveloped by wisdom itself. However, if someone looked at him from a third perspective, they would find that what enveloped Cyrus was not wisdom, but an evil black energy. Voldemort, show me your soul. The black air made a hoarse and terrifying sound, echoing in Cyrus's mind. I will show you all the secrets of magic. Stop howling, it's me. Cyrus took the initiative to interrupt him. He opened up half of his thoughts, absorbed Malfoy's life force, and condensed an illusory shadow. At the same time, the diary was also held in his hand. Cyrus believed that no one would ever see the legendary Dark Lord look more comical than at this moment. It's me, and of course it's you. Cyrus looked directly at the ugly snake face that emerged from the black mist, and felt better for no reason. Although I had to think about how to be resurrected as soon as I traveled through time, at least I didn't become as ugly as the guy in the crown. I gave the diary to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping. Yes, but we didn't tell him what was in the diary, otherwise he would have respected me more. Cyrus had an angry look on his face, but this is better, at least it let me know some surprises news. I guess you never dreamed. What? The invincible Dark Lord was defeated by a baby. Then he turned into a despicable thing that was worse than a ghost. He lingered in the bodies of rats in the sewers all day long. The black figure seemed to be irritated by Cyrus's words, and like a poisonous snake, it bared its fangs and spit out the letter. You are lying. Lying. Why should I deceive myself? Cyrus openly revealed his eyes. He had prepared a modified false memory, but he overestimated the remnant soul trapped in the Horcrux. The other party can't cast any magic at all. You should really go outside and see what the world has become. We lost. He looked angrily, as if he was angry and ashamed of his failure. Now that he saw another self, he could finally let go of his depression. The emotions were released. People were chanting, "The boy who lived," to celebrate our defeat. And last year, the boy stopped our plans again. Cyrus told everything that happened during the year, including that Voldemort possessed Quirrell in an attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone and resurrect him, but was defeated by Harry Potter, including Lucius. In order to avoid being traced by the Ministry of Magic, Malfoy sent the diary away, hoping to cause chaos in Hogwarts. Now, I am possessing Malfoy and attacking several despicable mudbloods with the basilisk in the secret room, but this is not enough. We must be resurrected. Cyrus became more and more excited as he spoke, and he kept asking the host. The soul in the crown approached. This is easy, but the Horcrux is still not safe enough. Horcruxes are safe enough. If the plan goes well, we can have 6 Horcruxes. Voldemort was now proud of his plan to split 7 souls. He was confident that no one would know that he had made so many Horcruxes. Not to mention finding the location of every Horcrux and destroying them. Insurance, Cyrus sneered. Is insurance just about being in the dirty sewers with snakes and rats? Don't forget who we are. Don't forget that we changed our names to Voldemort, just so that one day, when we become the greatest magician in the world, wizards everywhere dare not say this name easily. Instead of lying in the putrid ditch like a wild dog with its legs broken. We must have stronger power and safer means to fight against Dumbledore, and that. Cyrus pressed his hand on the crown. Hatred flashed in his eyes. The boy who lived. Are you planning to abandon your true form? Voldemort in the crown suddenly understood what Cyrus meant. But this made him feel even more incredible. He had never thought that the other party was so crazy. Original body. No body. Cyrus's mood seemed to have calmed down, but this calmness contained a more powerful force, like the silent currents on the bottom of the sea. There is only one Voldemort in this world. It's him, it's you, and it's me. Since he loses, let me do it. If I lose, it will be you. Facing the tempting devil, Cyrus's trick is to seduce the other person in turn. The soul in the crown seemed to have compromised. Cyrus put the crown on his head and put it on again, and said the last words that broke the opponent's psychological defense. There is only one Voldemort in this world, and our goal is to make the name Voldemort great again. The black energy disappeared, and the soul with Voldemort's face returned to the crown. Cyrus knew that his plan had succeeded, that he had almost deceived Voldemort himself. Of course, this is actually very easy. After all, his existence means that he himself is a Horcrux. No matter how cautious Voldemort was, he probably wouldn't have thought that his Horcrux would be taken away from him. As for Cyrus, he didn't have to go to so much trouble, but he didn't intend to use a good thing like the crown just once. Naturally, one must be cautious when accompanying Voldemort. At least while the crown is still on his head, he must be Riddle. Fortunately, Tom Riddle's occlumency is still very powerful. Even Dumbledore couldn't see through his mind back then. Cyrus has absorbed all of Riddle's magical knowledge, and he will naturally not slack off when it comes to useful magic like occlumency. Cyrus didn't go anywhere and opened the Jewish Book of Abraham directly on the spot. This is a copper book with only 21 pages in total. Only every 7th page is marked with a page number, and the page number is also 7. In alchemy, 3 and 7 are both very special numbers. Among them, 3 may represent triple greatness, that is, repeating greatness 3 times. Perhaps this means that a certain element needs to be sublimated 3 times. There is no doubt that this element is mercury, or mercury. But that alone is obviously not enough. Cyrus previously tried to reach the perfect world with 3 pillars, 10 essences, 4 worlds and 22 paths, but ultimately failed. Is there something missing? And it's a very crucial point. He looked at several pictures imprinted on the book. 2 intertwined snakes, one being swallowed by the other, represented the fusion of matter. The second picture, a snake nailed to a cross. The third picture, a desert. The snakes gushing out of the spring in the middle. What does the snake mean? Is it mystery, taboo, or immortality itself? The shed snake skin symbolizes the decayed body. Is what is born from it a new life? This constant alternation, over and over again, leads to eternal life. Like a basilisk, it has existed for nearly 1,000 years, but is still far away from death. Maybe he should add something snake-related to the potion, such as the basilisk snake slough. On the road leading to the secret room, there is a huge basilisk snake slough. The basilisk itself is a product of magic. Its snake slough also has many effects. It has extremely powerful magic resistance and can be used to make armor. However, the most important thing is that snake slough has always been a symbol of immortality and rebirth. What if the snake slough of the basilisk is added to the process of making the magic stone? Add snake slough. Do you really think that you can refine a unique magic stone? The soul in the crown laughed. I don't know when you were so naive. If I hadn't watched you being made with my own eyes, if you come out, I'm afraid I'll have to wonder if you are actually me. What do you mean? Cyrus felt a sudden thought and asked in a deep voice. But Voldemort didn't actually have any suspicion, he just thought it was a bit funny. To actually interpret the contents of those pictures as snake shedding is simply an insult to the Dark Lord's reputation. Or is it because I was too young when I made the Horcrux of the diary, so the other person's soul was too naive? You actually ask me what I mean. The snakes devouring each other, the snakes nailed to the cross, the man who raised an iron axe to chop at the feet of Hermes, the Holy Grail carrying countless blood, the slaughtered babies. Voldemort recited the bloody pictures word for word, especially the last picture, where a king holding a broadsword was ordering soldiers to kill many babies. The mothers of the babies knelt in front of them and begged. Next to them were some similar figures. Containers of barrels and cauldrons in which the blood of infants was collected, in which the sun and moon bathed. Tell me, if you want eternal life, what's the price? On the scale of life, what can be measured against it? Voldemort's voice was like the terrifying ghost king in hell, asking the deepest questions about Cyrus' soul. It was as if he was holding a hammer and driving the sharpest nails into the place where Cyrus had never dared to look directly, causing blood to drip from his eyes. And there is only one answer. Only life. The price of life can only be life. This is actually something Sellers has already understood. If he wants to be resurrected, he must absorb a person's life force. Only when the life of the person possessed by him is completely drained, can he have the ability to affect reality. In fact, the same is true for the production of Horcruxes. Kill an innocent soul and forge a Horcrux. This is the true equivalent exchange. If alchemy is a scale, then if life is placed on one end of the scale, the other end must also be measured with life. And Voldemort was already familiar with this. In order to make Horcruxes, he killed too many people. Life is an exchange. It has been like this since ancient times. Eagles kill rabbits, snakes hunt mice, ligers hunt cattle and sheep. Only when others die can you live. But for Cyrus, he was trying his best to avoid killing any innocent life during his resurrection, so he sought other methods to try to recreate the Philosopher's Stone. However, the more he studied, the more he found that life was not an acceptable price, missing. If this is the case, then everything he does will lose its meaning, so subconsciously he is not willing to think about it in this aspect. However, Voldemort eventually pierced this layer of window paper ruthlessly. At the same time, it also made Cyrus face the real truth. Magic itself is an idealistic power. Sometimes if you want to achieve something, you don't care about spells, wands, or complicated rituals. You just need spiritual desire. On the other hand, if you are deceiving yourself, how can you succeed in refining the magic stone? If you want to refine the magic stone, you must pour it with the blood of something, otherwise you will never succeed. But Nico Flamel, do you really think he is a person who can do such a bloody thing? Sellers asked. People of his time, Voldemort just snorted. It was obvious that he did not understand all the goodness in this world. He might think that all kindness and justice are false, and the truth hidden under lies and deception will always be dripping with blood. Voldemort's views are naturally paranoid, but that also means he's not entirely wrong. Yes, Nico Flamel lived for more than 600 years. Who knows what his time was like at that time? The further time goes forward, the more bloody and cruel civilization becomes, and this is the same even in the magical world. 600 years ago, even black magic was probably just ordinary magic in the eyes of people at that time. What's more, judging from the fact that Nico has not been able to carve the Philosopher's Stone for so many years, perhaps this exchange of lives was something he himself did not notice. You think so? Voldemort asked. I would prefer that he knew, but when it came time to try again, the prophecy was lost. Voldemort did not think that Nico Flamel was an innocent person. How could a master of alchemy fail to notice such an obvious exchange of equivalents? Besides, refining the magic stone requires more than a little blood. It is said that at a certain period, Nico Flamel hunted a large number of dark wizards. It is unknown whether this is true or not. But if it is true, then he is probably preparing to refine the magic stone. The Jewish Book of Abraham once revealed part of its secrets to Nico Flamel, but after Nico successfully refined the Philosopher's Stone, that revelation disappeared. If so, how do we find this revelation? Looking for it? No. When this book is in your hands, the revelation will be complete. Said the soul in the crown. The revelation is complete. The Jewish Book of Abraham is a magical book. When it fell into the hands of Cyrus, it was already destined that he would be the next person to refine the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort in the crown thought that this person was himself, so he was very proud. Not only was Slytherin the heir, but fate also favored him. But Cyrus knew that all this had nothing to do with Voldemort. Voldemort couldn't get Nicola Flamel's Philosopher's Stone, let alone refine the real Philosopher's Stone. But he also knew that if he exchanged the lives of those evil dark wizards, he would not feel guilty at all. But now that he is possessed by Draco Malfoy, where can he find so many dark wizards? But if it were to cost the lives of those innocent little wizards in the castle, Cyrus couldn't do it. A person may be cruel, but at least he should leave a bottom line, not for anything else, but to prevent himself from becoming a ghost in human skin. Voldemort probably misunderstood him, thinking that he was worried that sacrificing so many lives in the castle would trigger Dumbledore's revenge. Our current situation cannot be too public, but don't forget that there are still many lives in the Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest. The surging Acromantula clan flashed through Cyrus's mind. Acromantulas like to eat people very much, especially after Aragog, who was raised by Hagrid, died. The spider swarm completely lost control, and finally fell to Voldemort's side. If the lives of these things were used as sacrifices, Sylar felt no guilt. It seems like we have to go to the Forbidden Forest. Cyrus took off the crown on his head. In an instant, he felt that his ears were much quieter, and he felt comfortable without Voldemort chattering beside him. But this time he really wanted to thank Voldemort. He didn't see whether the crown could improve a person's wisdom, but Voldemort was indeed one of the most terrifying geniuses in the wizarding world. Of course, perhaps there is indeed a crown at play. Cyrus put the crown away and left the room of requirement with it. Now that Lucius Malfoy is ready, it's almost time to bring the plan to a close. In an empty classroom, Hermione sat at a desk and waved to Cyrus. There is also a pile of books on the table. Here, you're finally here. Since the last time they were kicked out of the library by Mrs. Pants, they had to change their tutoring place. Fortunately, there are many abandoned classrooms in Hogwarts, so I found one at random. Why aren't Ginny and the others here? Cyrus found it a little strange that Hermione was the only one here. Normally, Harry and Ron rarely come here, and the study content this semester alone is enough to give them a headache. But Ginny usually never fails. You forgot, she has classes today. Hermione shook her head happily, her fluffy brown curly hair trembling, looking very cute. If her front teeth weren't so big that she looks like an otter when she smiles, Cyrus believes more people would notice her beauty. As for Harry, he is about to start playing against the Hufflepuff team at the weekend. Wood is barely giving him a chance to breathe now and is forcing him to train every second. I think Wood may be attracted by your the flying skills are shocking. Hermione said with a smile, and there was actually a little bit of pride in her tone. Fortunately, the weather has been good recently. It rained a lot some time ago. I was worried that Harry would catch a cold. Cyrus said casually. He sat across from Hermione, and the two of them were now using the same table. The Hufflepuff Seeker seems to be quite capable. I watched him play against Ravenclaw last time, and it flies better than Chew. Autumn, when did you two get so close? Hermione wrinkled her nose as she opened the borrowed ancient magic textbook, feeling a little unhappy. I mean, you'd better not come into contact with others. Too much to avoid being discovered. After all, you are completely different from that annoying Malfoy. It's just that she sometimes asked me about Quidditch. Didn't I not go to the game with Hufflepuff and Slytherin? Let Higgs continue to be the Seeker. He has been training for a long time, but she still lost to Hufflepuff. She probably felt it was a pity, so she came to ask me why I didn't participate in the competition. Then she pestered me to teach her some flying skills. Hermione stopped what she was doing. How come I don't know about this? Slytherin and Gryffindor don't always have classes together. Cyrus suddenly felt guilty. Why did he suddenly feel guilty that he was cheating? He didn't want to continue this topic, so he decided to change the topic. Okay, let's read the textbook. The scope of ancient magic script is very large, but at this stage, the only ones you have to learn are runes. 9 knights hanging on a tree swaying in the wind. Wounded with a spear, I was sacrificed to Odin. Sacrifice yourself to yourself, on a tree that no one knows about. There is no bread to satisfy the hunger, no drop of water to quench the thirst. I looked down and picked up the runas. I picked it up and shouted, and it fell from the tree. Cyrus read from the word of God. This is a legend in the Muggle world. Hermione pointed out keenly, because in the wizarding world, the so-called Odin might just be a powerful wizard. That's right, Cyrus nodded. In order to obtain the Fountain of Wisdom, Odin lost one of his right eyes in exchange for the wisdom of rune. The rune alphabet is a kind of incantation. As long as it is carved into on wood, stone, metal or even any material, you can get infinite power. This is why many very powerful alchemy tools are engraved with runes. This kind of words is similar to magic spells but different. They are not issued based on the medium of sound, but they must be recorded in order to exert their power. If you want to learn artifact alchemy, then proficiency in magic words is a must. It's a tool. The runes have a total of 24 letters, divided into groups of 8. The first 8 symbolize fertility, prosperity, love, and peace. The middle 8 symbolize obstruction and difficulty, and the last 8 are closely related to war. It is said that when learning the runes, understanding their meaning is the most difficult. Each letter, their meaning is abstract. For example, then a letter, it symbolizes wealth, prosperity, and abundance. But in different combinations, it has different meanings. For example, the magic prop disappearing cabinet it's likened to the transfer of peace. Classes like this last until Friday, and tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock there will be the Quidditch match. It's time to act. Early the next morning, Hermione and Harry gathered in the auditorium. The weather was very good today. Wood was very happy and filled every player's plate with scrambled eggs. Come on, Harry. Hermione and Ginny cheered Harry while looking at the Slytherin table with their peripheral vision, but they didn't see the conspicuous white hair. Harry was also a little depressed. He had an inexplicable affection for Riddle, maybe because Riddle's experience reminded him of himself. To be honest, staying at the Dursleys' house would be worse than being in an orphanage. Won't he come to cheer me on? I thought we were friends. He may have gotten up late, and with so many people watching, it's not convenient for him to cheer for you, Harry. Ron comforted. After a while, Cyrus walked in. He actually got up early, but he just went to the secret room in advance. At this point, he needed to use the basilisk's voice to give Hermione a hint so she could be left alone. After entering the dining room, Cyrus raised his chin at them with Malfoy's usual smug expression. To others, this might seem like a provocation, but Harry knew that this was actually Mr. Riddle greeting him. Malfoy is really annoying, isn't he? Although I don't know why he didn't participate in the competition, it's a good thing. Slytherin lost to Hufflepuff last time, and the championship can only be between us and Hufflepuff. The time has come. Wood frowned and patted Harry on the shoulder. Okay, Harry, hurry up and eat. I want to confirm the tactics before the game starts. After saying that, Wood left the auditorium and headed to the Quidditch field. Harry thought that maybe he could say a few words to Mr. Riddle before the game started. It would be best if he could get encouragement and recognition from the other party. Then he would be more confident, so he slowly dragged on. After a while, there were not many people in the auditorium. How are you feeling, Harry? Cyrus walked over slowly to greet them. It's not bad, but Diggory is very good. I doubt I can win. You should have confidence in yourself, Cyrus said casually. His mind was not on the Quidditch match at all. Anyway, this match would not be held in the end. The 5 people left the auditorium together. Since Harry had to go back to pack his game supplies, Cyrus separated from them first. I'm going to the stadium first. However, as soon as Cyrus reached the corner, he cast a disguise spell on himself and followed them again. Control the basilisk to swim in the pipe. At this time, Harry's originally slightly nervous mood was filled with a very heavy worry, because just as he stepped onto the marble stairs, he suddenly heard the voice again. I'm going to kill people this time, let me tear apart. He shouted, and Ron and Hermione jumped away from him in horror. What's wrong with you? That voice, Harry said, turning his head and looking back. I just heard it again, did you hear it? Ron shook his head, his eyes widening. That strange sound you mentioned before. Ginny looked around, but where is it? It can't be invisible, right? Or is there a road that we can't see? Invisible road. Hermione suddenly reached out and slapped her forehead. Harry, I suddenly understood something. I'm going to the library. She hurried away and went upstairs. What did she understand? Harry asked frantically, still looking around to figure out where the sound was coming from. I don't know, Ron said, shaking his head. But why does she want to go to the library? Because that's the way Hermione is, Ron said, shrugging. When in doubt, go to the library. Harry stood there uncertainly, trying to catch the sound again. But at this time, it was too late. You'd better act quickly, Ginny said. But that voice. It's almost 11 o'clock, game. The three Harrys left, but Cyrus turned to follow Hermione. He saw Hermione running towards the library in a hurry, her hair like a bunch of flowers that kept blooming and gathering. She ran to the 4th floor in one breath. The door of the library was locked and there was no one inside. Everyone, including Mrs. Pants, went to the Quidditch pitch. Hermione pushed the door violently but did not open it. So he simply took a half step back and took out his wand. The Allaho hole opens. The chains clattered to the ground. Petrification, an invisible path, it could be in the wall, it should be a pipe, a sound only Harry can hear. She walked through the rows of bookshelves, and the previous clues seemed to be connected into a huge web, almost weaving the real answer in her mind. Cyrus followed her leisurely, and at this time he even lifted the illusion spell. A huge basilisk swam out of the pipe, its steel-like scales rustling on the ground. This huge monster followed behind Cyrus, but soon lowered its head and swam to the other side close to the ground. Rows of bookshelves full of books became its cover. In the dark library, only the green-colored scales shone faintly. That should be a snake, that's why Harry can hear it. Because he is a parselmouth, but what kind of snake can turn people into stone and exist for 1,000 years? Hermione pulled out several books in succession from the bookshelf. One documents the plumbing system at Hogwarts, the other labels fantastic beasts. She looked through it with the light of the wand. The basilisk can live for 1,000 years, but the magic power of the basilisk kills people, not petrifies them. By the way, she suddenly remembered something, because none of the victims have directly seen the basilisk. Colin Creevey was seen through the camera, and Justin was seen through the headless Nico. Ginny said that Percy and Penelope were in love, and she was holding a mirror in her hand, and she should be dressing up. Himself. And Mrs. Norris, who is a basilisk seen through the reflection of water on the ground. So the effect of the magic is attenuated. It's like hearing the cry of the mandrake with earmuffs. Hermione's face showed excited joy. She solved a 50-year-old mystery. Needless to say, she felt a sense of accomplishment. More importantly, the murderer was likely to be caught because of this. But soon, new doubts arose in her mind. If the thing in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, then Hagrid was obviously wrong. The scene Mr. Riddle showed them last time was still fresh in her mind. Although I couldn't see clearly what the monster Hagrid raised was, at least it was not a basilisk. No basilisk was lumpy and had so much hair. Mr. Riddle must be mistaken. Hermione closed the book. She couldn't wait to tell everyone the answer, especially Mr. Riddle. She wanted Mr. Riddle to know that Hagrid had been wrong, that he had made a mistake, and that her ingenuity had unlocked the answer. Knowing the monster's true face and how it moves, it won't be so difficult for them to find each other. Okay, it's still difficult actually. The plumbing system in Hogwarts is very complicated, but at least now we have a clue. However, at this moment, Hermione heard footsteps echoing among the empty bookshelves in the library. Pa-ta-ta-sha, who is there? Her heartbeat missed a beat in vain, her whole body shrank in vigilance, knocking over her chair, and she raised her wand in the direction of the footsteps. But the owner of the footsteps didn't respond and just kept approaching. At this moment, Hermione's clothes under her robes were wet with fearful sweat. But not only did she not panic, she was calmer than before. Maybe it's the air, I became his target. Single quote. Hermione breathed heavily. Her whole body was shaking, but she still made the right choice. She knew clearly that she was probably doomed, but even if she sacrificed herself, she would at least leave clues to the truth to her two stupid sons and Mr. Riddle. So, she hurriedly took down a page and wrote one word. Footsteps were approaching. Fluorescent lights illuminated the visitor. It's Malfoy. Mr. Riddle. Hermione's voice was filled with tears, and she collapsed as if she had been relaxed, as if all the bones in her body had been ripped out. You scared me to death. Sorry, Hermione. Did you find any clues? Cyrus said with a smile. His white hair looked very dazzling, and it had absorbed Malfoy's life force during this period, making Malfoy's face look as pale as a layer of flour, especially standing in the darkness like now, it looked like a dead corpse. But Hermione didn't notice this. After experiencing that moment of fear, when she saw Cyrus, it was as if she saw a life-saving straw, and she kept talking. I found out, that monster is Basilisk, you've wronged Hagrid. It's moving inside the pipes. We'd better get a mirror. Hermione desperately grabbed Cyrus's arms and spoke incoherently. Don't be impatient, Hermione, you can speak slowly. Cyrus patted Hermione on the back to calm her down. Hermione then explained everything she had discovered to Cyrus. You are really smart, Hermione. Cyrus praised sincerely. Apparently his compliments were very helpful to Hermione. The little witch sniffed her nose proudly and her tail almost went up to the sky. But you're wrong about one thing. Cyrus let go of Hermione, took a half step back, and distanced himself from her. He seemed to be back in the darkness all of a sudden. Although the two of them were only a few steps apart, the light from Hermione's wand separated her from Cyrus. Mr. Riddle, I didn't wrong Hagrid. Hermione, you made a mistake. But Hagrid is really not. Of course he is not. Cyrus interrupted Hermione, and the expression on his face began to feel strange to Hermione. I said, I didn't wrongly accuse him, to be precise, I framed him. Quote. But why? To put it simply, I am the heir of Slytherin. Cyrus smiled and explained generously, I planned all the attacks in the past 2 semesters. How is this possible? Hermione was shaken, her eyes sparkling with tears. What Hermione felt at this time was pain, deception, and betrayal. How could she believe that Mr. Riddle, who she had been with for so long, who had stolen Snape's potion ingredients together, and who tutored her, was actually the murderer they had been looking for? He even took a shower with myself. But why? You are also from the Muggle world. Do you think of us as mudbloods like Malfoy? Hermione asked painfully. This time she felt this more than when she was insulted by Malfoy before. The words carry her pain. No, I never thought so, but in order to be resurrected, there must be some sacrifice. This is a lesson. I think next time, you should know that you should not easily believe in a thoughtful thing. Cyrus was calm. Said. Okay, it's time for you to go get some sleep, Hermione. But don't worry, I won't kill you. It was almost like he was putting a child to sleep. Hermione seemed to realize something. She heard the sound of steel scraping the ground behind her. The sound was so harsh that she wondered why she hadn't heard it just now. But now, she could only close her eyes desperately and slam into Cyrus. Cyrus did not block her way and allowed Hermione to struggle. Sometimes she opened her eyes to determine the position of herself and the basilisk, but most of the time she kept her eyes closed, avoiding the basilisk's dim sight like the sunset. The angry basilisk saw its prey moving and sped up. Its steel-like scales quickly streaked across the ground, bursting into bright sparks. The twisting body knocked down rows of bookshelves, chasing Hermione's escape direction. Filled with fear, Hermione kept throwing spells behind her like crazy. She knew a lot of spells, some of which were taught to her by Cyrus. Thinking of this, Hermione's heart was filled with sadness and irony. But now, we still have to protect ourselves first. She clutched the note tightly in one hand and threw the spell behind her as she ran. Bird's flock, snake banishment, sleepy, freezing curse. The spells that flew from Hermione's wand shimmered like bright fireworks on a summer night. However, these spells had almost no effect on the basilisk. The colorful green scales blocked these spells like iron armor, and even failed to slow down the progress of the basilisk. Even the freezing spell, which was enough to cool down the salamander, failed to hinder the basilisk. The basilisk is much faster than Hermione, but Hermione is like a nimble little mouse scurrying between the dense bookshelves. In the small space, the huge size of the basilisk becomes a kind of inconvenient. But Sellers was patient. He watched the basilisk push Hermione to a dead end step by step, saw Hermione crawling into the gap of the collapsed bookshelf in fear, and watched the basilisk violently use its tail to smash the obstacles in front of him. Now, Hermione finally rushed to the library door. As long as she pushed the door open, she could escape from here. Maybe there are still people in the corridor, maybe those people can help him, if not, at least they can expose Malfoy, no, expose Riddle's ambition. However, when she tried hard to push the door open with both hands, she found that the library door was motionless as if it had been welded shut. Open the Allaho hole! Open the Allaho hole! She jumped so anxiously that her voice was distorted, and she poked the door lock with her wand desperately, but the door remained motionless. It's useless. I cast the counter curse long ago. Cyrus slowly approached her. At this time, Hermione could already feel the huge monster approaching behind her. It slowed down and its body was thicker than her waist, blocking the last escape route. Hermione could only turn her head, her back pressed against the wall, and her upper and lower eyelids seemed to be glued together. She even forgot how to breathe alone. The stinking and cold breath of the basilisk slapped her cheek. Is there nothing you can do? Cyrus said jokingly. He picked up the wand and gently touched it with 2 fingers. Hermione felt like her body was out of control, as if many arms had grabbed her, violently breaking her joints, and opening her eyelids. In his sight, the shadow of the basilisk was like an undulating mountain peak. You're a bit disappointing to me, Hermione. Cyrus couldn't help but remind him, remember what I taught you to block the basilisk's sight. Hermione tried her best to cast a head-soaking charm on herself at the last moment. Then her eyelids were completely opened by Cyrus with magic, and the eyes of the big snake in the darkness struck straight into Hermione's soul. Snapped. The blisters burst. The stiff Hermione fell down like a piece of iron. The basilisk wanted to continue attacking. It wanted to tear the man in front of it into pieces, but Cyrus stopped it. This huge monster could only obey under the magic of the snake language. The evil expression on Cyrus's face disappeared. He now looked stiff. He walked to Hermione's side without saying a word and changed her into a position that looked more comfortable. Of course, she actually couldn't feel it. Then, he raised his wand and fired a spark in the direction of the forbidden book area. The library alarm was triggered. Time goes back dozens of minutes. Harry walked quickly to Gryffindor Tower, picked up his Nimbus 2000, and joined the bustling flow of people passing through the grounds, but his mind was still in the castle, chasing the voice. As he changed into his bright red robe in the locker room, his only solace was that everyone was outside watching the game. The players walked onto the field amid earth-shattering cheers. Oliver Wood took to the air and performed a warm-up flight around the goal post. Ms. Hooch released the ball. The members of the Hufflepuff team, wearing light yellow clothes, were gathering together at the moment, seizing the last minute to discuss tactics. Harry looked towards the audience. Malfoy with white hair was very conspicuous. He was squeezing through the crowded crowd towards Ginny and Ron. Harry didn't see Hermione though. Cyrus panted, sat next to Ginny, and asked knowingly, "Finally found you, where is Hermione?" "Went to the library," Ginny said immediately, recounting everything that had happened since she and Cyrus separated. "She's alone. You shouldn't have let her go by herself. What if there's danger?" "No way. How did the heir happen to know Hermione's location?" Ron didn't believe it was such a coincidence. But when Harry was about to ride on his broomstick, Professor McGonagall suddenly walked across the field, holding a huge purple microphone in his hand. His heart sank like a stone. The attack may have happened again. Sure enough, what just now was really a sign that the monster started to act. Ron's face suddenly turned pale. He stood up in a panic and started to squeeze towards the playground. It can't really be. Cyrus and Ginny quickly followed. "The match is cancelled," Professor McGonagall said through the microphone to the packed bleachers. There were boos and shouts of disapproval from the crowd. Oliver Wood looked crestfallen. He landed on the ground and ran towards Professor McGonagall without getting off his broomstick. "But Professor," he shouted, "we must compete. The Quidditch Cup. Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall ignored him and continued to shout with the microphone. All students must return to the common room of this college, where the person in charge of the college will tell you more about the situation. Please leave as soon as possible. Then she lowered the microphone and motioned for Harry to come over. Potter, I think you'd better come with me. Harry was confused. Why did he always find himself when something went wrong? He couldn't understand why this attack had anything to do with him now that he was on the Quidditch field. On the other side, nearly 1,000 students made noisy noises. In the bustling crowd, Cyrus, Ron, and Ginny struggled to separate the flow and ran towards this side. Well, maybe you'd better come too, Ron Weasley. McGonagall looked at Ron and rarely let go, but Cyrus and Ginny were not so lucky. As for you two, hurry up and go back to the lounge of your own college. Especially you Malfoy. After saying that, she left with Harry and Ron, who didn't know what to do. Harry glanced back and saw Cyrus and Ginny standing alone on the green grassy playground, with the crowd behind them. He felt as if the world was divided into 3 parts, and the noisy noises were suddenly far away from him. The angry wood was like a silhouette in a mime. What happened? Ginny said very worriedly. I'm afraid there's an accident. Cyrus pondered for a moment and said, let's go back first. I believe Harry and Ron will tell us what happened when they come back. Well, Ginny could only nod. I hope Hermione is okay. Hermione, Ron exclaimed. Their bad premonitions came true. This time, Professor McGonagall did not take Harry and Ron to anyone's office, but directly to the school hospital. Hermione lay there motionless, her glazed eyes open unnaturally. She was found near the library, said Professor McGonagall. I don't think either of you can explain it. Someone forced her to open her eyes. Ms. Pomfrey could see the weird look on Hermione's expression at a glance. She obviously wanted to close her eyes tightly, but her eyelids were roughly opened. This means that the attacker most likely cast the spell through his gaze. This clue made McGonagall easily think of the basilisk. However, other victims could still explain it, but there seemed to be nothing on Hermione that could prevent her from seeing the basilisk. But she was still petrified, not killed. I will escort you back to Gryffindor Tower, Professor McGonagall said with a heavy heart. Anyway, I have to go speak to the students. All students must return to the common room of their college by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is allowed to leave the dormitory after this time. Each class is escorted by a teacher. No student is allowed to use it without the company of a teacher lavatory. All Quidditch practices and matches have been postponed. No activities will be conducted in the evenings. Gryffindor students crowded into the common room, listening to Professor McGonagall in silence. She rolled up the parchment she had just read, and then said in a somewhat strangled voice, in fact, needless to say, I have rarely been in such pain before. The school will probably be closed, unless the criminals who planned these attacks are caught. I urge everyone who thinks they know something to come forward. She climbed awkwardly through the portrait hole, and the Gryffindor students immediately started chattering. 2 Gryffindors have fallen, not counting a Gryffindor ghost, a Ravenclaw and a Hufflepuff. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, said, counting on his fingers, has any teacher noticed that all the Slytherins are safe and sound? Isn't it obvious that these things come from Slytherin? The heirs of Slytherin, the monsters of Slytherin, why not just kick out all the Slytherins? He shouted, to a chorus of nods and sparse applause. But Harry wasn't listening. He couldn't seem to shake the sight of Hermione lying in the hospital bed, as stiff as stone. If the culprit is not caught soon, he will return to the Dursleys for the rest of his life. Tom Riddle wanted to report Hagrid because he faced the prospect of returning to a Muggle orphanage once the school closed. Harry now understood exactly how he felt. What should we do? Ron asked quietly in Harry's ear. He and Ginny huddled in the corner. Do you think they suspect Hagrid? We have to go talk to him, Harry said, having made up his mind. I can't believe it's him this time. But since he released the monster last time, he must know how to enter the Chamber of Secrets. This is a breakthrough point. But Professor McGonagall said we must stay in the tower unless we are in the classroom. I think, said Harry, his voice softer, that it's time to get out my dad's old cloak again. Then let's go find Mr. Riddle first and then go together. No. At night, Harry and Ron went to bed as usual. They waited until Neville, Dean and Seamus stopped discussing the Chamber of Secrets and finally fell asleep. Then they got up from the bed, got dressed again, and put the invisibility cloak on the two of them, on the body. When they reached the common room, they found Ginny already sitting on the sofa waiting for them. Let's go to the Slytherin lounge first. I've managed to contact Mr. Riddle. He will be waiting for us at the door, Ginny said immediately. The walk through the gloomy corridors was not a pleasant one. Harry had wandered around the castle in the middle of the night many times before, but he had never seen so many people there after the sun went down. Teachers, prefects and ghosts patrolled the corridors in pairs, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Although the invisibility cloak is easy to use, it does not work every time. Once, he and Ron were almost discovered by Snape. He always felt that Snape seemed to be very sensitive to the invisibility cloak. Finally, we reached the Slytherin lounge, but there was no one outside the door. Where's Riddle? He won't be caught, right? Ron lowered his voice and said with a little worry that there were too many teachers patrolling tonight. Here it is. Cyrus heard their conversation and suddenly revealed his true identity in the air. I used a disillusionment charm, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hide from the professor's observation. Cyrus followed the voice and stretched out his hand to lift Harry's invisibility cloak, then frowned. Isn't it a bit awkward to put it on the four of us? Small. Don't you know the disguise charm? Ron asked strangely. But I can only guarantee that I will not be discovered when I am still. If I move, the professors will notice something is wrong, Cyrus said deliberately. Now, Malfoy's body is no longer useful. What he wants is, Ginny. Ginny, let me possess you. If one of us is less, the risk of exposure will be less. He said, and in this situation, if I keep possessing Malfoy, I'm afraid by the end of the term there is no way to meet you normally. Ginny didn't seem to resist at all, but showed a shy expression. But Harry had some doubts. What about Malfoy? I'll let him have a good sleep. When he wakes up, he won't think of anything. Ron didn't seem very willing to have someone possess his sister, but Ginny answered first, that's it. Mr. Riddle is also more powerful. He can protect you. Cyrus quickly transferred from Malfoy's body to Ginny's body, then stuffed the unconscious Malfoy back into the common room and left him alone. Then, the three of them left the castle wearing an invisibility cloak. Harry and Ron both had an awkward feeling. They had finally adapted to Cyrus being Malfoy, and now he was Ginny. This feeling was so strange. But there was no time to dwell on this at this point. It was a starry night, and they hurried towards the lighted window of Hagrid's residence. They didn't take off the invisibility cloak until they reached his door. Seconds after they knocked on the door, Hagrid flung it open. They saw Hagrid pointing a crossbow at them, and Fang, the big hound, barking loudly behind him. This startled them all. This was the first time Harry had seen Hagrid with this attitude. Oh, it's you. Hagrid was obviously relieved, put down the weapon in his hand, and glared at them. What are you three doing here? What's that for? Harry said, pointing to the crossbow as they walked into the room. And Cyrus tried to make his presence as low as possible. Nothing, nothing, Hagrid said vaguely. I thought, it doesn't matter. Sit down. I'll make tea. He seemed a little uneasy, and the water in the kettle spilled out, almost extinguishing the fire. Then his thick hand shook violently, knocking the teapot over. Are you okay, Hagrid? Have you heard about Hermione? Oh, yes, I heard that, Hagrid said, his voice choked up. It could be seen that he did feel sorry for Hermione, but he kept looking nervously towards the window, as if something more terrifying was waiting for him. I think you don't have to worry too much. She will be fine, she will. He poured several cups of tea for Harry and others, but forgot to put the tea leaves. He was about to put a thick piece of fruitcake on a plate when there was a loud knock on the door. Hagrid was so frightened that he immediately dropped the fruitcake in his hand, and he looked flustered. Harry and Ron were equally flustered as him, and even Cyrus was a little flustered. Because he knew who was knocking on the door. Hide quickly, it will be bad if we are discovered sneaking out. Cyrus hurriedly took Harry's invisibility cloak and put it on them all. The three of them huddled tightly behind the sofa, and Cyrus was breathing harder than before. Dumbledore is coming in. When Hagrid saw they were all hidden, he grabbed his crossbow and yanked the door open again. Good evening, Hagrid. Dumbledore walked in first, with a very serious expression, followed by a very strange-looking man. The stranger was short, stocky, with messy gray hair and an anxious look on his face. His clothes were a strange hodgepodge: pinstriped suit, bright red tie, long black cape, purple pointed boots. He held a dark green top hat under his arm. "That's my dad's boss," Ron gasped. "Corneli Fudge, Minister for Magic." "Stop talking." Cyrus nudged Ron hard with his elbow to shut him up. This move obviously attracted Dumbledore's attention. His blue eyes looked at where Cyrus was hiding, and the expression on his face became playful. But soon, he looked away as if he didn't notice them. This made Cyrus wonder if Dumbledore had seen him through the invisibility cloak. But he soon decided otherwise. This was not an ordinary invisibility cloak. He believed that Dumbledore might have just noticed the existence of the invisibility cloak. After all, he had studied this piece of clothing for a long time. But he probably didn't know exactly how many people were under the clothes. Hagrid suddenly turned pale and began to sweat on his forehead. He slumped into a chair and looked from Dumbledore to Cornelius Fudge. "It's too bad, Hagrid," Fudge said in a crisp, rapid tone. "It's too bad that it had to come. 4 attacks on Muggles have gone too far, and the Ministry of Magic must take action." "I didn't, you know I didn't, Professor Dumbledore, sir. I hope you understand, Connolly, I completely trust Hagrid." Dumbledore frowned. "But you see, Albus," Fudge said uncomfortably, "Hagrid's criminal record is not good for him. The Ministry of Magic has to take some measures, the school board has been contacted. But Connolly, I have to tell you that taking Hagrid away won't help at all." "Look at it from my point of view," said Fudge, playing with his top hat. "I'm under a lot of pressure. Something has to be done. If it turns out it's not Hagrid, he'll come back, others have nothing to say. But I have to take him away. Shouldn't I fulfill my duty?" "Take me away," Hagrid said, trembling all over. "Take me where?" "The time is very short, it is not a punishment, it is just a preventive measure. If another person is caught, you will be released and fully apologize." Fudge said to himself, although he and Dumbledore Leto came here to look for Hagrid, but he never looked at Hagrid from the beginning to the end. Of course, he may also feel a little ashamed. After all, his current behavior is tantamount to asking Hagrid to take the blame. But this is very unreasonable. There was a case where even a person with a criminal record should not be directly convicted without evidence. This is unreasonable and illegal. You know, even after Voldemort was resurrected, none of the Death Eaters who had been exonerated were punished without evidence. As the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, couldn't Dumbledore stop Fudge from such ridiculous behavior? Impossible. But although Dumbledore protested, he did not substantially stop Fudge. Cyrus could understand Dumbledore's horror even more. At this time, someone knocked on the door again. Sections. Dumbledore went over and opened the door. When he saw the sullen figure walking in, Harry let out a breath that forced Cyrus to give him another elbow. Outside the door was Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut, wrapped tightly in a long black traveling cloak and with a cold, content smile on his face. Yaya started barking. Seeing Malfoy's appearance, Cyrus was finally relieved. No matter what, things finally developed to where they are now. Malfoy has cooperated with him in using some means to drive Dumbledore out of school. Hogwarts without Dumbledore is no longer a threat to Cyrus. His mood suddenly became clear, and he couldn't help but curl up his lips. Another person who was not surprised at all by Malfoy's appearance was Dumbledore, who had already guessed that such a day would come. It was impossible for Tom Riddle to allow himself to stay in the school, which was not conducive to the final step of his plan. That would be too unsafe. Just like last year, it's best to find ways to distract yourself. Dumbledore was originally wondering when the other party planned to take action. "It looks like it's now. You're here, Fudge," Malfoy said with satisfaction. Very good, very good. It is also his, master's, plan to let Hagrid take the blame again. This matter is indispensable for him to put pressure on Fudge. He just needs to buy some public opinion. Now seeing that Fudge has arrived at Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy naturally very satisfied. But Hagrid doesn't like this uninvited guest. What good stuff can the Malfoy family have? "What are you doing here? Get out of my house. Dear friend, please believe me, I am not happy to enter this room of yours." "Oh, you call this a house?" Lucius Malfoy looked around this small shabby room and sneered. I just came to the school to have a look and someone told me the principal was here. Malfoy's behavior is indeed annoying. If Cyrus hadn't known that the other party was one of his own, even he would have wanted to punch Malfoy a few times. What do you want from me, Lucius? Dumbledore asked. He spoke politely. Things are terrible, Dumbledore. Lucius lazily rolled out a long piece of parchment. He looked relaxed and seemed to have a chance to win, even in the face of Dumbledore, or rather, because he knew he was facing Dumbledore, so he didn't panic at all. The board feels it's time to let you go. This is a temporary suspension order, all 12 directors signed it. We feel you may not be using your talents. How many attacks have there been so far? At this rate, there will be no Muggle students left at Hogwarts, and we all know that will be a terrible loss for the school. He said it as if he was very heartbroken and sorry that students from the Muggle world were attacked. What are you talking about, Lucius? Fudge said, looking panicked. Dumbledore has been temporarily suspended. No, we absolutely do not want to now. The appointment or temporary suspension of the headmaster is a matter for the board of directors, Fudge. The Ministry of Magic has no right to interfere. Lucius' face was calm. He had never taken Fudge, the incompetent minister, to heart. Since Dumbledore failed to prevent these attacks. But look, Lucius, if Dumbledore can't stop, Fudge said, his upper lip beginning to sweat, he thought the governors were crazy to suspend Dumbledore at this juncture. I mean, who could stop that? We'll just wait and see, Malfoy said, a sly smile on his face. Prevent. He didn't even think about stopping it. How many people did you threaten and blackmail before you forced them to agree, Malfoy? Hagrid was furious, looking at him as if he wanted to teach Lucius a lesson directly with his fists, preferably with a fist. Smash his head into the pumpkin patch. Malfoy was naturally not afraid of Hagrid. He said sarcastically, I want to give you a piece of advice. Don't yell like this at the guards of Azkaban. They won't like it. The thought of Dumbledore being suspended made Hagrid not even afraid of Azkaban. You can't take Dumbledore away. If you take him away, the Muggles will have no chance of survival. There will be murders soon. Calm down, Hagrid, Dumbledore said sternly. He looked at Lucius Malfoy. If the board wants me to leave, Lucius, of course I will give up my seat. But, Fudge stammered. No, Hagrid growled. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Lucius's cold gray eyes. However, Dumbledore said very slowly and clearly, so that everyone present could hear every word he said, I will only truly leave this place when everyone here betrays me, school. You will also find that at Hogwarts, those who ask for help always receive it. Cyrus was quite certain that Dumbledore had given them a look that was both a reminder and a warning. Not only did he discover Harry and Ron, he even discovered himself. The emotion is commendable, Malfoy said, bowing. We will all miss your very personal way of handling things, Albus. I only hope that your successor can completely prevent the murder incident. Malfoy strode to the door of the cabin, opened it, bowed and sent Dumbledore out. Fudge played with his top hat, waiting for Hagrid to walk in front of him, but Hagrid stood still, took a deep breath, and said cautiously. If someone is looking for something, they can just follow the spider and they'll find themselves in the right direction. That's all I'm saying. Fudge stared at him in shock. Okay, here I come, said Hagrid, putting on his moleskin coat. However, just when he was about to follow Fudge out, he stopped again and said loudly, while I'm away, someone needs to feed Yaya. The door slammed shut and Ron ripped off the invisibility cloak. This is going to be troublesome, he said gruffly, Dumbledore is gone. They're probably going to close the school tonight. There will be attacks every day after he's gone. Yaya barked again and scratched the closed door with his claws. The next day, news of Dumbledore's departure soon spread fear like never before. Cyrus was in a very happy mood. The weather had been bright recently, the clean sky and the lake were glowing, and the trees in the Forbidden Forest were lush and green, looking very vital. Cyrus used Ginny's body to greedily enjoy all this. Vibrant. For the other students at Hogwarts, fear hangs over them like a cold fog, but for Cyrus, getting back to his new life is getting closer. Chapter 71. The weather is gradually starting to get hotter. Looking up, the sky seems to have become higher. This was originally a good weather for playing Quidditch, but the Quidditch game has been cancelled, and even wanting to go for a walk is a luxury. There was no one in the corridor between classes, and the professors who were walking around on guard did not allow anyone to stay. Even to go to class, the little wizards had to line up one by one and be personally escorted by the deans. The entire school was in an extremely depressed state. Even in the Gryffindor common room, no one was willing to make trouble. Everyone was in panic and wanted to get through this semester as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall really wanted to have everything sorted out, and it would be best to find the successor, but there was no clue at all right now. She wasn't as able to see the whole situation as Dumbledore was, but fortunately it wasn't the worst yet. The students who were attacked can still be saved. They just need to wait for the mandrake to mature and wake them up. Perhaps by then, the real murderer will be nowhere to be found. For this reason, she was also worried that the attacker might silence the murdered student, and the school hospital became a heavily guarded place. Harry and Ron wanted to see Hermione again, but were stopped. Now, I am afraid that only the students of Slytherin House are not worried at all. The 4 people who were attacked were all mudbloods, which proved that their academy was not the successor's target from the beginning. Rather, the successor is likely to be one of them. This greatly encouraged them, and every time they looked at people from other colleges during class, they couldn't help but feel proud. Especially Malfoy. When Cyrus returned the body to him, he modified a little bit of his memory. Now he doesn't notice anything wrong at all, but if he carefully recalls his experiences in the past few months, he will find that there are no relevant memories in his brain at all, and there is only a fog. He didn't notice anything was wrong at all and walked around the school as if he had just been appointed head boy. Moreover, he mingled with 2 old friends, Goyle Crabbe, and he was very happy that Dumbledore was kicked out of school. But in fact, it wasn't that he hated Dumbledore or doubted Dumbledore's ability. It was just that the person who facilitated this incident was his father, so he was very proud. When he came back from get out of class today, Cyrus saw Ron walking into the common room very angry, with Harry and their roommate Andy comforting him. "Okay, Ron, don't be familiar with that kind of person." Andy patted Ron on the back. He himself was a wizard from the Muggle world and naturally hated Malfoy very much. But he's not as impulsive as Ron. "If you two hadn't stopped me, I would have given him a few punches. I would have killed him with my bare hands without a wand." Ron still felt regretful thinking about it now. Seeing how angry he was, Cyrus immediately walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's Malfoy," Harry said helplessly. "You know how much of a fool he is. I miss you a little bit." Halfway through his sentence, Andy thought Harry was referring to Cyrus at the club. Something about beating up Slytherin. He said that the next mudblood to be attacked will definitely die, and he also said that it's a pity that it's not Hermione. Ron said angrily, "If I were the heir, I would kill this little fool first. He's still acting weird with Snape." Seamus heard their conversation and came over, retched, imitated Malfoy, held his throat, and repeated his words in a pretentious manner. "I already knew that my father would drive Dumbledore away. Sir, why don't you apply for the position of headmaster?" Cyrus looked at his performance with a sense of nausea. But Seamus didn't stop. He turned around and imitated Snape, shaking his non-existent hair. "Why, Malfoy, Professor Dumbledore has only been temporarily suspended by the board. I bet he will be back among us soon." He switched back and forth between the 2 characters. "Yeah, that's right, sir, if you apply for this position, I guess my father will vote for you. I will tell my father that you are the best teacher here, sir." Seamus looked even more disgusting than Cyrus, and shook his head with disgust. "Don't you know how proud Snape is? I dare say you have never seen him so happy in your life." Snape was indeed a little proud, because he was not without complaints against Dumbledore. But it's hard to say how happy he was. What good would it do him to have Dumbledore driven away? On the contrary, it is the successor. What if it is Voldemort? Snape just wanted Voldemort to die. Even if it wasn't Voldemort, if the other party continued to attack, the school would have to be closed. At that time, where could he go? We can only go back to that dirty Spider Tail Alley. What happiness could he have there? In that place that gave him a gloomy past. At least one thing about him was similar to the boy named Harry Potter, and that was that they both considered Hogwarts their true home. Then they scolded Malfoy together. There was another Hufflepuff student who also upset Ron, but that was nothing compared to Lockhart. "Do you know what that guy said? He insisted that Hagrid was the murderer. Ron said, I think Harry almost wanted to kill him with a book, and I was almost the same. We all misunderstood Hagrid, Cyrus could only say regretfully. Andy and Seamus left after a while. Even on such a day, the school did not announce that it would cancel the exam. They planned to review first to avoid the results being too ugly. Hermione would be heartbroken if she knew about this. I'm afraid she wouldn't want to miss any exams. Cyrus made a little joke to lighten the atmosphere. I'm just the opposite, Ron said, focusing on Cyrus, are you? Cyrus nodded, and Ron suddenly looked happy. I have an idea. How about I let you possess me and then you help me take the exam? Don't even think about it. Cyrus rolled his eyes. Ron really didn't disappoint in terms of opportunism. The exam is to test how much knowledge you have mastered. You shouldn't avoid it. You sound like Hermione, Ron said disappointedly, but soon, they mentioned to Cyrus what they had discovered in the herbology class today. Mr. Riddle, Harry lowered his voice, do you remember what Hagrid said earlier? If someone wants to find something, they can just follow the spider and they will find it in the right direction. He saw the spider going to the Forbidden Forest. Of course, I think it might not be the Forbidden Forest, maybe it's not that far. Ron said almost as if praying. Spiders alone are enough for him, let alone going to the Forbidden Forest. But thinking of the heir of Slytherin and the petrified Hermione, he didn't want to back down. At least he knew Harry would never give up. Then let's take action tonight. Cyrus couldn't wait. Waiting for the dead of night is not that easy. Fred and George seemed to be the only ones in Gryffindor who still had energy, and they pestered Harry and Ron to play Thundercrackers almost into the night. To be honest, if Cyrus had known that the two of them were coming, he would have gone to sleep for a few hours, otherwise he wouldn't be so bored. Fred thought he was Ginny and comforted him. Don't worry too much, Ginny, we can only do our best. Fred said as he played his cards. Yes, and if the thing is lost, it is lost. We have told Dumbledore, and I believe he will find a way. George said. The twins' words were like a bucket of cold water poured on the face of the sleepy Cyrus, making him suddenly wake up. From what they said, it seemed like they knew about their diary and told Dumbledore. Didn't Ginny say that only Harry and the others knew? Cyrus' heart seemed to be tied to a heavy rock and sank suddenly. Although things have reached this point, whether Dumbledore knows that the diary is his identity no longer has much impact. The other party has been kicked out of Hogwarts. If the plan goes well, only Fawkes will help Harry deal with the basilisk. But Cyrus was unwilling to expose his weaknesses to Dumbledore. That's Dumbledore. Dumbledore even planned his own death carefully. Voldemort in the original book was clearly arranged by him. When he first learned that Voldemort planned to make 6 Horcruxes, he had already guessed what the Horcruxes were. Following Voldemort's heart, he found 2 places where the Horcruxes were hidden. Even when we went to the cave, it was a coincidence that I took Harry with me. He knew that Voldemort would seek the Elder Wand, knew that Voldemort would ask Snape to kill him, knew that Voldemort would kill Snape, and also knew that when Voldemort learned that all other Horcruxes had been destroyed, he would definitely let Nagy stay by your side. Dumbledore had calculated everything. If he hadn't made several mistakes, Cyrus would have thought that Dumbledore had the same script as him. Didn't Ginny find the thing she lost? Ron played a card and sighed, but Dumbledore has already left Hogwarts. He just forgot that the thing Ginny threw was related to Riddle, but he couldn't remember what it was. Recovered. Fred and George looked at each other in surprise, and were so happy that they threw away the cards in their hands. Hey, what are you doing? I almost won. Ron looked at the cheating twins in disbelief and yelled out in anger. But Fred and George ignored him and grabbed Cyrus's shoulders excitedly. Now the heir is at his wit's end. Without the map, it will be difficult for them to seize the opportunity. Fred said. Map. After talking for a long time, it turned out that Fred and George were referring to the Marauders map. Cyrus breathed a sigh of relief. Whether or not Dumbledore knew about the Marauders map had little impact on him. The map, a magic tool, can only be used in its original form if held in hand. Moreover, its production process is very unusual. Cyrus himself has also studied it for a period of time. He believes that the map's effectiveness relies on the existence of Hogwarts itself, a huge magical castle. Sirius's grandfather was once the headmaster of Hogwarts, so perhaps the Marauders referred to some information when making the props. Everyone who enters Hogwarts is forced to sign a magical contract. In the magical world, magical contracts are difficult to break. Just like the red loyalty curse, as long as the spell is still in effect, even Voldemort cannot find the place where it is hidden. Dumbledore owns the Elder Wand, so he may be able to break this contract, but he must at least get the map first, otherwise he will have nowhere to use his powerful magic. "Lend me the map for a few more days," Cyrus said to Fred and George. "What kind of map is it? It's so mysterious," Ron asked curiously, not wanting to think about the Thunderbolt explosion card anymore. "Nothing. Don't worry about our affairs," Fred and George said immediately. They didn't want Ron to know about this. They knew the character of their younger brother better than anyone else. If he knew the purpose of the Marauders' map, they would definitely pester him. "Ginny, you can't say that either." After Fred and George finished speaking, they left immediately. Seeing this, Ron immediately turned his attention to Cyrus, his face full of curiosity. "I can't say that I promised them." Naturally, Cyrus didn't want others to know the map. But they asked Ginny to keep it a secret, not you. Ron discovered this loophole. Mr. Riddle and Ginny were not the same person. But Cyrus still shook his head. "It makes no difference, I promise them. And keeping secrets is very important, Ron. If one day you also reveal my secrets, then I'm afraid I will soon ruined by others." "All right." Harry put away the cards, looked at the time again, and then said, "How about we set off as soon as the bell rings? I think everyone will be fast asleep by then." "So be it. I'm going to get the invisibility cloak." Harry walked quickly up the stairs. After a while, Zixu came down holding something in his hand. "3 people, it might be a bit crowded, but I think it's dark outside, no one will notice our feet exposed." "Forget it, I'd better use the disillusionment curse, it's safer." Cyrus didn't want to be crowded with them this time. "The journey through the castle was also difficult, and I had to do everything possible to avoid the teacher. The professors in the castle are always patrolling these days." After Dumbledore left, all the professors were very nervous. Even Snape was filled with worry. At last they reached the hall, slipped behind the locks of the 2 oak doors, squeezed through the cracks without making a creaking sound, and emerged into the moonlit grounds. "Of course," said Ron suddenly as they strode across the dark grass, "we might not have anything to follow when we get to the woods. Those spiders might not even get there." "I know that. They seemed to be moving in that direction at the time, but..." He didn't say anything further, leaving Harry with a bit of hope. They came to Hagrid's hut and looked at the dark windows sadly. Harry pushed the door open, and when Tooth saw them, he was ecstatic and jumped up and down excitedly. Cyrus was afraid that its deep barking would wake up the people in the castle, so he cast a spell on it without hesitation to silence it. Harry placed the invisibility cloak on Hagrid's desk. "You also lift the spell. We won't need to be invisible when we get to the Forbidden Forest." Harry said, "Come on Fang, let's go for a walk." 3 men left with a dog. Cyrus walked at the back, looking at the invisibility cloak that Harry placed on the table, the legendary Deathly Hallows. Finally, he slowly closed the door. It seemed darker near the Forbidden Forest than inside the castle. The entire sky was covered by a huge black cloth. No stars or moon could be seen, and there was no light at all. Cyrus took out his wand and murmured, "Flash," and a thin beam of light emitted from the tip of the wand. He could have been brighter. Even if it illuminated the entire forest, it would not be a problem, but in this case, it would be too eye-catching. This was just enough time for them to observe whether there were any spiders on the road. Harry followed suit. "What a great idea," Ron said enviously. "I also want my wand to shine, but you know, it will explode if you don't do it right." "Don't worry, I think Mr. and Mrs. Weasley will buy you a new one during your summer vacation. Then you can say that the wand was broken while looking for a successor." Siler C. comforted. "What a great idea, Mr. Riddle." Ron's eyes lit up. He had not told his family about the broken wand yet. Then Harry tapped them on the shoulder and pointed to the grass. 2 lonely spiders were scurrying away from the wand's light and into the shadows of the trees. "Sure enough, all the spiders have entered the Forbidden Forest." "Okay," Ron sighed, seemingly resigned to the worst, "I'm ready. Let's go." So they entered the forbidden forest, and Fang scampered around them, sniffing roots and leaves. By the light of Cyrus and Harry's wands, they followed the spiders that continued to crawl along the path. They walked for about 20 minutes, and no one said anything. They only listened carefully for any other sounds besides the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves. Then, the trees grew thicker and denser, and the stars above were no longer visible. The wands of the two men shone weakly in the endless darkness, like two weak fireflies. "They're off the road," Cyrus said softly, stretching out his arms to shine a cold light on the ground. Harry stopped, trying to see clearly the direction in which the spider was moving, but beyond the range illuminated by that glimmer of light, there was darkness beyond reach. He had never been this far into the forbidden forest before. The forbidden forest is already very dangerous, but at least Hagrid often walks on the road, and there are also traces of centaurs. But once you deviate from the path in the forest, it is unknown what you will encounter. Cyrus reminded. His words made Ron even more uneasy. Harry also clearly recalled Hagrid warning him not to stray from the forest path the last time he entered the woods. But Hagrid was miles away at the moment, probably sitting in his cell in Azkaban, and he had said he was going to follow the spider. "Let's go, I believe Hagrid," Harry said firmly. In fact, there was no other way but to believe Hagrid now. Hagrid is trustworthy, but... Cyrus pursed his lips and walked forward first. "What do you think?" Harry asked Ron. He could make out Ron's eyes. The pupils reflected the faint light of the wand. Ron looked hesitant to speak. "I just want to say that maybe Mr. Riddle is right. It's not that I don't believe Hagrid, but Hagrid may think that the Forbidden Forest is not that dangerous." Ron said timidly, "But it's different for us. He thinks that the fire dragon you were playing with him when you bit him. But do you know how long my hand was swollen after being bitten by Norbert? But Mr. Riddle is gone and almost gone." Harry said helplessly, "Think of Hermione, we have to save her." "Okay." Ron took a breath, "for Hermione." So they followed Cyrus's shadow into the trees. The path in the Forbidden Forest is not easy to walk. It is inaccessible and full of tree roots and stumps, blocking the road. To make matters worse, the visibility at night is so poor that they can barely see the obstacles on the road. After a while, they noticed that the ground seemed to be sloping downwards, although the trees were still as thick as before. "We walked for at least half an hour." His and Harry's clothes were occasionally caught on low branches and thorns, and they looked a little embarrassed. Only Cyrus walked along as if he was walking on the Quidditch pitch. But at least they didn't encounter any other dangers along the way. "These spiders are quite smart, at least they can avoid danger," Ron said while swallowing. "Or, nothing else dares to come near this place." Cyrus's eyes flashed. "There is no doubt that this small area is already the territory of Acromantula, and there is no magical animal that would not think of coming here to become those guys' dinner." "What? Don't scare me," Ron said tremblingly. At this time, Yaya suddenly became restless and curled up its tail in fear. It could not make a sound and could only whine, but it still made a lot of noise, scaring both Harry and Ron out of their bodies. "What?" Ron asked loudly, grabbing Harry's elbow as he peered into the darkness. "There's something moving there," Harry gasped. "It sounds like something big." They listened carefully. Some distance to their right, the big thing was cutting its way through the trees, snapping countless branches. They stood there, waiting in terror, the darkness seeming to oppress their eyes. Cyrus was not afraid at all because he knew what was there. "Okay, there's nothing there, it's not a monster, it's the car you drive when you go to school." As soon as Cyrus finished speaking, a dazzling light suddenly lit up on their right, which was dazzling in the darkness. Harry and Ron both raised their hands to shield their eyes. Yaya roared and tried to escape, but got caught by a thorn and rolled around on the ground. "Quiet." Cyrus gave it another spell to calm it down. "The car is coming." "Car?" Ron's voice was choked with relief. "It's really our car." Harry and Ron followed Cyrus, stumbling toward the light, tripping all the way. After a while, they came to a clearing. Mr. Weasley's car was parked in the middle of a circle of dense trees, with densely intertwined branches and leaves on top. There was no one in the car, and the headlights glowed brightly. When Ron walked toward it with his mouth wide open, the dog slowly moved toward him, like a big turquoise dog greeting its owner. "It turns out it has always been here," Ron said happily, walking around the car, look at it, the forest has turned it wild. In the Muggle world, this is no different from being scrapped. But this car seems to have undergone some magical modifications. To be honest, it can still be driven. Cyrus was actually very interested. The existence of magically modified vehicles shows that technology and magic are not completely insulated. Maybe he can modify something else, such as the Gatling curse. He shuddered. This was too evil. The wings of the car were scratched and covered with mud. Fang didn't seem to be interested in it at all. It followed Harry every step of the way, looking cautiously at Cyrus, the terrible wizard who had cast 2 spells on it. Harry could feel it trembling. Now, Harry and Ron's breathing slowly calmed down again. We thought it was going to attack us, Ron said, leaning on the car and patting it. I never knew where it went. But Harry was in no mood to bother with the car right now. He squinted his eyes and continued to look for the shadows of spiders on the ground illuminated by lights, but they all hurriedly avoided the dazzling car lights and ran away without knowing where to go. We've lost track, he said, wanting to find a spider more than a car. Let's go, don't waste time here. But Ron suddenly stopped talking and didn't move. His eyes were fixed on the spot 10 feet above Harry behind him. His face was livid, and fear was vividly written on his face. It looks like we don't have to look for it anymore. Cyrus raised his wand and saw several huge acromantulas staring at them greedily. He originally wanted to destroy them directly, but after thinking about it he still didn't take action. Instead, he watched Harry and Ron being picked up by their waists with their huge jaws and hung in the air. He himself gave up resistance and allowed these monsters to drag them into the dark trees. Cyrus didn't know how long he had been in the animal's claws. All he knew was that the darkness seemed to suddenly recede a bit, and he saw that the ground covered with fallen leaves was now densely covered with spiders. He turned his neck and found that they had reached the edge of a wide hollow that had been cleared of trees. The dark clouds in the sky parted a bit, and the stars illuminated the horrifying sight. Spider. They were not like those little spiders that hurriedly crawled through the fallen leaves below, but each one was as big as a cart horse, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, dark and hairy, and they were huge monsters. The giant spider holding Cyrus and the others walked down the steep slope towards a misty hemispherical spider web in the center of the depression, surrounded by its companions. After they saw what it was holding, they all excitedly moved their large claws and made a clicking sound. The spider released its claws, and Cyrus' wand flicked gently, landing smoothly like a cat. However, Harry and Ron didn't have this ability. The 2 of them plus a dog hit the ground at his feet heavily. Yaya cowered in fear, as if he was pretending to be dead. Ron and Harry's mouths were wide open, as if they were screaming silently, and their eyes bulged outwards. Maybe it would be easier for him to pass out now than to be awake. Are you okay? Cyrus asked in a low voice. Fine. What do you think? We will die. Ron's voice was hoarse. At this time, the spider that brought them over made a loud noise, and Cyrus heard that it was actually speaking human language. This is not easy to hear because it clicks and moves its large claws every time it speaks a word. However, as magical animals, acromantulas can speak and have considerable intelligence. Cyrus even suspected that they might be a little smarter than Hagrid. This could easily be classified as a demi-human. You must know that even the fire dragon cannot speak. Aragog. It shouted, Aragog. Cyrus looked intently and saw a huge spider very slowly emerging from the misty hemispherical spider web. It was even larger than the average acromantula, almost as big as a head. As big as an elephant. Its body and legs were black with gray, and each eye on its ugly head with big pincers was covered with a layer of white. It is blind. What's going on? It said, its 2 big claws moving rapidly, making a clicking sound. This is a very strange feeling, and Cyrus can't help but think that they are talking in time, but like some rapper. Human, said the spider that had just grabbed Cyrus. Is it Hagrid? Aragog said, coming closer, his 8 milky white eyes looking blankly. It's a stranger. Kill them, I'm sleeping. Aragog said irritably. He was already very old, and now his rest time far exceeds his activity time. A few unknown strangers are not worthy of him. Wake up. And it doesn't eat humans, these guys aren't even food to him. When the spiders around heard this, they couldn't hold it any longer. Every time Hagrid came here, their hearts longed for his flesh and blood, but their leader Aragog would not allow them to harm Hagrid. How ridiculous. Acromantulas will eat human flesh and blood while they are alive. Click, 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 spiders' claws were moving everywhere in the depression. Harry and Ron's hearts seemed to leave their chests and jump out of their throats. They subconsciously grabbed Cyrus, as if expecting Mr. Riddle to give him some help. Cyrus did not disappoint them. He looked around at the spiders in the cave and counted their number. Facing so many monsters, Cyrus actually didn't feel any fear at all. But after all, it was a spider, and it still made him feel uncomfortable when he looked at it. He took a step forward and said calmly, "We're friends with Hagrid." The noisy spiders suddenly stopped, and Aragog also hesitated. "Hagrid has never sent anyone to our hollow before," it said slowly. "Hagrid is in trouble." Harry mustered up his courage, his breathing coming in ragged gasps. "That's why we're here." "Trouble," said the old spider. Harry thought he could hear concern in the clicking of the claws. "But why did he send you?" Harry thought about standing up, but decided to stay on his stomach. He didn't think his legs could support the weight of his body. "Let me explain, Harry." Only Cyrus was still standing. He looked proudly at the spiders surrounding them. Although such a large number of spiders made him feel a little uncomfortable, it was not fear, just disgust. Harry was visibly relieved to hear Cyrus' words. The secret room was opened again. They believed that Hagrid recently released something to harm the students. They took him to Azkaban. Cyrus briefly explained the situation, without mentioning his own affairs of course. He believed that if Aragog knew that he was Riddle, he would not be able to say a word, and his descendants would immediately pounce on him and bite him to death. Aragog moved his claws angrily, and the sound was echoed by the large group of spiders on the hollow ground. It was like applause, but this applause made people's hair chill and was nauseating. "But that was many years ago," Aragog said angrily. Many years ago. I remember it very well. It was because of that they took him out of school. They believed me. It was the monster that lived in what they called the Chamber of Secrets. They thought it was Hagrid who opened the Chamber of Secrets and let me out." "So, you didn't come out of the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, but he still couldn't help but ask. If what Aragog said was true, wouldn't it mean that Mr. Riddle was simply mistaken? Hagrid is indeed not the murderer, and the monster has nothing to do with Hagrid. He couldn't help but look at Cyrus, and found that Cyrus was also frowning at the moment, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Me," Aragog said, his large claws opening and closing angrily, as if he wanted to bite something to death. "I was not born in a castle. I come from a faraway land. A traveler gave me to Hagrid before I hatched from the egg. Hagrid was just a child at the time, but he looked after me, hid me in a cupboard in the castle, and fed me crumbs scattered on the table. Hagrid was a good friend of mine, and he was a good man. It was he who protected me when I was discovered and held responsible for the death of a girl. I have been living in the woods ever since, and Hagrid comes to visit me often. He even found a house for me. We have a wife, Mossig. You see how prosperous our family is, all thanks to Hagrid." Cyrus raised his head and looked around, unable to help but agree with its words. Thousands of acromantulas are actually the offspring of Aragog and Mossig. Sure enough, the reproductive abilities of the species raised by hybrid master Hagrid are no joke. Of course, Cyrus naturally hopes that the number of them will be as large as possible. Only when the nutrients are sufficient can the fruits be abundant. Cyrus pretended to be suspicious and annoyed, and continued to ask. "So you never assaulted anyone?" "No," the old spider said resentfully. "I have this instinct, but out of respect for Hagrid, I have never hurt anyone. The body of the murdered girl was found in a bathroom. And I've never seen any part of the castle except the cupboard I grew up in. We spiders like darkness and silence." "But then, do you know what killed the girl?" Harry said, "because whatever it was, it's back and attacking people now." Suddenly, there was a clicking sound, and countless long legs were moving rustlingly, huge black shadows were dangling around them. "That thing that lives in the castle," Aragog said, "is an ancient creature that we spiders fear most. I remember very well how I plead across the sea when I felt the beast moving around the school. Please let me go." "What is it?" Harry asked urgently, the truth coming before his eyes. The clicking sounds became louder and the rustling sounds became denser. The spiders seemed to be surrounding them, and they became very frightened and impatient. We won't tell, Aragog said with emotion. We won't tell its name. I didn't even tell Hagrid the name of that terrible creature, although he asked me, many times. Harry didn't want to press the topic anymore, especially when spiders were gathering from all directions. Ron seemed to be about to faint. His face was whiter than the paint on the wall, and he squeezed Harry hard. A face of fear and pleading. Aragog seemed not to want to speak. It slowly retreated into its hemispherical web. It seems like we can't ask any more questions, but at least we still got some information, Cyrus said while staring at the spider. The spiders seemed to be unable to restrain themselves and moved towards them slowly, inch by inch. Then let's go. Harry also realized something was wrong and shouted to Aragog desperately, while hearing the leaves rustling behind him. Ron seemed to hear redemption. Leave, Cyrus said slowly. I don't think it will let us leave like this. You're right, I think you guys shouldn't leave. Aragog's white eyes were still moving. He couldn't see anything, but he could still sense it. As it grows older, its control over the spider swarm is no longer what it used to be. It's just one Hagrid. If he blindly prevents the spider swarm from eating these humans who have fallen into the trap, it is very likely that the spider swarm will resist it. But, my sons and daughters obeyed my orders and did not harm Hagrid. But fresh human flesh was automatically delivered to their doorsteps, and I cannot stop them from enjoying it. Farewell, Hagrid's friends. Cyrus turned around. A few steps away, high above him, the spiders formed a solid, towering wall of iron and steel, their giant claws clicking together, and many pairs of eyes on those ugly black heads, shining. Harry felt like he was drowning at the bottom of the sea, and he felt suffocated by countless spiders. Not to mention Ron, he seemed to be stupid and motionless, but even if he was good, I'm afraid he couldn't help, that wand couldn't do anything. Harry wanted to pull out his wand and fight the spiders to the death, but Cyrus held him down. Let me do it, you can find a chance to take Ron away. But, leave, Mr. Riddle, here alone. Harry looked at the endless spiders and immediately shook his head. We can't leave you behind. Even Ron, who was so frightened that he had no strength at all, nodded. He was more worried about his sister. If Cyrus died here, what would Ginny do? He was using Ginny's body. Don't worry, the Acromantula can't kill me yet. You guys should find a chance to leave first. I don't have to worry about you when I escape. Cyrus now wants to separate Harry and Ron, otherwise how can he proceed with this seemingly? What about a slightly sinister ritual? The Acromantula wanted to eat them, so why didn't he want to exchange the life of the Acromantula for his own rebirth? But, afraid I'm no match for them. Cyrus easily knocked away a spider as big as a car. Seeing Harry nod, he smiled and said, Don't worry, I was caught by them on purpose from the beginning, otherwise how can we find their lair? Harry and Ron were still hesitant. Okay, trust me, Ginny is also my friend. I would rather you two die than let her get hurt. All right, although Harry agreed, he actually didn't know how to get out of here. There were so many of them that even though Cyrus kept knocking away the approaching spiders, they still surrounded the area. At this time, a high-pitched and long voice suddenly sounded, and a dazzling light illuminated the entire depression. Mr. Weasley's car rumbled down the slope, its headlights flashing and its horn blaring, knocking the spiders aside. Several were knocked backwards, their long legs dancing in the air. Stop. With a shrill sound, the car stopped in front of Harry and Ron, and the door flew open. Get up. Cyrus cleared the spiders around the car and pushed them into the car. Harry and Ron adjusted their postures with difficulty. Take this dog, Cyrus yelled, grabbing the large hound that seemed to be wilted and throwing it into the back seat. The car door slammed shut. Ron didn't touch the accelerator, but fortunately the car didn't require him to do anything. The engine roared to life and they set off. But the spiders couldn't just watch the food in their mouths escape. They blocked the way. Many Acromantulas looked bigger than cars, blocking the front like a hairy hill. Harry and Ron in the car were pale and didn't know what to do. At this time, a fierce red light suddenly lit up outside the glass, and then a loud noise was heard. The huge spider in front of them was blown into pieces, and the entire road was cleared. Harry and Ron in the car quickly turned around and saw Cyrus standing among the spiders, pointing his wand at the exit. Only now do they understand how powerful this, Mr. Riddle, who once showed off his talents is. There was no obstacle, and the car sped up the slope and left the depression. Harry and the others were running rampant through the woods. The car followed a route it was obviously familiar with, cleverly turning left and right, looking for the widest gap. They left the forbidden forest with no pursuers behind them. Harry turned to look at Ron and saw that his mouth was still open, as if he was screaming silently, but his eyeballs were no longer bulging. "Are you okay?" Ron stared straight ahead, unable to say a word. After waiting for a long time, he opened the car door and crawled into the pumpkin patch to vomit desperately. "Follow the spider," said Ron weakly, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "I'll never forgive Hagrid. We're lucky to be alive. When he comes back from Azkaban, I will kill him." Ron fiercely pulled out the broken wand. "I bet he thought Aragog wouldn't hurt his friends," said Harry. "That's Hagrid's problem," Ron said, banging the wall of the hut hard. "He always thinks that monsters are not as bad as people make them out to be. Look at his fate. The one who was imprisoned in Azkaban in the cell." He began to tremble uncontrollably. "What's the point of sending us there? I want to know, what did we find out?" "We found out that Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets. He is innocent," Harry said. Ron snorted loudly. Obviously, in his mind, Hagrid was no longer innocent just from the moment he hatched Aragog in the cupboard. Harry went to Hagrid's house and took back the invisibility cloak and put it on himself and Ron. The two of them found a place to sit next to each other, looking back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, waiting for Cyrus. "If you ask me, it's a good thing Mr. Riddle wronged Hagrid 50 years ago," Ron said, "otherwise, Aragog would have been staying in a room in the school. You saw it too. They don't eat humans, but what about other spiders? I bet that as long as Hagrid doesn't pay attention, they will eat up all the students in the entire school immediately." Harry wanted to defend Hagrid, but he couldn't as he had just escaped from the mouths of those spiders. He himself was almost killed, and Mr. Riddle's life or death was still uncertain. The two of them could only sit here and wait, praying that Mr. Riddle was okay. But the wait was too long. That monster sounds so much like Voldemort that even the spiders dare not say its name. Ron shuddered. "Then don't mention it, okay?" Harry sighed and looked up. The sky was not as dark as before. All the dark clouds seemed to have dispersed, and the moonlight shone on the empty pumpkin patch, as if it were covered with white frost. He fell tiredly into the pumpkin patch, and suddenly, he saw the sky light up deep in the Forbidden Forest. The firelight under the night sky shines into the sky. He stood up suddenly. "Ron, look over there." The ultimate protection. Cyrus watched the car's taillights disappear into the darkness. Some spiders still wanted to chase Harry, but he cast a magic enchantment in reverse to cover the depression. The spiders rushed towards the invisible magic wall and were immediately burned to ashes by the magic. Therefore, they could only turn around and target Cyrus alone. Large tracts of spiders covered the undulating open space. There may be thousands or tens of thousands of acromantulas in front of Cyrus. The largest one was bigger than a car, and the smallest one was as big as a hound. They were like sharks that had smelled blood and rushed towards Cyrus like crazy. The densely packed spiders crowded each other, fearing that if they fell behind a little, they would miss the taste of human flesh. Hundreds of thousands of legs hit the ground, making a loud clicking sound, as if the entire Forbidden Forest was shaking with their footsteps. Even Cyrus, who is not afraid of spiders, had goosebumps all over his body. It was like knocking open a wooden cabinet and seeing hundreds of termite larvae piled up and squirming together. Or maybe there are tens of thousands of snakes entwined together in a cave. The twisted body kept rising and falling in the gap, which was disgusting. But Cyrus did not kill them all at once. He pointed the tip of his wand downward and stabbed it hard towards the ground. In an instant, a powerful force of magic was released with him as the center of the circle, and the shock wave knocked away all the acromantulas that were about to approach and almost drown him. An empty space is left. He slowly took out a crucible, and the potion in the crucible was still boiling. The spiders won't give up. They come one after another, like swarms of locusts. There are so many of them, but Cyrus's body is so small, no one is afraid that he won't be able to eat anything if he's too late. Those sharp spider legs stepped on the ground like nails, while the following spiders stepped on the spiders in front of them without mercy. They piled higher and higher, almost forming a high wall. Became an incoming black wave. Cyrus watched them die, and he lit the fire. The flames burned and suddenly exploded like gushing spring water, spreading to every corner. The acromantulas were caught off guard by the sudden spread of flames. The blazing fire waves collided with the black spider tide, and the fire mercilessly burned their limbs and flesh. They let out horrible wails, but the flames were like poison that they couldn't get rid of, and they spread quickly. The burning spiders were like monsters in the flames, struggling desperately. The spiders in front wanted to escape, but the spider swarm kept pushing them forward. The burning spider is like a devil in flames, rampaging through the spider group, and then passing the flames to more spiders. It only took a moment for the flames to ignite the entire depression. Isn't this a kind of passing on from generation to generation? Wait, human, Aragog wailed and begged, but Cyrus fell on deaf ears. Not to mention the fact that Acromantula also wanted to kill them, it was enough for Cyrus to kill them ruthlessly. What's more, the value of life is equal only in alchemy. In a person's eyes, the life of a spider is obviously not the same as the life of a human. The flames continued to burn, taking away the bodies and souls of the spiders. Their bodies turned into ashes in an instant, and only the red liquid flowed towards the sky, converging into a bloody river above the crucible. The entire depression seemed to have suddenly turned into a cemetery of death and a spring of life. The spiders who were not yet dead were avoiding the flames in fear, but all their escape routes had been blocked by Cyrus with the ultimate protection. He was the only one in the flames who was not contaminated at all. In the sea of hot fire, Cyrus's eyes were colder than winter. In an instant, all the acromantulas became sacrifices for him to refine the magic stone. Life can only be measured by lives, and in exchange for tens of thousands of lives, this time, the red liquid left in the crucible became thicker and thicker, looking like a large pot of plasma. The blazing fire caught Harry and Ron's attention. Harry looked back at the castle nervously, wondering if the professors in the castle would notice anything unusual here. Ron's mind was filled with worries. The firelight in the sky dimmed the stars. The dark night on the other side of the horizon seemed to be boiled by water and turned orange-red. Mr. Riddle had not returned yet. After going through so many things, Ron's legs seemed to float up and turned into a wisp of smoke, but his head was very heavy. But at this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the horror of the Forbidden Forest and his fear of spiders. "No, Harry, I have to find her," Ron said decisively. Mr. Riddle he didn't care, but Ginny, that was his sister. "Let's go." Harry ignored his physical exhaustion and didn't think that he had only escaped death for less than a few hours. He stood up with Ron without hesitation, took a deep breath, and looked determined. He took another step towards the Forbidden Forest. But before the two of them reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, they saw a small shadow emerging from the jungle. Ginny. Ron's heart beat suddenly, as if he suddenly regained his vitality. Only at this moment did he truly feel that he was standing on the ground, with solid ground under his feet. He rushed towards the shadow, tripping over himself in his haste and rolling around in the mud. But this did not stop him from moving forward, and he rolled and crawled at Cyrus's feet. "What, Dot, are you doing?" Cyrus didn't expect Ron to give such a gift as soon as they met, and looked at him in surprise. "Are you okay, Ginny?" Not even a single hair was hurt. Cyrus didn't correct Ron's title. He just reached out and shook his hair to show that he was fine. "Those spiders refused to let me go, thinking that they could drag me to death because of their large number. So I just took a moment and killed them all." He said the words so lightly that both Harry and Ron felt a little frightened, so much so that the two silly children suddenly realized that they were less worried about each other than the spiders. "Killed them all. I bet Hagrid will be very sad when he gets out of prison." "Sad? Maybe he won't be sad if those spiders eat us," Ron complained. "It's almost dawn, let's go back quickly. Otherwise, it would be bad if the professors catch us." Harry put the invisibility cloak on Ron and Cyrus cast the spell. After returning to Gryffindor Tower, they didn't go back to their rooms and simply rested on the sofa in the common room. Cyrus fed Harry and Ron a large bottle of vitality potion each to cheer them up. Harry also took advantage of the time when others had not gotten up to tell Cyrus his guess. "It was indeed Myrtle who was killed 50 years ago, but I'm afraid she doesn't have any clues, otherwise Hagrid's grievances would have been cleared long ago," Cyrus said apologetically. "Don't feel guilty. It's not your fault. Raising an acromantula in school is no better than raising another monster. Ron still has a lot of resentment towards Hagrid, but whoever encounters this kind of a situation could not have been more forgiving for him. No matter what, I still have to try. Harry didn't want to miss the slightest chance. We were in that bathroom at that time, only 3 toilets away from her, and we couldn't even ask her. Ron said distressedly. Now, these days, looking for spiders is enough for them. Want to avoid the teacher for a long time and sneak into the girls' bathroom. It's simply impossible. Professor McGonagall almost prohibits students from going to any place that is not related to dormitories, classrooms or auditoriums. Not to mention that the girls' bathroom is somewhere else, but right next door to the scene of the first attack. We can use the invisibility cloak to get there at night, like today, Harry said. It's different inside the castle and outside the castle. And you can't wear an invisibility cloak to communicate with Myrtle, and she will definitely not be happy about it. Cyrus said, she is too sensitive and will cry and fuss over the smallest things. It'll draw the professors in. You know what they say, Harry, the murderer always comes back to the scene of the crime, and by then we've got nothing to say. Harry and Ron groaned simultaneously. Of course, Cyrus had a way for them to avoid the professor's eyes and communicate with Myrtle, but it wasn't possible yet. He still had the last bit of preparation to complete. After sacrificing the lives of so many Acromantulas, the magic stone seems to have begun to take shape, but it will take some time for it to completely solidify. He will also look for opportunities to hide the unformed life in the crucible into the room of requirement, waiting for the moment of true transformation. And not for long. I'm afraid it won't be long before Tom takes action. Dumbledore stood on the edge of the Black Lake, looking at the ancient and huge castle shrouded in darkness from a distance. On the other side of the Forbidden Forest, the glimmer of morning light had slowly begun to drive away the darkness, and a faint mist shone in the forest. The sky is filled with darkness, but it will take some time to wait for the sky to be completely bright. Dumbledore was waiting. It has been more than a month since he left Hogwarts, so it's not like he has done nothing. These days, he first visited the school directors and tried to persuade them to cancel the previous proposal. This was much easier than he thought, because the reason why several school directors agreed to Malfoy's proposal was not because they really wanted to drive him away, but because they were threatened by Malfoy and were forced to sign. Now, Dumbledore has obtained the documents in advance from the school directors agreeing to his continued position as principal, but he has not disclosed this matter, nor has he returned to Hogwarts. He was waiting for an opportunity to avoid alerting the enemy. And he believes that this time will come soon. Even though he himself was not at Hogwarts, Dumbledore still had various ways to obtain information on the school. Not to mention that 3 of the 4 deans headed by Professor McGonagall were loyal to him. Even Snape had no reason to betray him and return to the embrace of the Dark Lord. Not to mention, in fact, the decision of the school board has no impact at all on the fact that he is the real headmaster, recognized by the castle of Hogwarts. It looked like he had been driven away, but in fact, the institutions, portraits, sculptures in the castle, were all loyal to him. What he said to Harry at that time, only when everyone here betrays me will I truly leave this school. He was not just referring to Harry alone. Now, Dumbledore is waiting for a signal. He believes that Tom Riddle's character will not give up, and the other party will definitely reveal his true face in the next attack. But before that, he still had one last preparation to make. He turned around, and the dawn light rose behind him, as if wrapped in a morning cloak. Ministry of Magic. When Fudge slowly came to work at the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore had been waiting in his office for a long time. Dumbledore. Fudge was startled, as if a primary school student was afraid of meeting his head teacher. Why are you here? He looked very uneasy and put his hat on the hanger very restrainedly. In the more than a month since Dumbledore disappeared, Fudge felt more at ease than ever before. There is no need to seek advice from the other party, all policies are decided by himself. To be honest, this is the first time since he took office for so long that he truly feels that he is the Minister of Magic. Before, he was more like Dumbledore's puppet. All this time has passed, and nothing seems to have gone wrong, right? Fudge didn't want to see Dumbledore come back. It would have been better for him without Dumbledore. Although it was Malfoy who drove away Dumbledore, Fudge himself was now the beneficiary. After seeing Dumbledore, he naturally felt a little guilty. I've come to get a few things, Fudge. I want Voldemort. Fudge's face paled a little, and he said tremblingly, "Don't mention that name, Dumbledore." Dumbledore said sternly, "I know that this name caused too much panic and death back then, but now, it is just a name. Fearing it will only intensify the fear itself, which does no good. I think we should talk about why you came here." Fudge skipped the topic with sweat on his forehead. Dumbledore could only continue. "I want to know, his wand should still be kept in the Ministry of Magic, right? No one came here to steal it, right? The Ministry of Magic has a special department that is used to keep the wands of some criminals. Many of the wands belonging to the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban are still in safe hands at the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic usually does not use broken wands as punishment for pure-blood wizards, because it is extremely easy for pure-blood wizards to get a new wand. Not everyone believes that the wand chooses the wizard. Yes, of course that person's wand is kept the most closely guarded, but I just want to confirm, Fudge. Also," Dumbledore blinked, "I also want to pick up something for another student in advance. It still takes some craftsmanship and steps to condense the Fountain of Life into the Philosopher's Stone, but once the biggest problem is solved, the rest is nothing." 2 days before the mandrake fully matured, the red Fountain of Life in the crucible finally condensed into a bright red, but slightly turbid-looking, irregular prismatic stone. It looks like a small red crystal or a ripe pomegranate fruit. It finally worked. Cyrus held the magic stone in surprise. The magic power contained in the stone was enough to refine endless elixirs, and it was even easier to turn stone into gold. He gave it a try and instantly turned a table into gold. It wasn't just the outside. Cyrus cut open the table and the inside turned to gold. Then, he extracted a bottle of blood-red potion from the Philosopher's Stone and drank it in one gulp. As the hot blood flowed into his throat, Cyrus clearly felt that the magic of life began to spread inside Ginny's body, filling in the part of her life that was missing before. The Philosopher's Stone is really finished. However, it is still a mystery whether the magic stone can create a living body. Voldemort tried to use the Philosopher's Stone, but it didn't work out. But Cyrus had no time to wait any longer. The afternoon before the mandrake matured, Harry and Ron found an opportunity to go to the bathroom. Cyrus did not want them to discover the location of the secret room at this juncture, let alone. "Hermione has something to say to you in the school doctor's office," he whispered, cast the disillusionment charm on himself, and held the Marauder's map tightly in his hand. By this time, his breathing was getting heavier. He knew it wasn't nervousness, but excitement. "Meg is patrolling on the 3rd floor. I need to make a noise to lure her there." Cyrus walked quickly in the castle, and when he turned the corner on the 5th floor, he met Lockhart, who was fiddling with his hair and walking back to the office. Then I saw Harry and Ron sneaking away from the Gryffindor team and turning into a path. "Would it be better if we took Mr. Riddle with us?" he heard Ron whisper to Harry. "I mean, he and Myrtle are students of the same era. Maybe Myrtle will open her heart a little more when she sees someone who has been through the same thing as herself." "But we are too late," Harry reminded. "Ginny is not in the same grade as us." "You're right," Ron said. "They didn't even have a chance to go back and get the invisibility cloak." Cyrus passed the two of them, and suddenly Harry paused and glanced back. He seemed to see a familiar shadow, and there seemed to be a strange feeling in his heart. It seemed that at this moment, he had just missed his fate. But there was nothing there, just a ray of sunlight shining in, and the dust beating softly in the empty corridor. "What's wrong?" Ron asked. "It's nothing, let's go." The two of them didn't dare to wait too long, but Cyrus turned the corner and deliberately made a noise, attracting Mag. "Potter, Weasley, what are you doing?" Professor McGonagall pursed her lips into a straight line and looked at the two of them sternly. "I heard where you seem to be going." We want, Ron stammered, "we want to go see Hermione," Harry said. Ron and Professor McGonagall both looked at him. "We haven't seen her for a long time, Professor." Harry stepped on Ron's foot and said in one breath, "We just wanted to sneak to the hospital and tell her that the mandrakes were about to grow and call her to not worry." Cyrus heard that Mag was so moved by the two of them that he almost cried. He moved on and lifted the disillusionment spell at the door of the bathroom. He looked up at the wall of the corridor. The writing he left last time was still there, as if no one in the entire castle could clean it up. This time, He needs to leave something new. Her bones will remain in the secret chamber forever. Cyrus walked into the bathroom. Are you here again? Myrtle happened to be in the bathroom today. She didn't look happy, tilting her head and staring at Ginny. She didn't like this little girl who was prettier than her. You can be quiet, Myrtle. Cyrus pointed the wand at her and raised it slightly, confused the audience. Myrtle immediately seemed not to see him, and got back into the toilet where she usually stayed. Cyrus walked quickly to the faucet that did not produce water, opened his mouth and spoke the language of snakes, and the secret room was opened. He walked through the long, slimy slide, walked through the muddy stone tunnel covered with rat carcasses, and opened the second door in snake language. In the process, Cyrus deliberately freed Ginny's soul. At this moment, the little girl was watching with tears in her eyes as Cyrus finished everything and finally stepped into the long, dimly lit room. She seemed to be a separated soul, like a player who couldn't control her character and could only passively watch everything Cyrus was willing to show her. A room with stone pillars carved with many entangled snakes. The stone pillars towered up to support the ceiling that melted into the darkness above, casting long and strange black shadows on the entire room that was filled with green and mysterious light. Even from a third-person perspective, Ginny still felt unusually frightened. But it was Cyrus himself who grieved her even more. Scammed. These 3 words flashed sadly through Ginny's mind. The truth is revealed, Mr. Riddle is the successor. Whether it was the attack 50 years ago or the attack now, it was all caused by him. What a shame that he actually followed me seriously to find the murderer. Presumably at that time, Mr. Riddle must be laughing at his own stupidity in his heart, right? You finally discovered it. Cyrus easily read Ginny's thoughts, and he slowly moved forward between the stone pillars coiled with giant snakes. Every step he took produced a hollow, loud echo among the ghostly walls. He had always had an expressionless face, or rather, Cyrus's expression had always been solemn, as if he was performing some terrible ritual. The empty eye sockets of rows of stone snakes on both sides seemed to have been watching him, like loyal and respectful courtiers. When he reached parallel with the last pair of stone pillars, a statue as tall as the room itself loomed before him, clinging to the dark wall behind. It was an old, monkey-like face, with a long sparse beard that almost reached the hem of the wizard's robe carved out of stone, and 2 large gray feet standing on the smooth floor of the room. This is the sculpture of Slytherin. Mr. Riddle, Ginny cried sadly. Now, she found that she had some control over her body. Although she couldn't control her actions, her facial expressions were fully displayed, revealing a crying face. Mr. Riddle, I thought we were friends. I don't deny that, Ginny. Cyrus seemed to be withdrawn from Ginny's body. The translucent silver threads separated from Ginny's body like a spray of mist, intertwining another form in front of her, Phantom. He looks handsome, gentle, and more attractive than any boy in the school. However, maybe the more such a person is, the more he knows how to make good use of his own advantages. I'm very grateful for your trust. If it weren't for you, I might still be in the diary. Cyrus was very happy in his heart, but when he saw Ginny's sad expression, he felt a little heavy. To be honest, he really regarded Ginny as a friend, and he had never thought of harming Ginny. If the Philosopher's Stone was not successfully refined, he would also put Ginny in the secret room and wait for Harry to come to rescue her, while he himself would leave with a body that has not yet been fully resurrected. Fortunately, with the magic stone, he can do more. But now, as a friend, he has to give this reckless little girl one last piece of advice. You lied to me, Ginny roared angrily, like a mad lioness. We believed you. We thought you would find the murderer with us. But you mean cheating. Cyrus showed a mysterious smile. We all grow up with secrets and lies, Ginny. He said softly. I believe that through this time, at least you should know that you should never trust a thoughtful thing. You should know that you should not open your heart to a magic item easily. Remember, keep the secrets to yourself and the lies, give others. Cyrus was like a gentle teacher, but the next moment his face changed. The premise is that you can survive today. Of course, he couldn't really kill Ginny. He just deliberately threatened Ginny so that Ginny could remember this lesson more deeply. This little lion was too reckless, and he was worried that Ginny would believe in anything with thoughts in the future. Ginny felt unusual pain, as if something was being pulled out of her body, from the inside of her blood vessels, from the depths of her bone marrow, from the most secret place in her heart. Her consciousness gradually became confused, and her vision began to become blurry. She could only see the shadow of Mr. Riddle, that was not so real at first. When I stayed with him, I found that the distance between the two people was getting farther and farther. There was only a vague and indifferent face and a heavy darkness. Wow! Her vision went dark, and her petite body fell forward. Cyrus took a step forward and caught Ginny before she fell to the ground. Then, he took out a turbid red crystal. The life force flows in the stone. The powerful magic power in the magic stone was completely released at this moment. The blood-colored magic power was like a dye, immediately dyeing the silver threads with its own color after touching them. Cyrus first placed the Philosopher's Stone on Ginny's chest. The power of the Philosopher's Stone restored Ginny's lost vitality during this period. Her pale face turned rosy by the magic of the magic stone, and her beautiful red hair was like a burning flame, full of vitality and vitality. She looked like she was sleeping peacefully at the moment, immersed in a sweet dream. Cyrus looked at her calm face and said, "Sorry," in his heart. Then, he raised his head and swallowed the magic stone as big as a baby's fist. The hot Philosopher's Stone became his heart, and every beat transmitted the power of life to every corner of his body. The gushing magic power intertwined into a dense network of blood vessels, condensing into bones and muscles. "He is resurrected." Cyrus greedily breathed the moist air in the secret room. To be honest, the smell here is not that pleasant. The air smells like it has been rotten for 1,000 years. But for Cyrus now, it's the smell of life itself. He enjoyed it for almost a minute, during which he did nothing, not even conjuring up a suitable piece of clothing for himself. But soon, he woke up from his intoxication. Those who have traveled 100 miles are half 90, and now is not the time to celebrate. He conjured a piece of clothing for himself, which was exactly the same as what Riddle wore in his memory 50 years ago, and then took out the Marauder's map from Ginny's pocket. On the map, the name Minerva McGonagall walked to the door of the bathroom, stayed briefly, and then left in a hurry. Cyrus imagined the stern female teacher's panicked expression after seeing the words on the wall. She panicked and helplessly spread the news to the ears of all professors and students, and then prepared to close the school. Maybe she'd even try to contact Dumbledore. But no matter what, Dumbledore's name has not yet appeared in the castle. When he thought of Dumbledore, Cyrus had a bad feeling in his heart. The old man put too much pressure on him, and Cyrus was always worried that something would happen. Fortunately, you can't go wrong with the Marauder's map. I remember that in the original book, Dumbledore returned to the castle during the time when Harry went to the Chamber of Secrets. Maybe I still have time to get the invisibility cloak. The power of Death's invisibility cloak seems to be a little worse than the other two Deathly Hallows, but it is still a treasure. What worries Cyrus even more is the legend: a person who possesses 3 Deathly Hallows is equivalent to controlling death. The only person who possesses these 3 treasures at the same time is Harry Potter in the original book. In fact, he did come back from the dead and return to reality from the King's Cross Station of the Soul. What if I also collected 3 Deathly Hallows? What a coincidence! Cyrus happened to know the location of these 3 sacred artifacts and also knew how to obtain them. Without much hesitation, he immediately turned around and spoke in Parseltongue to the statue of Slytherin. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 giants at Hogwarts." Slytherin's huge stone face moved, and its mouth opened wider and wider, eventually forming a huge black hole. Something moved in the statue's mouth. Something rustled upwards from the depths of the statue. A huge basilisk, with a green body and a bright light unique to poisonous snakes, with a body as thick as an oak tree trunk. It stretched its upper body high into the air, and its big flat head wandered randomly between the stone pillars, as if it was drunk. Finally, the basilisk slowly swam in front of Cyrus, waiting for his order. "Your size is a bit too big. It's better to be smaller." Cyrus pressed his wand against the basilisk's body and cast a superb shrinking spell. The huge basilisk immediately turned into a small snake only 1 finger thick under his magic power, and then followed his arm and hid in Cyrus' sleeve. Then Cyrus left the chamber. While walking in the corridor, Magna's voice, amplified many times by magic, began to echo in the castle. All students returned to their respective college dormitories immediately. All teachers returned to the staff lounge. Please act immediately. The students crowded out, and Cyrus disappeared into the crowd and followed everyone towards the tower in the corner of the 8th floor. The students were panic-stricken and uneasy. Fred, George, do you know what happened? Lee pushed aside the crowd, as if he was being carried forward by the waves. What else could it be? The twins shook their shoulders at the same time. Cyrus followed them into the Gryffindor Tower, where Percy and a prefect began to count people, mainly the girls. But the further he counted, the paler his face became. Ginny was gone. Cyrus walked into the men's dormitory with ease, found Harry Potter's bed, and quickly obtained the invisibility cloak. It's so easy that it almost feels a bit dreamy. He immediately put on his invisibility cloak and left the tower. The sky began to get dark. Cyrus passed by the mirror on the 5th floor, passed through the statue of the one-eyed witch on the 4th floor, walked out of the castle gate, and picked a few mandrake leaves as he passed by the greenhouse. Finally, he arrived near the Whomping Willow. From here you can see the castle and the Black Lake, and the castle seems to be glowing under the golden sunset. But this fire will soon dim and disappear, and eventually everything will be shrouded in darkness. Cyrus slowly walked in front of the Whomping Willow, and touched the scar with his wand before the Whomping Willow found him. The irritable willow tree immediately fell silent. In this way, Cyrus, wearing the invisibility cloak, leaned on the tree trunk, looking down at the traces of traffic on the Marauders' map with the last remaining fire of dusk. He saw teachers separating in the staff room and going to their own offices or colleges. Professor McGonagall took the 3 Weasleys to her office in the Gryffindor lounge. The principal's office was still empty, and Dumbledore's name had not yet appeared anywhere. Dumbledore wasn't back yet, but Harry and Ron were already taking action. They found Lockhart, and the 3 of them stayed in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom for a long time. Finally, Lockhart was forced to follow them to the bathroom. Then, their traces disappeared from the Marauders' map. Almost half an hour later, Dumbledore's name appeared in Professor McGonagall's office together with Molly Weasley and Arthur Weasley. Cyrus stood up suddenly, breathing a little faster. Dumbledore appears, just like in the original novel. He appears in the school, and the Whomping Willow is the furthest escape route from him. Hogwarts cannot disapparate, and Fawkes will be sent by him to help Harry. By the time Dumbledore realized something was wrong and came back to find him, Cyrus had already fled. It's time to leave. Goodbye, Dumbledore. The sun has completely set. A few not-so-bright stars shone in the dark blue sky. Cyrus grabbed the tree trunk with one hand and jumped lightly into the hidden cave under the willow tree. He walked for a long time, and the tunnel began to slope upward. After a while, after turning a corner, a little light came in, and he immediately knew that he was about to reach the exit. This is a messy, gray room. The wallpaper was peeling off, the floor was stained, the furniture was all broken, as if someone had smashed it, and the windows were all boarded up. The Shrieking Shack, the transformation place specially prepared for Lupin at Hogwarts, has been considered a terrifying haunted house by wizards for more than 10 years. In theory, it is the safest place. But that doesn't seem to be the case tonight. Cyrus's face turned pale under the invisibility cloak, and he looked in horror at the white-bearded old man standing by the window with the moonlight behind him. It's Dumbledore. But why is Dumbledore here? Single quote. Cyrus hurriedly lowered his head and glanced at the Marauders' map again. On the map, Dumbledore's name was still glaring in Professor McGonagall's office. Dumbledore, 2. Chapter 81. There are indeed 2 Dumbledores in this world. One is Albus Dumbledore, and the other is his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. The name that appeared in the principal's office at this moment was indeed Albus Dumbledore, and the one in front of him seemed to be Albus Dumbledore as well. Cyrus did not dare to act rashly. There was only one idea left in his mind. Did he find me? Still none. Single quote. Now he is wearing an invisibility cloak, which is one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Even the god of death himself cannot see through this invisibility cloak. In the original book, when Harry was hiding in the invisibility cloak, even Voldemort did not notice him. Maybe Dumbledore didn't notice him at all. Cyrus held on to the last bit of luck in his heart. But he soon learned why people said Albus Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard in the world. Good evening, Tom. Or are you afraid to show your true face to see me now? I have a lot to talk about old times with you. In addition, I also want to ask you if there is something about you that you don't, something that should be there. Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his half-moon lenses were staring at him. Please forgive me. I promised two very energetic students to help them get some things back. Of course there is also a cloak that was left to Harry by his father. I think it would be better to return it to him. What do you think? What? He looked very calm, as if he was not talking to a Dark Lord who had killed countless people, but to a student who had gone astray. Cyrus now clearly understood that he had been completely discovered. Although he was extremely flustered in his heart, on the surface he knew that he had to calm down. Dumbledore is not an omniscient god. The weaker he is now, the more powerful he needs to look. Only in this way can it be possible to frighten Dumbledore and find hope of escape. As for telling the truth to Dumbledore, Cyrus didn't expect him to believe Tom Riddle's lies. The moment Cyrus took off his cloak, Dumbledore's pupils immediately shrank. You look surprised. Did you never think that I would really come back to life? Cyrus raised the corners of his mouth with a teasing smile. You thought you had a chance to win, but you were wrong. Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley are dead at my hands. You could have stopped it, but you didn't. Dumbledore was silent. For almost a whole year, he did have too many opportunities to stop the trouble in advance, but he did not. The purpose was to test Harry Potter, hoping that he could grow up to have enough courage to fight against Voldemort. He knew that the child was carrying too much weight, so he must be allowed to grow. Did not expect. Before Dumbledore could feel self-blame, he realized something was wrong. According to the information he had, Harry should have entered the Chamber of Secrets not long ago. There was no chance of Harry and Tom Riddle meeting each other. How could Tom think that Harry was dead? Rely on that basilisk. But he left the Phoenix as a guarantee. The only possibility is that the other person is lying. Dumbledore was actually very familiar with the opponent's tactics. Tom in the past was also very good at using words to attack the opponent's heart and make them shake. Now he doesn't plan to continue communicating with Cyrus. For some people, no matter how much they talk, it is in vain. Dumbledore's wrist flicked suddenly, as if swinging a whip, and the air made a crisp sound that echoed in the shrieking shack. It was a golden spell. The light of the spell was more dazzling than the sun. When it shot towards Cyrus, it caused a huge cyclone and made the entire shack tremble. Cyrus's hair stood up in front of him, and he immediately transformed into a silver shield. The magic spell hit the shield, and it immediately made a violent sound, like a gong or drum after being struck violently, trembled, and then cracks appeared. Boom! The shield exploded. Cyrus was horrified to see that Dumbledore was really powerful beyond his imagination. On the other hand, there was also a reason why his magic power at this moment could not be compared with Voldemort in his heyday. You don't want my life, do you, Dumbledore? You don't bother to do such a cruel thing, right? Cyrus couldn't help but remind Dumbledore of his position at the moment, because for such a white person like Dumbledore, as far as the wizard is concerned, even if he really defeats himself, he may not be able to kill himself. Killing a person is cruel to them, but being imprisoned in Azkaban and being sentenced to death after due legal process becomes an act of justice. While Cyrus was fighting against Dumbledore, mainly passively resisting Dumbledore's attacks, he was thinking that at least Dumbledore's kindness gave him the last way out. But he didn't want to go to Azkaban. He cast several killing curses, but Dumbledore avoided them all. The green light fell on the wall of the shack, immediately leaving a scorched mark. Dumbledore glanced at the traces and pondered for a moment. He was a little surprised, not because the magic power of the death curse was too powerful, but actually on the contrary, the power of the magic curse was surprisingly small. It stands to reason that even if Tom Riddle's death curse hits a rock, it will break it immediately. Could it be said that Tom Riddle has no murderous intention? Dumbledore was almost frightened by the thought in his mind. If Tom Riddle didn't have murderous intentions, wouldn't it mean that Harry Potter would become the Dark Lord? He quickly forced himself to come to his senses, jerked his wand back, and waved it around like a whip. A thin and long flame burst out from the tip of the staff, and he suddenly seemed to turn into a cowboy, swinging the rope of the flame, intending to tie up Cyrus. Cyrus was also an expert at playing with fire, and he took away control of it. The match rope immediately turned into a big snake, puffing out its chest and bursting through the dilapidated hut. The fire immediately began to spread, and the big snake turned towards Dumbledore, making an angry hissing sound from its mouth. The snake reared up from the ground, ready to attack. At the same time, Cyrus's curse also pierced the wall of fire between the two of them and shot straight towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore immediately waved his wand widely, as if wrestling with a bull, and suddenly knocked down the big snake's head, blocking him from another incoming curse. Boom! The flame immediately bloomed and spread like a passionate flower. If anyone looks out the window of the principal's office, he will immediately be attracted by the firelight here. Cyrus took advantage of Dumbledore's vision being obscured by the flames and used apparition without hesitation. His body immediately spun as if it had been washed into a sewer, but then returned to the same place. Do you think I won't set an anti-apparition spell here in advance, Tom? Dumbledore strolled among the flames, and the flames avoided him as if they had seen something terrifying. A charred road was paved under his feet. It's time you surrendered. Azkaban would be a good place for you. I don't want to go to Azkaban at all, Dumbledore. Cyrus figured out Dumbledore's psychology, and he seemed to have great confidence at the moment. But it's no wonder that Cyrus's magic power at this moment is about the same as that of Voldemort when he just graduated, and is far behind Dumbledore who has the Elder Wand. This old man may have seen through his own strength the moment they fought. Now, taking advantage of Dumbledore's self-confidence may be the only possibility for him to escape. He simply stopped attacking and lowered his hands, which made Dumbledore couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What tricks are you trying to do again, Tom? His tone was very frivolous, and the atmosphere between the two people was not at all as tense as before. It was as if he was not facing an enemy who planned to kill each other, but a naughty but naive and ignorant person. Bad student. Cyrus took out the Marauder's map and rubbed his fingers on the empty parchment. This is indeed a very powerful magic item, isn't it? I solemnly swear that I will not do bad things. He picked up the wand and tapped it lightly on the parchment. Many words and pictures immediately appeared on the parchment. Dumbledore was attracted by his actions. His beautiful blue eyes were staring at the Marauder's map. He probably knew what the other party's doubts were. So, sometimes, we have to admit that young people always have more wonderful ideas and can do things that we cannot do. He said with a smile. But I have a question. Cyrus looked directly at Dumbledore. How did you manage to appear in the principal's office and in front of me at the same time? It's easy, Tom, you just need a little help. Dumbledore calmly took out a golden pendant from his robe. It was a ring-shaped thing with a small hourglass in the middle. Time turner. Now the truth is revealed. Dumbledore used a time turner so he could be in two places at the same time. As for how to accurately know which secret passage he would choose to leave through, I'm afraid it's not accidental. Dumbledore has the time and energy to try one by one. No matter which secret path Cyrus takes tonight, this old man who is good at planning will appear in front of him. Cyrus felt suddenly desperate. How can people play with this? His current body is indeed very talented. Perhaps Dumbledore is modest, but the other party does admit that Voldemort's power is greater than his own, and he also believes that Tom Riddle is the most talented student in the history of Hogwarts. But Cyrus is not Voldemort. He does have the talent, but he doesn't have the time. And what about his opponent? Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world, possesses the invincible Elder Wand, controls the right time and place, and is the spy of the other party everywhere, and now he holds the time turner. The strongest panel, the most sophisticated operation, and the unparalleled magical equipment. Cyrus didn't even know what he could do against Dumbledore. But he quickly calmed down. His eyes glanced at Dumbledore's feet, where a small snake only as thick as a finger was approaching Dumbledore. It was the basilisk. Cyrus made the basilisk take action when he picked up the Marauder's map. At that time, all Dumbledore's attention was on his hand, and he did not see an inconspicuous little snake coming from Cyrus, left under the wizard's robe. This is probably Cyrus's last chance. Even Dumbledore, as long as he is still human, can't resist the basilisk's magic. The little basilisk suddenly grew in size and swelled up, filling the entire room. Almost not a second was wasted. The moment it returned to its original form, two eyes bigger than the moon above its head were already looking at Dumbledore. The huge body of the basilisk suddenly blocked the line of sight between Cyrus and Dumbledore. Cyrus cast the flying spell without hesitation, turning into a plume of thick black smoke and flying towards the sky. He didn't care at all whether the basilisk had any effect on Dumbledore. In fact, the moment the basilisk appeared, Cyrus had already made the decision to sacrifice it. As long as it can be delayed for a little while, it has done its job. The moment Dumbledore saw the basilisk, he was extremely surprised. He thought Tom would leave the basilisk behind to deal with Harry, but he didn't expect that he would actually leave with the basilisk. In this way, the preparations he left for Harry, the phoenix, the sorting hat, would be useless. Thinking of this, he immediately closed his eyes and called the phoenix in his mind. A hot flame suddenly bloomed in front of the basilisk like a firework. The sharp claws of the phoenix protruding from the flames blinded the basilisk mercilessly. At the same time, Dumbledore stretched out his right hand holding the Elder Wand from a distance, holding it empty with his left hand, and his magic controlled Cyrus's body through the air. A simple floating spell, under his superb magic power, became the thread that trapped the kite. He grabbed Cyrus back from the sky in one fell swoop. Before Cyrus could fall to the ground in embarrassment, Dumbledore immediately added a restraining spell. Then, he made a rooster out of mud. The rooster immediately crowed in the process of being frightened. This crow made the blind basilisk completely crazy. It was festering all over, and the flesh and blood in its body seemed to be melting, turning into some kind of poisonous thick water that gave off a foul odor. However, its skeleton and snakeskin were well preserved. Green scales glowing with colorful light hung loosely on the winding snake bones, and disgusting thick water flowed from its empty eye sockets. Dumbledore avoided the foul smell and slowly walked up to Cyrus. "To be honest, Tom, you were a bit beyond my expectations tonight. I thought your strength would be stronger. It seems that you have only returned to the level you were in school," he said while taking it from Cyrus's arms. Out came a diary and a crown. Judging from today's competition, Cyrus's strength is at best only at the level of the Dean of Hogwarts, and may be comparable to Snape, who can use black magic at will. Of course, there are not many wizards who can reach this level, but compared with the strength of the Dark Lord more than 10 years ago, it is not worth mentioning. At least Dumbledore didn't expend much energy in subduing him. Cyrus was not worried or nervous at all now. Losing was normal. Who asked his opponent to be Dumbledore? The only person the Dark Lord feared. "If possible, I hope you don't call me Tom. In fact, I am not Tom Riddle." Although he could not move, Cyrus still smiled. "You can call me Cyrus." He didn't expect Dumbledore to believe that he was not Riddle himself. However, he was finally resurrected and gained a new life. How could he be willing to live under someone else's name? "Changing yourself a name will not change your situation," Dumbledore said expressionlessly. He looked at the two objects in his hand at the moment, and it was obvious that from that traces of magic were detected in the crown. Although the diary also has magical power in it, it does not seem to be a Horcrux. There is no soul of Voldemort in it. It is more like an ordinary pensieve with no other dangers. It seems that you relied on this thing to resurrect. The crown has been missing for nearly 1,000 years. I guess the relics of the other two founders were also made into Horcruxes by you, right? He stood up and looked at the crown that had shown signs of time. It was almost impossible to repair this thing. He planned to destroy the crown later. As for the diary, he didn't intend to leave it to Cyrus. "Soon, the Aurors will arrive and you will be escorted to Azkaban, but don't worry, none of us will kill you. I admit that just taking your life will not satisfy me. There are more ways to destroy someone." He waved his wand, trapping Cyrus tightly, took the wand away from his hand, then picked up the Marauder's map and took a look at it, then looked quietly at the sky. The flames had burned the shack completely, and now the moonlight was above their heads. Cyrus had no ability to resist at this moment, so he simply enjoyed the moonlight with Dumbledore. Even if he was free for only such a short moment, it was very precious to Cyrus. The weather is very clear today, but the moon is missing a large piece and is not a full moon. Even if it is, Cyrus is not a Saiyan and cannot transform into a gorilla during the full moon. But, maybe not necessarily, it just takes a little time. Cyrus pursed his lips. Dumbledore stood for a while and found that the man on the Marauder's map had left the office and disappeared in a deserted place. He knew immediately that he had taken action, and now he could return to normal time to fill the void of the moment he disappeared. "It's time to go, Tom." Cyrus said nothing and allowed Dumbledore to use magic to lead him away. The Weasley family anxiously paced back and forth in the principal's office. When they heard that their daughter had been taken away by the heir, and now her life or death was uncertain, Molly and Arthur felt as if the sky was falling. Fortunately, Dumbledore came back in the end, but he didn't stay long before leaving again. The only thing that keeps them calm now is what Dumbledore said before: "If nothing goes wrong, I believe that Miss Weasley will not have any accidents." Maybe this is just a word of relief, but after all, it was said by Dumbledore, and there is a high probability that it will become reality. Sure enough, after a while, the door was pushed open. Harry, Ron, Ginny and a slightly silly-looking Lockhart were standing at the door. They looked a little dirty, but they seemed uninjured, especially Ginny, who looked surprisingly good and looked healthier than at any time in the past 2 semesters. The only thing that made her look a little pitiful was that she seemed to have cried. For a moment, there was silence everywhere. Suddenly, a scream. Ginny. It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been sitting in front of the fire crying. She jumped up, followed by Mr. Weasley, who both threw their arms around their baby girl. Then, this woman full of maternal love hugged Harry and Ron tightly. "You saved her. You saved her. What did you do?" "To be honest, it's not really a rescue. Ginny is fine." Harry recalled the experience after he and Ron entered the Chamber of Secrets. He thought he was facing a terrifying monster, but there was nothing there. Even the identity of the successor was told by Ginny after she woke up. He looked inside the office and found that there was still no sign of Dumbledore. He thought that Dumbledore had not returned to school until now. But Professor McGonagall is here. So he told everything about what happened, including the Mr. Riddle, who had been acting with them throughout the semester. But their memories could not recall what Mr. Riddle was lodged in. "The only thing I know is that it is a thinking thing." Apparently Riddle modified their memories, McGonagall said weakly with a sigh. "Ginny," said Mr. Weasley, dumbfounded. "Didn't I teach you? What have I always told you? Never trust anything that can think for itself unless you see it hidden somewhere. Why didn't you show that thing to me or your mother? A suspicious thing like that is obviously full of dark magic." I don't know, I forgot." Ginny was still crying sadly, "and, I think, Mr. Riddle might not really be that bad. In fact, he didn't hurt me." "You're still speaking for him," Ron said angrily. Finally, McGonagall broke their conversation on this topic and asked instead, "So, where did Mr. Riddle go?" "I don't know, Professor, none of us saw him." Ginny said that the other party claimed to kill her, but actually didn't do it. Harry was also confused about this, which is why Ginny always believed that Riddle, sir, is not really a bad person. "Mr. Riddle has been arrested." At this time, Dumbledore opened the door and walked in briskly. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. "I found his escape route, had a duel with him, and defeated him. I happened to meet the Aurors coming at the school gate, and let them take him away. I believe he will be there for a long time. I will spend some time in Azkaban," Dumbledore said as he looked Ginny up and down. "Miss Weasley looks good, but it's best to go to the school infirmary for a checkup. In addition, I have a few things here that I want to return to their original owners." Dumbledore took out the Marauders map from his robe and gave it to He picked up the twins, returned the cloak to Harry, and finally handed the diary to Ginny. "Sir, what is this?" Arthur asked nervously. "It belongs to Riddle, an object similar to a pensieve. I think Riddle should make some compensation for what happened to Miss Weasley." "Don't worry, this thing is harmless," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Professor," Harry said hesitantly, "Professor, is it possible that Mr. Riddle is actually not a very bad person?" "Harry, why did you even say that?" Ron looked at him in shock. "Did you forget about Hermione? Did you forget that he wanted to put Ginny in danger?" "But the basilisk didn't actually kill anyone, right?" Harry said. "Maybe he was avoiding killing people." "It's an interesting guess, Harry. I believe it's because of your own kindness," Dumbledore said happily. "What kind of person a person is will subconsciously assume that others are the same. But regarding Riddle's inference, you'd be dead wrong." He seemed to sigh a very long breath, and the whole office was waiting for his next words. "I don't know how he confuses you. He has always been good at confusing people. In fact, I personally taught him 50 years ago at Hogwarts. He is probably the most outstanding person in the history of Hogwarts, student. He disappeared after leaving school, traveled around, traveling to all corners of the world, falling deeper and deeper into the quagmire of black magic, hanging out with the most evil guys in the wizarding world, and going through many dangerous magical transformations. At that time, it's already hard to recognize him. Later he changed his identity, and we were all familiar with it. He glanced at everyone and said the name heavily. Yes, Tom Riddle is Voldemort. Time in the office seemed to be frozen all of a sudden. Harry never imagined that he was saying nice things to the other person just now, but in fact, that person actually killed his parents with his own hands 11 years ago. Fudge is very busy these days, but at least there is good news, that is, the heir who caused trouble during this period has finally been caught. In fact, that person has been arrested for almost half a month, but all the court procedures were just completed today. A man named Tom Riddle. However, Fudge thought this was somewhat ridiculous, because according to the situation Dumbledore explained to him, this Tom Riddle seemed to have been 50 years ago. And this morning, he took a look at that heinous criminal before he was taken to Azkaban. Unexpectedly, that man didn't look fierce at all. If anything, Fudge felt that he was quite talented, and he was clearly still a student. How could he be from 50 years ago? But he looked through the roster of graduates at Hogwarts over the years, and indeed found a man named Tom Riddle, 50 years ago, but there is currently no evidence to show that the arrested boy is Tom Riddle. The other party neither complained about injustice nor admitted anything he had done. In fact, the boy didn't want to say a word other than insisting that his name was Sellers. And he kept smiling at Dumbledore during the trial. Even Dumbledore himself was a little confused. But no matter what, the boy was already on his way to Azkaban. It no longer matters whether the successor is him or not. All the people want is a result, regardless of whether it is right or wrong. Even if it is wrong, Dumbledore endorses it, so what does it have to do with him, Cornelius Fudge? He returned to his office, and as soon as he sat down, Umbridge knocked on the door and said sweetly, "Mr. Minister, you have a new appointment." Appointment? Fudge was upset. He didn't remember any important meeting today. It's Lucius Malfoy. Umbridge held the doorknob with one hand and pressed the other hand on the door frame. Her voice was sharper than before, and her words were full of financial hints. Fudge knew immediately that his fortune was coming. Let him in. Umbridge smiled as if her throat was being strangled and closed the door. Then, a man with long white hair and a somewhat pretentious look holding an aristocratic silver crutch walked in with his head held high. "Long time no see, Mr. Malfoy. I think you came here because of the curse that threatened other school directors. Let me tell you, this matter is really not that easy to handle. They all want to make you suffer now. Woolen cloth." As soon as Fudge saw Malfoy, he immediately put on a distressed look, like a shrewd businessman. "I have concerns about this, sir." Malfoy walked straight to Fudge's table and slammed a full bag in front of Fudge. "But I want to know more. That Tom Riddle," he seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage to say this name. After a pause for a few seconds, he continued, "Did he really be caught and sent to Azkaban?" Fudge almost threw himself on the big bag of gold galleons, beaming with joy. "Dumbledore caught him personally. Is that still false? Mr. Malfoy, we all believe that the so-called threat was just a little joke. It would be absurd for anyone to convict you of this. But Hogwarts, I have no way to intervene in the internal decisions of the school board." Fudge quickly put away the large bag of gold galleons, as if he was afraid that Malfoy would regret it. "Thank you very much. I'll take my leave now." Malfoy's expression was gloomy and he knocked the cane in his hand on the ground with a crackling sound. He walked to the door, put his palm on the handle, stopped suddenly, and turned half of his body. "I wonder if I have the right to see Mr. Tom Riddle." "In principle, it's not possible. Let me tell you, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore actually suspects that you are related to Riddle," Fudge said, a little embarrassed. Hearing this, Malfoy did not hesitate and immediately threw out a large sum of galleons. Fudge took a deep breath and rubbed his fat hands together uncontrollably. "I heard that Mrs. Malfoy has 2 relatives in Azkaban. Why don't you go and visit them?" "I don't think anyone has. I don't agree with the qualifications. Thank you, Lord Minister, for your advice." Malfoy closed the door with a bang. After walking out of the Ministry of Magic, Narcissa had been waiting anxiously outside for a long time. When she saw Malfoy coming out, She hurriedly went up to him, took Malfoy's arm, and whispered into her ear, "Is the news true? That person really?" "It's true, but no one knows whether he was really imprisoned or did it on purpose. I heard that he kept smiling during the trial. Maybe he was planning to rescue those Death Eaters." Lucius, this is what Malfoy couldn't figure out. "You go back and write a visitation application, and we go to see Sirius Black. Let's say that he is plotting against the Black family's property." Narcissa nodded stiffly. Cyrus faced the floor, his hands were fastened behind his back by magic, his legs were bent, and his originally meticulous black hair fell down, blocking his sight. The prison car kept moving forward. He didn't know how long it took before he heard thunder coming from outside. At the same time, the temperature in the air began to drop. Cyrus immediately realized that he was now close to Azkaban. Azkaban is located in the North Sea, and the temperature here is indeed lower than other places, but it is June after all, so it is not too cold. The only explanation is that there are a large number of Soul Eaters gathered here. Soul Eaters have the ability to change the climate. 1 or 2 Soul Eaters can lower the temperature of an area. If a large number of Soul Eaters gather together, they will form a dark world with no daylight. However, if the plan goes well, then he doesn't care about the guards of Azkaban. The hair on his forehead was shaking. Suddenly, a hair fell down and turned into a green leaf in front of his eyes. Cyrus quickly raised his chin to catch the blade and put it in his mouth. These are the leaves of mandrake. Cyrus just picked a few pieces thinking they might be useful. Unexpectedly, they have become his life-saving straw now. Half a month ago, the night he was caught by Dumbledore, he had already thought about how to escape from Azkaban. Becoming an animagus is the best way. It wasn't easy to do, but it was his last resort, and today was a full moon. To complete the animagus transformation, he needed several other materials. He was betting that Lucius Malfoy would definitely come to Azkaban to visit him after he found out that he was in prison. He won the bet. "Your journey has come to an end, Tom Riddle." The prison carriage pulled by the Thestral suddenly stopped. The wind outside the carriage was like the roar of a huge machine, which made the Auror driving the carriage have to shout at the top of his lungs. But without the other party's reminder, Cyrus himself could clearly detect the difference here. The temperature in the air had reached freezing point, and the cold was like a steel needle piercing into his skin, bone marrow, and even soul. When the curtain in front of the prison van was lifted, the biting chill became even more unbridled. The restraining magic on Cyrus' body was partially released, but his hands were still tightly locked, and his whole body was hit hard on the floor of the prison car. The Auror reached out and grabbed his shoulders, lifting him up. This was a very muscular Auror with gray hair and no smile at all. But in a place like this, even the most optimistic person might not be able to laugh. Sellers learned the other party's name, John Deluxe, when he was being put into the prison van. "Get down." Delis pulled Cyrus out of the prison car without ceremony. Cyrus suddenly felt even colder. The wind was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand. It was as if there were hundreds of snakes hiding in the wind and they were all using the shadow blade. The wind hurt like a knife. But Cyrus almost ignored the temperature here, and was attracted by the terrifying sight in front of him. Even Voldemort's memory almost never showed the appearance of Azkaban. Cyrus's impression of Azkaban only came from fragments of novels in his previous life. But when you are on the scene, this feeling becomes more obvious. What came into view was a huge black vortex. The strong wind seemed to sweep away the dark clouds from the entire world. The sky became very heavy and low, and seemed to be connected to the gray square tower. Cyrus's pupils shrank. There are almost no days or nights in Azkaban, let alone seeing the moonlight here. He suddenly felt very desperate. If he wanted to become an animagus, he could not do without the moonlight. First, he needs to hold a mandrake leaf in his mouth for a full month, and this must be from one full moon to the second full moon. Sellers deliberately remained silent during the trial in order to delay the trial and wait for the full moon. The first step is just a time requirement, but the second step is inseparable from the magic of moonlight. On the second full moon, he would put the leaves soaked in his saliva into a small transparent bottle and let it receive pure moonlight. But there is no moonlight in Azkaban. In this way, even if he has superb magic power and can use his fingers instead of wands, what is the use of letting Lucius secretly deliver dew in the pupae of the demon-faced Hawkmoth? A sense of powerlessness began to sprout from his heart, and it grew rapidly, turning into despair and spreading quickly. He felt like a pitiful and weak candle looming in the endless storm. The tiny flame of hope was fragile and would be extinguished in an instant. His body was shivering with cold, as if he had fallen into a sea of ice. "Go inside quickly." Deliz's cold and powerful roar suddenly pulled Cyrus out of despair. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It was just that there was no moonlight in Azkaban. There was no solution. Although it was a little more troublesome, it was not to the point where he suddenly fell into despair. While being pointed by Deliz with his wand towards the Grey Tower, he raised his head. The Soul Eaters floated in the air, like sharks hovering around their prey, greedily tasting the not too many positive emotions in Cyrus's heart. It was this thing that sucked away the hope in Cyrus's heart just now, making him suddenly become negative and not want to think about anything. Now that he is awake, he is used to these monsters disturbing him from a distance. Deliz seemed to be very disgusted and afraid of these monsters. He didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. He just waited to send Cyrus to the prison and immediately left this frightening place. There are no Aurors stationed in Azkaban now. The Aurors are only responsible for escorting prisoners. To be honest, this is a good thing for Cyrus. The black water laps against the even darker rocks, and the only thing on the island that is pure and flawless is probably the messy tombs that are clustered together but look lonely. It is indeed the fifth house of Hogwarts. It is really magnificent. Cyrus and Deliz walked through the tomb, and Deliz was not interested in Cyrus' little humor at all. It would be news if Cyrus made other inmates laugh. Entering the Grey Tower, you were greeted by an unbearable stench. It was obvious that no one had ever taken care of it, and the feeling couldn't be compared to 100 Snape's greasers piled together. Stepping into the gate of the tower, the prisoners wearing black and white striped prison uniforms were all unkempt and lying on the ground as if they were dead. There was no welcome ceremony for Cyrus, the newly admitted junior. In fact, they have no interest in anything. You want me to say that they are really cold, right? Cyrus turned to Deliz and said, "How come I heard that the people in Azkaban are very nice to talk to and that they are all talents? I thought there should be at least one for the welcome party. Get a chair and a hat and put it at the door and chant, 'Cyrus, Azkaban,' and then some applause." He didn't expect Deliz to answer him, but in fact, the corner of the big man's mouth curved slightly, revealing a cruel smile. "Nice talk. I didn't expect you to be crazy before you even went to jail. When you see those prisoners who are sentenced to life imprisonment like you will know how nice they talk. These desperate prisoners have actually been in Azkaban for a relatively short time, and their sentences may only be a few months. Just like the big guy who left here not long ago, he was in this state at the time. But what about those who have been here for decades? It's hard to imagine their mental state." Cyrus soon understood what he meant. As they go deeper and deeper, the prisoners inside the prison become more and more abnormal. If the prisoners at the front just lost their happiness, as if they had turned on Nettie's Cloud at 12 o'clock in the morning and were completely emo, then the deeper parts of the prison were completely a lunatic asylum. The prisoners here may be said to be full of energy. They are all lying on the ground with their wrists bound, rolling their eyes from time to time, twitching like they are suffering from epilepsy, and making unexplained howls from their mouths. The long-term mental torture made their faces haggard and their bodies haggard. Almost all he saw along the way were Death Eaters who had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. The depths of Azkaban were almost surrounded by Death Eaters. Those who knew it thought that this is a prison. If you don't know better, you might think that the Death Eaters are holding a department team building here. Their eye sockets were sunken deeply, as if a skeleton had been covered with human skin. Cyrus also saw Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband Rodolphus Lestrange, as well as the third member of the family, Rabastan Lestrange. In addition, there are Antonin Dolokhov, Mulcerbo. They were all named Death Eaters, some of whom were very old. They were all those who had followed Voldemort when he was in school. Logically speaking, these people have met Tom Riddle. But when Cyrus passed the Death Eaters, none of the madmen noticed him. No one discovered that this new prisoner was actually their master, who disappeared 11 years ago. They all opened their eyes, but what they saw was no longer what was in front of them. They could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion. What appeared in front of them was the most painful illusion in their lives. It won't be long before you're just like them. Delis roughly pushed Cyrus into the cell and locked it. Cyrus walked into the prison with his head held high, and watched Delis leave through the iron bars. He first took a deep breath, as if he had released all the heavy burdens, and then put on a relaxed face. You were wrong, we are different. How could Azkaban trap me? There was still a bright candlelight shining in his black pupils. Delis didn't hear Cyrus's whisper, quickly walked out of the grey prison, drove the carriage and left. He didn't want to stay in a place like Azkaban for a moment. As soon as the prison cart pulled by the Pegasus Yechi left, the wandering Soul Eaters couldn't hold it any longer. They had already absorbed most of the happiness of the other prisoners in the prison. At this moment, they were very hungry and eager to taste Cyrus' plate of fresh desserts. A soul that has not been exposed to Soul Eaters is more attractive to them than anything else. In comparison, the emotions of other prisoners in the prison are as disgusting as dead fish that have been rotting for hundreds of years. Dementors are some of the ugliest things in the world. They haunt the darkest, filthiest places, they live in decay and despair, and they suck peace, hope, and joy out of the air around them. They were covered in tattered, black robes, and underneath the robes seemed to be dense bones, but they had no faces. Now, hundreds of Soul Eaters are rushing into the Grey Tower like crazy, fearing that they will completely miss out on the delicious food if they are too late. In the small space of the prison, they crowded each other and emitted cold breath, which caused incomparable pain to the prisoners who were not their targets. All the good feelings and all the happy memories were taken away by them, and layers of illusory shadows were pulled out from their bodies. The prisoners immediately began to tremble violently, their eyes stared as if they were about to fall out of their sockets, and their faces were as pale as the tombs on the island. Normally, the Soul Eaters would not let go of a little bit of happiness, but it was different now. Their shadows quickly shuttled through the passages in the tower, and soon reached the deepest part of the prison. Now, those who had almost the crazy Death Eaters fell silent for a moment. The sudden drop in temperature announced the arrival of the Soul Eater. Everyone couldn't help but huddled in the corner and opened their mouths numbly. There was only one exception, Sirius Black. Listening to the group of Death Eaters wailing under the attack of the Soul Eater was the only thing that made him happy in the past 11 years. It's a pity that his range of actions is limited and he can't see the miserable appearance of those hateful guys. Of course, he could escape punishment if he turned into an animal. Chains couldn't lock a dog's paws, and iron bars couldn't stop a dog's body. Even the Soul Eater wasn't interested in the emotions of animals at all. It's just that Sirius is willing to come to this hell, not to avoid punishment, but to atone for his sins. He only used the power of Animagus a few times in the most desperate times, and the rest of the time he relied on his strong will to resist. Now, he wanted to see how long the new friend could last under the attack of the Soul Eater before losing consciousness. He saw rows of Soul Eaters passing by in front of him. With the scent of new baits, the Soul Eaters almost turned a deaf ear to other prisoners. But even so, it's enough for a pot. Not to mention directly facing so many Soul Eaters. It is too easy for these guys to kill a person. It is just a forced compromise for long-term food. He has no sympathy at all in his heart. He will enter Azkaban anyway, and he will be imprisoned for life. There is a high probability that he will not be a good person. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear the expected wailing. You didn't just faint, did you? Sirius suddenly felt a little disappointed. The new guy didn't make any movement at all. He probably just passed out. But the next moment, he saw the most surprising scene in his life. The Soul Eaters who were still rushing forward suddenly became panicked. The Soul Eaters behind did not know what was happening and were still moving forward, but the Soul Eaters in front, the monster started to run away as if he had encountered something terrifying. So the prison corridors were completely blocked. Sirius had never seen the Soul Eater look so frightened and confused. It was like a wizard meeting Voldemort or an acromantula meeting a basilisk. He wanted to know what happened to make these guards so frightened. He curiously walked to the iron fence and pressed his thin face against the iron fence. The bone-chilling cold hit him instantly, and everything was frozen. His palms were almost frozen to the iron railing, but he didn't care at all, as if the pain at the moment was fake. Then, he saw a group of silver light from the corner of his eyes. It was an amorphous light, like the moon shining on the clouds, like the wet morning mist diffused in the forest on an autumn morning. A lot of joy suddenly welled up in Sirius's heart. He thought of the happy times he had spent at Hogwarts. Of course, he had done a lot of bad things with James, but apart from being harsh to Snape, it was nothing serious. He thought of every in autumn, there would always be mist on the Black Lake. In winter, the entire lake would be frozen, and they would skate on it. He remembered that every moonlit night, 4 animals would be happy together in the castle. Wandering. Then, his eyes became moist. How long had it been since he had recalled these happy memories? Because behind these happiness there is always pain, betrayal, hatred, sadness and self-blame. When he came back from his happy memories, all the soul eaters in Azkaban were gone, and his body was warm. Patronus charm, he said blankly. Yes, this is a patron saint. Cyrus did not know when he stood in front of Sirius' cell. Looking at the man with tears in his eyes and a look of desolation on his face, he said softly. Sirius Black, the craziest Death Eater under the Dark Lord, betrayed his closest friend James Potter, and used evil black magic to kill Peter Pettigrew and 13 muggles. Who are you? Sirius raised his head. He did not relax his vigilance just because Cyrus released a Patronus curse. On the contrary, it was obviously not a good thing to have such a wizard in Azkaban. There is no need to defend yourself. If he had wanted to say it, he would have told the truth 11 years ago. Even though Pettigrew was dead and had no evidence to prove it, at least Dumbledore might have trusted him. But what's the point? James Potter and Lily Potter will not survive this, not to mention that if they are not smart, they will not cause tragedy. There seems to be nothing wrong in saying that they are the murderers. Who am I? They call me Tom Riddle, but I'd rather you call me Cyrus. Cyrus also wore the same black and white striped prison uniform as Sirius, but this one looked much more energetic on him. He doesn't look like a prisoner at all, but like the warden in charge of Azkaban. I know who you are, Sirius. Ha! Sirius sat down on the ground as if he had heard some funny joke, and said mockingly, every wizard in the UK knows me, the craziest minion of the Dark Lord. I know you are not. Cyrus lowered his voice, you have never betrayed your friends, have you? Peter Pettigrew is the traitor. You did not refute the accusations of others during the trial because it was because you want to atone for your sins in Azkaban, don't you? Sirius's eyes, which had been numb and cloudy, became bright for the first time. Who are you anyway? Who told you this? It's not important. I can tell you a secret, but you have to do something for me. Don't worry, it's easy and no one will get hurt. Cyrus looked into Sirius's eyes calmly, said softly. I don't care what secrets you have. Sirius refused without hesitation. He didn't want to hang out with a prisoner who didn't know the details. Who knew who he was and what his ulterior motives were. He dragged his heavy anklets away from the cell door and retreated into the darkness. Are you willing to perish here instead of deciding to leave here and make some compensation for that poor child? Don't forget that you are the godfather of that child. You can give him a real home and you can become a family. Harry, the family. When he mentioned this name, Sirius became bright like stars in the night sky, but soon dimmed again. He was discouraged. What can I do for that child? Do you think he will be willing to follow someone who killed his parents? It would have been better without me. Hagrid took him to Lily's relatives and they would raise him. That's just because you don't know his situation. Harry's life at his aunt's house is probably no better than yours. Cyrus shook his head. The closet where he sleeps is not half as big as your cell. Not to mention, he is in danger now, and the mysterious man has already targeted him. Quote, mysterious man, he has been defeated. Sirius rushed out of the darkness and held on to the iron bars tightly. Yes, but not dead. Cyrus looked him directly in the eyes. Actually, he came back the year before last. In order to resurrect him, he tried to get the Sorcerer's Stone, but Harry stopped him. He was a brave child. No, but how many times can he stop the mysterious man? And if you really feel guilty and blame yourself for what happened back then you should leave here and do what you should do. You can protect him from being harmed by Peter Pettigrew. He's dead, already dead. I drove him to a dead end. Sirius went crazy as soon as he heard the name of the dirty betrayer. He grinned like a crazy dog. He blew himself up into ashes, leaving only a little finger. Really, you think so? Did you see his body? Cyrus asked softly. In fact, this was not very convincing. Sirius believed that Peter's body was blown up by black magic. Since it had been blown up, it was normal that there was no body. However, Cyrus' confident tone still made him waver. Do you think a cowardly person like him would be willing to sacrifice his life? Sirius seemed to have been hit hard, and he took a step back, trying hard to recall all the details of that year. But he soon discovered that he could find no evidence to prove that Peter Pettigrew was indeed dead. If he is still alive, how could he not show up for so long? Because he is still afraid. Think about it, he told the mysterious man the location of the child. What happened? The mysterious man disappeared. What would those Death Eaters think? Cyrus looked at Sirius, moved away and looked around at the other prisoners in Azkaban. Sirius quickly understood what he meant. Those who had lost power because of you-know-who's downfall would not let Peter Pettigrew go. Even now, most of the Death Eaters have gone to prison, and the rest may not really be willing for the return of the mysterious man, but if they can kill Pettigrew, at least when the mysterious man returns, they can give him an explanation. You know where he is, don't you? Sirius glared at Cyrus. You know where Peter Pettigrew is. Tell me. Let me kill this traitor. Tell me. He roared so loudly that it even woke up the other Death Eaters who were in a state of numbness. They didn't hear clearly what Cyrus and Sirius said, but they heard Sirius's final roar. Peter Pettigrew, who killed the Dark Lord, is still alive. This guy who made them suffer so much in this hell is still alive. Boom, boom. Bella hit the iron railing hard with her head. Let me kill him. Let me go. Her eyes revealed cruel killing intent. She was not seeking freedom, or even escaping from this painful place, but to avenge her master. This is a woman who is loyal to the Dark Lord. In her heart, Voldemort's status has long surpassed that of her own husband, family, and even herself. If Cyrus revealed his identity to her, I'm afraid she would immediately sacrifice her body and soul. And she is also very capable and can do many things for Cyrus. But Cyrus didn't even take his eyes off her. Bella may be very useful, but he can't use it yet. Don't think that he is very powerful just because he drove away hundreds of Soul Eaters at once. In fact, this was because of the internal structure of Azkaban, so he only faced a few Soul Eaters at one time. If he left this prison, the Soul Eaters would come from all directions. He didn't even have a wand in his hand, so how could he possibly deal with them? In this situation, only Sirius, who could move in and out of Azkaban freely, could help him. I can tell you where Peter Pettigrew is, but I want you to do me a favor. Cyrus put his hand through the gap in the iron fence and stopped in front of Sirius. You must make an unbreakable vow. Cyrus was worried that once Sirius left here, he might have a way to know his identity, and then he might immediately regret it. He hated you-know-who no less than Peter Pettigrew. Unbreakable oath. Then you must find at least one witness. It's not necessary for me. Cyrus took his grubby hands. Really, where's your wand? No need for a wand. Cyrus stretched out the fingers of his right hand and touched the left hand that he and Sirius held. Sirius Black, I will tell you about Peter Pettigrew. Can you do one thing for me immediately after you leave Azkaban? I want you to help me from Lucius Malfoy. Bring back a few things. Lucius Malfoy. Sirius frowned and hesitated a little. Would someone who was related to the Malfoy family be a good person? Are you willing? Cyrus continued to press. You must guarantee that no one will be hurt by this, let alone hurt anyone. Can you guarantee it? Sirius turned his back and looked at Cyrus with a burning gaze. Contrary to his expectations, Cyrus agreed easily. I promise that what I asked you to do will not cause harm to anyone under your subjective will. A thin, dazzling tongue of fire spurted out from Cyrus's fingertips, like a red and hot metal wire, wrapped around their clasped hands. Then I agree, Sirius said impatiently. The second curse seal also locked their arms tightly like a branding iron. Can you guarantee that all the information you gave me about Peter Pettigrew is true? Sirius immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. I promise. Cyrus nodded and said the next oath. You must promise not to reveal information about me to anyone before you complete my mission, and not to ask anyone about me. I would like to. Patronus charm. Tom can actually use the Patronus charm. Dumbledore sat in his office, putting down the letter in his hand, with a surprised expression on his face. This letter was sent to him by Fudge from the Ministry of Magic, which had a department dedicated to communicating with Soul Eaters. A few days ago, the leader of the Soul Eaters, who was driven away by Cyrus with the Patronus charm, contacted the Ministry of Magic and asked them why they allowed prisoners to enter Azkaban with wands. To this end, the Ministry of Magic specially conducted a second inspection on Cyrus, and only then confirmed that the young-looking wizard could cast some spells without a wand. Looking at it this way, the young man looks more like the descendant of the Great Wizard, the successor of Slytherin, than before. Because Dumbledore paid special attention to Cyrus, Fudge immediately wrote a letter to Dumbledore. At the same time, this smooth guy was also worried that Cyrus might use this method to escape from Azkaban, so he was abnormal. Worrying, even Malfoy's previous application had been pushed back several times. Fudge wrote this letter to ask Dumbledore to strengthen the magical confinement of Cyrus. Even if the other party left the prison, he would not be able to deal with a large number of Soul Eaters, but if those guys could not enter the prison, they would not be able to deal with it. Will feel dissatisfied. For Dumbledore, throughout the school year, Tom Riddle gave him a very strong sense of weirdness. If Tom didn't choose to kill the students who were attacked directly at the beginning because he was worried about his immediate demise, many things that followed were difficult to explain. The other party could have killed Ginny Weasley, but he didn't, and the killing curse he fired that night had almost no power. Now, Tom Riddle has cast a Patronus without a wand inside the prison. This is not an ordinary curse. Voldemort, who does not understand love and many other positive emotions, may be able to feel happiness, but he will never feel happiness. Thinking that the other party had always emphasized that his name was Cyrus, Dumbledore doubted his own judgment for the first time. Isn't he really Tom Riddle? But no matter which possibility it was really necessary for him to go to Azkaban himself and cast a powerful anti-locking spell on the opponent's shackles. It would be better to add some other magical restraints. It just so happened that school was on holiday now. Without any delay, Dumbledore grabbed a handful of flow powder and got into the fireplace. The British Ministry of Magic. Green flames suddenly ignited, and in an instant Dumbledore was brought to the hall of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge had been waiting for a long time. "You're here, Dumbledore." He hurried up to meet them and said slightly nervously, "Let's leave immediately, otherwise we don't know what trouble those Soul Eaters are going to cause. I have long warned that letting Soul Eaters guard Azkaban is not a good choice," Dumbledore said. It was common knowledge that he disliked the guards at Azkaban. But the Ministry of Magic obviously doesn't think so. The Soul Eaters staying in Azkaban can be said to be put to good use. If they are not allowed to stay there, the Ministry of Magic will have to find a way to deal with these troublesome things. "Let's talk about this later." Fudge was vague. He was not tall. Standing next to Dumbledore, he looked almost a head shorter than him. Dumbledore was not surprised by his attitude towards Soul Eater. In fact, no one has any objection to letting Soul Eaters guard Azkaban since Eldridge Diggory, the Minister of Magic, proposed to ban the Soul Eaters but failed. Dumbledore's arrival was expected by Cyrus, and he was even prepared that the other party would move him to another place to be locked up alone, but Dumbledore only left a powerful protective spell on his cell, ensuring that even if he gets the wand, he can't easily leave the cage. Once the magic on the cage begins to collapse, the magic will immediately leave a mark on Cyrus, and Dumbledore will immediately know Cyrus's location. "I think you can add a little insurance to ensure that he can't perform any magic," Fudge said worriedly. According to Dumbledore's approach, the demands of the Soul Eaters have not been resolved at all. "I think the Minister of Magic is right. If you are so afraid of me, why don't you tie me up with iron chains?" Cyrus raised his eyebrows. He was deliberately irritating Dumbledore. From the first time the two met in their true colors, Dumbledore immediately felt that Cyrus and Voldemort were two different individuals. But young Tom Riddle was extremely good at demagoguery, and this left a deep impression on him. When it comes to Voldemort, Dumbledore would rather kill the wrong person. Having said that, since the Tom, who called himself Sellers, in front of him really made him feel different, he was willing to give the maximum tolerance, that is, to narrow the scope of Cyrus' magic to only affecting his own cell was considered payback for not actually harming any of the little wizards in Hogwarts. "I only hope that you can learn to repent well in Azkaban," Dumbledore said softly, "especially seeing how painful your old friends are." It would be worse to die than to lose what is left of them. A little bit of happy time. This is not like the speech of the Saint Dumbledore. I never was. Dumbledore left. He passed by the cells of many Death Eaters. Most of them were crazy or simply rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. There was only one exception. When he passed in front of Sirius' cell, the prisoner inside looked at him like a quiet black dog. There was a trace of complaint hidden under the calm gaze. Dumbledore was a little surprised. Sirius, Fudge said immediately after noticing Dumbledore's brief pause, I heard that he seemed crazy when he first came in, but now he is honest. Is this terrible murderer? Sirius said nothing. Yes. Dumbledore left. Azkaban once again sent away its visitors, but soon new ones arrived. After sending Dumbledore away, Fudge finally gained confidence in the safety of Azkaban, and Malfoy's application was finally approved. The couple separated after entering Azkaban. Although Fudge acquiesced, he also came with him as a companion, but he only stopped in front of Sirius' cell, leaving plenty of space for Malfoy. He didn't think Malfoy could make any trouble. Azkaban was not one that could be entered casually. Malfoy had been ensured that there was nothing in his hands that could help any prisoner leave, let alone Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's cell also cast spells himself. Sirius, I hope you can give me the Gringotts key to the Black family. You have been sentenced to life imprisonment, and I am also one of the legal heirs to the Black family legacy. Narcissa couldn't help but look at her. Glancing deeper, she was completely distracted. Give the Black family inheritance to Malfoy. I think you are crazy. Sirius grinned. Even though he had promised the man named Cyrus to briefly cooperate with Malfoy, but that didn't mean he had any good feelings about the Malfoys. Not to mention, he could have left his legacy to Harry. What's wrong? Is it possible that the Malfoy family is also starting to be short of money? I think, maybe, Draco, he needs. Narcissa felt like she was suffering every moment. She was worried about whether the Dark Lord was really in jail like this. In fact, this possibility is probably very small. She is more worried about whether the other party is satisfied with Draco. Worried that he might anger Draco. But Sirius seemed unwilling to pay attention to her. He turned his dark but shining eyes to Fudge, who was reading the newspaper. Have you finished reading the newspaper? If so, why don't you give it to me? I want to do some crossword puzzles to pass the time. You know it's really boring here. I had an interesting friend a few days ago, but it's a pity. Take it. Fudge threw the newspaper to him impatiently. You're finally here, Lucius. I really saw you right. Yi Yan. In the cell, Cyrus leaned against the wall leisurely. However, having said that, Cyrus was actually not sure whether Malfoy would come to see him in prison. In fact, even if the other party didn't come, Cyrus planned to let Sirius go find Malfoy. These days, he spends most of his time immersed in his own memories. Although it is no longer a Horcrux, the ability similar to a pensieve that he had as a diary still remains. Master. Malfoy crouched humbly in front of the cell, lowering his head anxiously. He did not dare to ask any questions and could only wait for Cyrus' instructions. I want you to help me with something more, Lucius. Cyrus slowly walked up to him, and controlled the sand with his magic power to form a line of text in front of him, help me get these things. Lucius hardly looked carefully at what those things were. In fact, it wasn't important. What was important was how to bring these things into Azkaban. Master, I'm afraid it's difficult. The Ministry of Magic will not allow me to bring anything to Azkaban. He said fearfully, fearing that Cyrus would think he was incompetent. Don't worry, Lucius, Black will help you. Black, Sirius Black. Lucius raised his head in surprise. It turned out that that person more than 10 years ago actually took refuge in the Dark Lord. But he clearly remembered that the person who surrendered to the Dark Lord was actually Peter Pettigrew. That ugly little fat man once appeared in front of the Dark Lord to inform him. But, he is also in Azkaban. I know, I have a way to get him out. Cyrus tried his best to appear inscrutable in front of Malfoy, at the same time, I have a way to get him to come in with those things. As he said this, Cyrus suddenly thought of something. Lucius, can the disapparation of house elves be effective in Azkaban? I'm afraid not, Master. Lucius said immediately. After all, Azkaban and Hogwarts are different. Hogwarts needs the services of house elves, but the prison does not. Azkaban has been established as a prison for hundreds of years. If there is a loophole, it cannot be ignored forever. Master, if you need Dobby's service, I will let him assist you when you leave here. This is his honor. Let's talk about this later. You just need to take care of my affairs first. Blake will take the initiative to find you later. I see. Lucius didn't stay long before leaving. He almost left before Sirius came to Cyrus, Cell angrily holding the newspaper. He's alive. He's alive. He walked around anxiously, stepping hard on the ground with his bare feet. He wished he could appear in front of the coward right now, not using magic, but tearing him apart with his fangs. I told you a long time ago. Cyrus was not surprised by his behavior at this moment, but casually took out the newspaper that Sirius was holding tightly and flattened it. In the newspaper, the photo of the Weasley family with the mouse that was missing a finger was so dazzling. More importantly, this Weasley happened to be Harry's roommate. For the entire 2 school years, Harry was actually in danger. Fortunately, Peter Pettigrew never let go of the rabbit before he saw it, and he did not dare to act rashly. Sirius didn't know if he heard what Cyrus said. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot and he yelled vaguely, "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Of course, but before that, don't forget what you promised me." Cyrus said softly, "Otherwise you may not have time to kill him and die immediately. But he will take Harry's life with him. Go to the Dark Lord." Sirius calmed down as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He was not afraid of death, he was only afraid that he would not be able to kill his enemy and that Harry would be injured. "I will complete your mission first. Don't worry, I just want you to come back here before the next full moon with what Malfoy gave you. In the meantime, I think you can take some time and go to Privet Drive to see how the poor boy is doing." Cyrus said tolerantly, "How pitiful, isn't it? Every wizard celebrates the day he loses his family." Sirius was suffocating with grief, and he didn't want to talk to Cyrus about it. His body bent down, his clothes turned into fur, and he transformed into a big black dog. Sirius was about to bite the newspaper and leave, but Cyrus stopped him. "You're leaving anyway, so you might as well leave this thing to me. Crossword puzzles are quite good to pass the time," Cyrus said while applying several waterproof spells and other spells to his body. "Make sure Sirius gets out of Azkaban as soon as possible." Then, he watched Sirius leave Azkaban. He escaped from prison. He escaped from prison. Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, almost rushed to Fudge's office. "I really don't understand why you agreed to Malfoy to visit him." "What, that Tom Riddle escaped from prison?" Fudge almost jumped up in panic. It would be terrible for him if the fact that he agreed to let Malfoy secretly meet Tom Riddle was revealed after the other party escaped from prison. However, he was also surprised at the same time. How did Scrimgeour know about this? He concealed it very well. Even when he went to Azkaban, he accompanied him personally. What Tom Riddle? Now it was Scrimgeour's turn to be surprised. "Isn't it Sirius Black that Malfoy went to visit?" "Ahem, it's indeed Sirius." Fudge coughed twice and felt relieved. Malfoy's visit to Black was actually not a big deal. As he had told Malfoy before, the two families were related. Moreover, Malfoy cleverly used the excuse of getting the Black family property. Considering this aspect, Malfoy was freed from the suspicion of assisting Sirius in escaping from prison. But what he couldn't figure out was how could the good-natured Sirius escape from prison? He recalled the Sirius he saw in prison at that time, and the other person's rationality was indeed a bit beyond his expectation. But even so, how did he escape the siege of the Soul Eater? Start searching for his traces immediately. Are there any clues in Azkaban? On the one hand, Fudge put aside his worries, but on the other hand, he was worried that this terrible thug would cause a tragic attack. "I heard that before he escaped from prison, someone heard him yelling frantically, 'He's still alive.' I guess he might be referring to Harry Potter," Scrimgeour said with a solemn face. Fudge's face suddenly turned pale. "You mean, maybe he's targeting that child?" There is no day or night in Azkaban, the only embellishment is the roar of the prisoners every day. New. It didn't take long for Cyrus to tire of newspaper crossword puzzles, which were a waste of time even in Azkaban. Have this free time. It would be better to practice more magic. These days, he has become more and more proficient in the Patronus charm. The short-term freedom and happiness filled almost all his emotions, and the silver thread turned into a huge flying bird, an eagle, before his eyes. After Sirius left Azkaban, the number of Soul Eaters remaining in Azkaban prison became much smaller. Fudge used them as manpower to search for signs of Sirius, but unfortunately this was doomed to be in vain. But for Sellers, that's a good thing. After the number of Soul Eaters was reduced sharply, their impact on the climate near Azkaban was also reduced. The dark clouds seemed to be a little thinner, and sometimes there were even a few weak rays of sunlight. Soon, the deadline for the second full moon is approaching. A big black dog suddenly rushed up to the shore, shaking off the wet water droplets on its fur. There is also a small cloth bag in its mouth. Sirius glanced upwards with his round eyes. The only Soul Eaters were still flying aimlessly in the sky, showing no interest in a black dog like him. However, he still moved cautiously towards the Grey Tower. After passing through many prisoners' cells, Sirius finally found Cyrus in the deepest part. He passed through the iron bars and transformed back into his human form in front of Cyrus. He looked the same as before not long ago, except for a change of clothes, but he was still dirty and unkempt, and his hair was even greasier than Snape's. You finally got out, but you don't know how to clean yourself up. Cyrus took a step back in disgust, pointed at Sirius, clean up. In an instant, the stench on the dirty homeless man's body disappeared immediately, revealing a thin face that didn't look so healthy. I don't have that much time. Besides, the waterproof spell you cast on me last time is of no use at all. It will be ineffective immediately after leaving the prison. Sirius threw the bag to Cyrus, and he wished he could do it now. Return immediately. Anyway, he has done everything according to his oath. This is because Dumbledore's magic locked my magic in this cell. Cyrus said, I believe you don't mind doing me another favor. What? Sirius did not refuse directly, but looked at Cyrus in confusion. In fact, he was also very curious about what Cyrus asked Malfoy to bring. The fear that Malfoy showed when he heard the name, Tom Riddle, also made Sirius very surprised. But due to his oath, he couldn't inquire about anything related to Cyrus. At this time, Cyrus took out the contents from the small bag that had been cast with the invisible stretching charm, a wand, a Nimbus 2000, a small transparent bottle, a bottle of dew, and the most outrageous thing about the pupa of the Grimace Hawkmoth is that Malfoy even thoughtfully prepared a small bottle of Felixir. The transparent glass bottle contains a few drops of golden potion. Now, Sirius knew what the other party wanted to do. Are you planning to practice animagus here? He asked with a ridiculous look on his face. Animagus is not an easy transformation. Generally speaking, in order to practice animagus, a wizard may need to prepare for a long time, some even for several years. Not to mention in a harsh environment like Azkaban. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Cyrus first picked up the wand and looked at it carefully. He quickly figured out that the wand was made of yew wood and the core was phoenix feathers. Malford custom made a wand made of the same material as the wand Voldemort used before, but Cyrus felt that it was not as smooth as the one Voldemort remembered. Of course, for a powerful wizard like him, unless it is some special wand, there is no big difference. Of course there is a problem. Moonlight, how are you going to solve it? That's why I want you to help me. Cyrus spat out the mandrake blade that had been in his mouth for a month, protected it with magic, and then pulled out a piece of his hair and pulled it out. Everything was handed over to Sirius together. I could have thought of a way to break through the clouds with these things on my own, but Dumbledore's magic restricted me, and my spell couldn't leave the cage. But you can. Cyrus looked at him and continued, in exchange, I can give you another piece of information. You have something to do with Peter Pettigrew that you are hiding from me. Not Peter Pettigrew, but your brother, Regulus Black. Sirius fell into a brief silence, with surprise and a little sadness on his face, but it was soon replaced by sneer, and he said sarcastically. Regulus, why do I need to know about that coward? Why do I need to know about a filthy Death Eater? I don't want to know at all what stinky corner he died in. But what if he is not a coward? He is just a child who accidentally went astray, but returned. Cyrus looked into Sirius's eyes and said softly, he is actually a hero. And more importantly, he also holds the key to destroying the mysterious man. What an irony, isn't it? The well-known war hero is actually just a traitor who betrayed his friends, yet the man who was always thought to be a loyal follower of you-know-who is actually a true hero. Do you really know about him? At least I know better than your brother. Sirius was speechless for a moment. He had been at odds with his family when he was a child, and had already defected to the Potter family before he graduated. He really didn't understand his submissive brother at all, and he never cared about him. I just remember that the other person has always been proud of being pure-blooded, and is the heir to the Black family that her mother, who hates muggles, is most proud of. They were not the same person when they were in school, and they parted ways immediately after graduation. Today someone actually told him that his brother, a Death Eater, was actually an unknown hero. But what concerned him more was what Cyrus said was the key to eliminating the mysterious man. Didn't they make so many sacrifices more than 10 years ago just to eliminate the mysterious man? Sirius couldn't say no. In fact, he wasn't going to say no in the first place. Cyrus had done him a great favor by telling him about Peter Pettigrew. What happened with Regulus could only be an unexpected surprise to him. As for the mysterious Cyrus himself, although he was still very curious, he could at least be sure that the other party was not one of Voldemort's group, and that was enough. Chapter 91. The big silver dog broke through the deep clouds, driving away the Soul Eater. And Sirius took the mandrake soaked in morning dew and the grimace hawkmoth riding a broom through the clouds and came under the moonlight. The magic of the silver moonlight began to have some influence on the materials in the small glass bottle. It was very cold in the high altitude of Azkaban, and the icy wind cut his thin body. He needed to perform some delicate operations under the moonlight in the sky. He had to put the mandrake into the glass bottle under the moonlight, and then add the dew, Cyrus' hair and the ghost-faced sky. Moth pupa. The sequence of this process must not be disrupted, otherwise a magic accident is likely to occur, so he must be very focused at the moment. After a while, Sirius came back with the glass bottle containing the potion in his mouth, and he threw the broom on the ground. Okay, now you just need to put it in a dark corner where the sun doesn't shine. Fortunately, there are places like this everywhere. Yes, Cyrus waved his hand, and the small bottle disappeared immediately. Then you need to wait for the first burst of thunder before the storm comes. Sirius was just halfway through speaking when thunder sounded outside the window, and the heavy dark clouds could not even be penetrated by lightning. His expression was very helpless. That's the worst part. In Azkaban, it's hard to tell which burst of thunder is a sign of a storm. Don't think about using magic to summon a storm, otherwise it may have a bad impact. Don't worry, even if I want to, my curse can't break through this cage for the time being. Cyrus said. It would be possible to force a breakthrough, but Cyrus didn't want to alarm Dumbledore. That's best. In addition, don't forget to point your wand at your heart and recite a spell at every sunrise and sunset while waiting for the storm. Sirius reminded, I think you shouldn't be here yet. As for forgetting the time in the outside world, right? How could it be? There has always been a clock keeping time in my memory. And last time Malfoy told me the general direction of Azkaban. It is not difficult to calculate the time of sunrise and sunset. Cyrus said. There are still a few hours before dawn. I'd better tell you about Regulus first. Cyrus spent about half an hour telling Sirius about Regulus's experience. Of course, he concealed the existence of the Horcrux and that it was Slytherin's pendant. He just said that it was something very important to Voldemort. You mean, he gave Creature a chance to live and died in that huge lake? Sirius' face was full of disbelief. There is such a kind-hearted child in the Black family. If only those ancestors who were proud of being pure-blooded, and liked to chop off the heads of house elves as decorations knew that Regulus had given the chance of survival to a lowly person. The house elf is willing to die, so he must be so angry that he can't even hold the coffin board down, right? He was a good boy, but he took the wrong path. Cyrus said softly, but later he saw clearly the true nature of Death Eaters, and he immediately abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. Where is the cave? Where is that thing that is important to the Dark Lord? Who knows, maybe Regulus has found a way to destroy it, or maybe he hasn't. Cyrus said nonchalantly. In fact, he was very interested in the pendant. Among the treasures left by the 4 giants, only the pendant was the power is unknown. If you have a chance, you can talk to Dumbledore about this. Dumbledore, hee hee, Sirius laughed self-deprecatingly. I think if he saw me, he would probably capture me immediately and give me to the Soul Eater. I'm not afraid of death, but at least I have to first kill that despicable traitor. Sirius left in a hurry again. Cyrus originally wanted to give him the broom, but the guy ran so fast that Cyrus had no time to speak. It can be seen that he actually cares about his brother, but the most important and urgent thing now is to kill Peter Pettigrew first. This is not easy. The Ministry of Magic is hunting him very closely, and even the Muggle world is looking for him. Once he sets foot on British soil, he doesn't even get a chance to return to his human form. If he hadn't been an unregistered animagus, he might have been arrested several times. Cyrus felt the humidity in the air and the movement of clouds and rain. Soon, the clock that kept turning in his memory turned to 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was soon the time of sunrise. Azkaban is located in the North Sea. Considering the climate here, it should be relatively north. The summer nights may only last 5 or 6 hours. Cellars faced northeast, and the clouds seemed a little darker and brighter on that side. However, in order to avoid making mistakes, Cyrus still chose to take a small drop of elixir. Suddenly, a strange feeling immediately lingered in his heart. He felt as if he was very light, and his confidence spread like a devil's net. The aura in my mind exploded like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly felt that maybe he should do something else. The animagus spell is Amador, Animo, Animato, Animagus. It's natural to use what kind of spell you want. It's impossible for you to have fluorescent lights stuck in your mouth and flicker, but your wand will shoot a death curse. But what if I change the spell? The voice kept echoing in Cyrus's mind. It was very tempting, but reason made Cyrus hesitate. Lucky potion is not a lucky potion, nor is it a panacea. It cannot change the inherent factors of the outside world. All it can do is make you feel that everything is going well. But the strong omen in his heart gradually convinced Cyrus. He picked up the wand and pointed it at his heart, and a new but vague spell burst into his mind inexplicably, as if a distant voice was whispering in his ear. A magmagus. In the black world, a big golden bird spreads its broad wings. Boom. Boom. A powerful second heartbeat suddenly beat in Cyrus's chest, like a violent drumbeat. Normally, it is impossible for a wizard to feel a second heartbeat immediately when practicing animagus, but at this moment, the two beating hearts in Cyrus's chest seemed to begin to overlap. The entire Azkaban was trapped in a huge magic vortex, and the black rock-like clouds also flowed at this moment, forming a huge wind wall. A hole seemed to appear in the sky, sweeping everything in. A huge eye of the storm appeared over Azkaban, and the rising morning light tilted down together with the moonlight that was about to fall into the sea, covering Cyrus like a light gauze garment. He suddenly felt that the air was more humid than before. This is a sign of a coming storm. Boom! The first bolts of lightning rent the night sky. Cyrus immediately took out the glass bottle. After only a few hours, the mandrake and the pupae of the grimace hawkmoth in the bottle disappeared, replaced by a crystal-clear, blood-red potion. Cyrus followed the prediction in his heart and drank the whole blood-red potion in one breath. He immediately felt severe pain in his body, and the sound of his second heart beating was stronger than before. He felt as if his body was being replaced by something else. It was a huge bird with golden wings. His handsome face began to distort, his mouth protruded forward and turned into a sharp beak, his ears turned into beautiful feathers on both sides, his hands turned into wings and two pairs of smaller ones grew out of his back. Wings, legs also turned into huge claws. The huge body filled the entire cell in an instant. What a ghost! Sirius rolled awkwardly in the water and was almost knocked into the bottom of the sea by the surging waves. The weather was still fine when he left Azkaban. It had only been 2 or 3 hours, so the storm came a little too hastily. In fact, he has been in Azkaban for almost 12 years and knows the climate here better than anyone else. Although the weather on the sea is unpredictable, Azkaban will only experience frequent and severe storms after October. It's only July, and this storm is a little too unusual. He turned his head and glanced behind him, and found that the distant Azkaban was completely shrouded in darkness. The heavy black clouds were almost connected to the sea surface, and thunder and lightning were moving through the clouds like snakes. Now he couldn't help but worry about Cyrus. I finally made preparations, but I didn't expect to encounter a storm on the first day. It seems that he may not be able to become an animagus this time. However, Sirius didn't feel much regret. It would be strange if animagus could be trained so easily. They had spent several years practicing on their own back then, and it was perfectly normal to accidentally swallow the mandrake blades. Sometimes the four of us oversleep together, forget the spell, or fail to figure out when the sun rises and sets on a rainy day. Anyway, you are not afraid of the Soul Eater. After I kill the traitor, I will come back and help you slowly, if I am still alive at that time. Snapped. A bolt of lightning struck the sea in the distance. Sirius suddenly came to his senses, took a deep breath, and plunged into the sea. The thunderstorm was so powerful that he couldn't help but suspect that there was a huge thunderbird soaring in the clouds, exerting its power. In fact, his guess was absolutely correct. At this moment, in the huge clouds, a golden bird with 3 pairs of wings and entangled by thunder and lightning stirred the thunderclouds. The powerful magic turned into terrifying thunder and lightning in the gaps between its feathers, shooting down the ugly soul-eating monsters floating in the air one by one. And this thunderbird is Cyrus himself. The spell that popped out of his mind in a flash of inspiration really worked, and he became the first wizard to complete the transformation of magical animals. This is completely different from the 5-legged monster failure. Thunderbirds are related to phoenixes, and are recognized as 5X level magical animals by the Ministry of Magic. In terms of danger alone, Thunderbirds are on the same level as fire dragons. After becoming a Thunderbird, Cyrus also gained the power of a Thunderbird. Controlling thunderstorms seemed to be his innate talent, as simple as breathing. He only needs to flap his wings now, and the thunder clouds will grow. With just one thought, the thunder will fall like a heavy hammer. His body undulated in the clouds like a dragon, and his huge claws pierced the thick clouds like gold and iron, catching a Soul Eater. There are almost 100 Soul Eaters left in Azkaban. They are frantically surrounding Cyrus, but they are unable to get close to the sacred figure. The turbulent airflow and fierce thunder and lightning have become an impenetrable barrier. In the end, they were unable to leave Cyrus behind. They could only raise their empty faces one by one and watch the golden bird take one of their tribe members and fly away. None of the Soul Eaters had any intention of pursuing them. They are actually not interested in animals at all, and the reason why they attacked Cyrus in the first place was just to protect their territory. Now that the Thunderbird has left, they don't bother to pursue it. Cyrus finally felt what true freedom was. He flew on the clouds for an unknown length of time, but it was obvious that the surrounding climate had become warmer. The dark sea area of Azkaban has long been invisible, replaced by mountains and green mountains. Home is behind you, and the world is in front of you. So he immediately folded his wings and prepared to land. The land beneath his feet might not be new, but it was new life for him. At the same time, his posture also changed a little. The 2 pairs of smaller wings on his back disappeared first, and his size began to shrink rapidly, so small that his claws could no longer grasp the Soul Eater, allowing it to break free. Then, the long tail behind him also became much smaller. Instead of immediately changing back into a human being, he first transformed into an eagle. This is his second transformed form, not a magical beast, but a true animagus. That wonderful spell not only allowed Cyrus to accomplish an unprecedented feat, but also allowed him to complete his animagus transformation. At that time, it was not just a second heartbeat that sounded in his chest, but also a third. In fact, it was only because of his animagus form that he could pass through the iron bars of the cell without Dumbledore noticing anything unusual. He dived down quickly and turned back into his human form when he was about to land. His slender body rolled on the ground. When he stood up, the prison uniform on his body had disappeared and was replaced by a green robe, which was the same as the night he planned to escape. The only difference is probably that Cyrus' appearance has changed slightly at this moment. The ends of his hair were dyed with a little bit of gold, and his pupils were like an eagle, and his vision could see very far. This is probably a side effect of Imago-Magus. Just like Animagus will leave some characteristics of the shapeshifter after transforming, when it comes to Imago-Magus, the situation is reversed. The characteristics of Thunderbird are reflected in Cyrus' original appearance. But this only made him look more handsome than before. Finally free. Cyrus exhaled deeply. No one knew how much pressure he felt after seeing Dumbledore that night. That is the most powerful wizard in the world. But now, he successfully hid it from the other party and escaped from Azkaban. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic is busy hunting down Sirius, so the Soul Eaters probably won't care about the disappearance of a food that they can't taste. It would probably be a long time before Dumbledore found out that he had left. He could completely hide, live in the United States or other countries, and study magic. As for the British affairs, he no longer had to get involved. The resurrection and freedom that had been weighing on his heart before have been completely realized, and all the joy burst out at once. The Soul Eater that originally planned to escape seemed to have noticed this high-spirited mood. It found that the terrifying giant bird suddenly disappeared, and the person who appeared in this wilderness at this moment was exuding seductive happiness. It leaned down and rushed towards Cyrus without hesitation. When its body was close to Cyrus, the sudden drop in temperature gave Cyrus a wake-up call. Cyrus raised his head and raised his wand high towards the Soul Eater. "Call the gods to protect you." A huge silver bird flew out of his wand with bright lightning. The giant bird's claws penetrated the Soul Eater's body, and the silver lightning exploded in an instant, blasting the Soul Eater into ashes. After practicing Imago Magus, even his patron saint changed. The usual patron saint can only drive away the soul-eating monster, but when the silver thunderbird released lightning, the soul-eating monster that even real thunder and lightning could not kill died. Seeing the black smoke falling like ashes, Cyrus felt a strong sense of pride in his heart. He succeeded in transforming magical animals that no one had succeeded in, and he also killed the unkillable Soul Eater. Is there anything else he can't do? The vast world is now at his feet. The public is reminded that Blake is armed and extremely dangerous. A dedicated hotline has been set up and anyone who sees Blake is asked to report it immediately. The man's thin and haggard face on the TV was surrounded by long, dirty, messy, tangled hair. Compared with that man, Harry felt that he was quite neat. Sirius Black's Most Wanted TV show has been reporting for weeks. This story had been in the newspapers since the first day after returning to Privet Drive from Hogwarts this summer. His uncle, Mr. Dursley, always angrily wanted to know which prison the man had escaped from, so that he could make a phone call and complain to the warden of that prison. But today's news seems to be different. After the TV reported on Sirius Black again, it surprisingly did not jump to a boring program like agriculture and fisheries, but instead talked about another prison escapee. It is reported that another criminal, Riddle, is also currently escaping from prison. According to relevant speculation, Black and Riddle are suspected accomplices, and both of them possess lethal weapons. Harry, who was frying eggs, was immediately stunned. Hearing the name, Riddle, again made him feel as if he had suddenly returned to the magical world from this quagmire-like Muggle world, but the emotion pouring out of his heart at this moment was not happiness but surprise. Tom Riddle. He once thought that the other party was a friend, and he had been acting with the other party for almost half of the semester, but in reality, this was the man who killed his parents one night 12 years ago, and even wanted to kill him too. In the last school year, he also controlled a giant basilisk, wreaking terror attacks in Hogwarts and petrifying several people. Fortunately, Dumbledore, who everyone said was the greatest wizard, caught him and sent him to Azkaban, a prison specially prepared for wizards. Hearing the name, Tom Riddle, again, and the news that he had escaped from prison, Harry felt very confused for some reason. He didn't know how to face this. Logically speaking, he should be angry at the escape of the enemy who killed his parents, but in fact he is not. On the contrary, he was a little happy for the other person. It was always difficult for him to overlap the shadows of Riddle, who he had spent time with, and Voldemort, even though Dumbledore had repeatedly emphasized that what that man was best at was deceiving people. But how did Riddle get involved with a criminal from the Muggle world? Or is it just a coincidence of having the same name? He raised his head and secretly looked at the TV. The Dursley family had used color TV a long time ago. On the TV, the handsome Tom Riddle was half smiling, with every strand of his hair neatly combed, and a small handful of slightly curly black hair hanging down from his forehead. It was indeed the Riddle that Harry knew. Harry had seen Riddle's appearance in the other person's memory before. Tom Riddle looked completely different from his accomplice, Sirius. He was obviously wearing prison uniform, but he didn't seem to be worried about himself at all. Hair and clothes are clean and looks well organized. He didn't look like a prisoner at all, but like he was about to serve in a prison. Perhaps he had expected this day when he was imprisoned. Harry didn't know, but at least one thing was clear to him. If Sirius Black was an accomplice of Tom Riddle, it meant that the prisoner who had escaped for several weeks was actually a wizard. But no matter what, he guessed that he might be able to understand what happened tonight. His good friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger are not as closed-minded about the news about the wizarding world as he is, and the two of them have also spent a long time with Tom Riddle. If there was any news, Harry believed they would write to him. Not to mention, after 12 o'clock tonight, it will be his birthday. In the past 12 years, he had never looked forward to his birthday. Even last year, he had a very bad birthday. But this year, as long as another house elf didn't show up trying to save him, maybe he could get some letters from friends. Harry put the omelette, which was a little burnt on one side, on the plate, and then counted the clock and waited for the day to pass. Time passed hard at night, then midnight. He glanced expectantly out the window, but there was nothing outside. For a while, Harry thought he wouldn't hear from anyone on his birthday again. But an hour after he turned 13, against the backdrop of the golden moon, a large creature flew towards Harry with strangely tilted body and flapping wings, getting bigger and bigger. Harry stood motionless, watching its descent. Then 3 more owls flew into his small room. Harry was very lucky that he moved from the storage room on the stairs to this small house last year, otherwise he would never have imagined that he would receive so many letters in one night. Just 4 owls, 2 of them from Ron and Hermione. Where are the other 2? Soon he knew where the third owl came from, Hogwarts. This owl from the school brought 2 letters, one from his friend Rubeus Hagrid and the other from the school. And the 4th owl. Harry didn't recognize who it was from. The letter looked very plain, with no signature on it, and a badge printed on the seal with the image of a handsome eagle. He originally wanted to read the letter from Ron first, but this unsigned letter attracted him like magic, and his hand couldn't help but tear open the seal. If there was someone familiar with magic by his side, he might be immediately prevented from opening an unknown letter, lest he be cursed. But he never thought for a moment that such an accident would happen. He tore open the envelope and a greeting card fell out. The card showed a flying Quidditch star. It was the first card he'd ever received, and it was his favorite Quidditch. Harry couldn't help but feel a lot of joy in his heart, and now he was eager to know who knew him so well. Dear Harry, happy birthday. I'm sure you're wondering who sent you this letter, Harry, and I'm guessing you've heard about Tom Riddle's escape. Yes, I am, Riddle. This letter is from Tom Riddle. Harry only read the first few sentences and stood there blankly. He never dreamed that one day he would receive a letter from that person, and he also gave himself a greeting card with birthday wishes written on it. A blessing and a spell he had never heard of. For a moment, he didn't know whether to continue reading, but surprisingly, Harry felt no sadness or anger at all, and even a little happy. Ever since he learned something about Tom Riddle, Harry found that his experience was very similar to that person's. He should have been angered, disgusted, even horrified by the similarities. Because Voldemort was a terrible person, he killed many people, including his own parents. I have to live under someone else's roof now because of his gift. But in fact, he was a little lucky. There was someone who was very similar to him, almost like a brother. The feeling was very wonderful, just like the Weasley twins he knew. They are inseparable. Harry felt that he regarded Hogwarts as his home, which was the same for Mr. Riddle, and there was a strong resonance between them. Another reason that prevented Harry from hating Mr. Riddle was that Harry had met Voldemort at the end of his first year. Therefore, it was difficult for him to equate Voldemort with Mr. Riddle. The man was very weak at the time, but still terrifying. He possessed a teacher and almost killed Harry. Fortunately, Harry had a protective spell left by his mother before she died, which made Voldemort unable to harm him. Quirrell just touched him a little, and immediately disappeared into ashes. But for 2 semesters, Harry had been in contact with Mr. Riddle many times, but the spell had never been triggered once. Perhaps the spell failed, but Harry preferred to think that Mr. Riddle never meant to harm him. In fact, he didn't hurt anyone. According to Hermione, the basilisk can actually kill everyone easily. Even if it can't, Mr. Riddle can do it himself. This is not difficult for him, but all those who were attacked were eventually rescued. Harry continued reading. Yes, I am, Riddle. But actually I would rather you call me Cyrus. Whether it is Riddle or Voldemort, they are all in the past for me, not the present, and not the future. As for everything else is pretty much the same as what's said in the news. It was indeed Sirius Black who helped me leave Azkaban, but it's a bit far to say he was an accomplice. We just made a deal, with different purposes. On the contrary, it's you who will be in trouble again next semester. Harry was slightly embarrassed. He had been in constant trouble over the past 2 school years. He could already imagine the mocking expression on Mr. Riddle's face when he wrote these words. However, Harry was confused by the trouble mentioned by Mr. Riddle. He really didn't understand what else could be related to him. He continued reading, hoping to get some information from the rest of the letter. But Cyrus changed his words and talked about something else. I guess you are probably wondering now why I am still writing to you now. In addition to the fact that it happens to be your birthday, I also want you to help me apologize to Ginny for cheating. You are also helpless. Harry noticed that the text on the letter seemed to pause here for a long time, and the ink was smeared on the letter paper. It seemed that Mr. Riddle had more words to explain, but he finally ended the topic and continued. Let me give you some advice, Harry. The professor of the divination course you and Ron chose this semester, Sybil Trelawney, is just an old liar most of the time, but in fact she does have the gift of prophecy. If you can still trust me, and you happen to hear the prophecy coming from her mouth, if you don't mind, tell me about it, and I will know as long as you write it in that diary. Please keeping Ginny's secret. I can't handle the bombardment of her messages, and it took me a while to calm down for a few days. Seeing this, Harry suddenly laughed. That night, after confirming that there was no danger, Dumbledore left Riddle's diary to Ginny. Harry didn't expect that Mr. Riddle actually had a backup plan, even though Ginny persisted in writing many words in the diary without any response. The second suggestion is that there is a high probability that you will be able to use the spell behind the greeting card. It is a good thing to learn it early. The third suggestion, or should be said to be a reminder, is more appropriate. Remember, sometimes things seem dangerous. The omen may be just the opposite, and if you spend time with things day and night, they will show their fangs. Your friend, Cyrus. Also, I don't think you will tell Dumbledore what happened today, right? At this time, the letter in Harry's hand suddenly burned, and he was so frightened that he quickly threw it away. A small ball of flame burned the letter cleanly in the air before falling, leaving only the birthday card, and he knew immediately that the letter was enchanted. Harry picked up the greeting card, and there was a spell written in a corner of the card that was full of blessings. Call upon God to protect you. Note: you must recall happy things in your mind when casting the spell. Calling the Guardian. Harry had never heard of this spell, but he thought that since Mr. Riddle thought he needed it, he could at least remember the name first. Last year, Ginny excelled in many subjects because of the guidance of Mr. Riddle. Especially in charms, Harry dared to say that at least many 3rd and 4th year wizards were not necessarily Ginny's opponents. Harry held the greeting card in his hand and couldn't calm down for a long time. Reason told Harry that he should tell Dumbledore all this. No one was wiser than Dumbledore. But something went wrong, and he felt there was nothing wrong with this. Mr. Riddle, no, it should be said that Mr. Sellers and Voldemort may not be the same thing at all. As he said in his letter, sometimes what seems to be a sign of danger may be exactly the opposite. He put the envelope away, wondering what Mr. Sellers was doing at the moment. Would he know that both Ginny and Hermione were missing him? After the truth of the attack came out, no matter what Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley said, Ginny believed that Mr. Sellers might not be a bad person. Even the petrified Hermione said that the man just wanted her to sleep for a while. He probably thought I was too smart and was a bit of a hindrance, and he even reminded me to use a spell to weaken the basilisk's magic. Hermione said. Perhaps Ron was the only one who firmly believed that Mr. Sellers was a formidable enemy. Ginny believed that Ron was just frightened by the Voldemort-related things, while Hermione believed that it was due to Ron's dissatisfaction with Mr. Sellers' unwillingness to help him with his homework and exams. But in fact, Harry just felt that Ron was a little too worried about his sister, so he was worried about this matter. But even Ron didn't oppose Mr. Sellers on everything. At least he felt that Mr. Cyrus had done a very good job of beating up Slytherin and wiping out the Acromantulas in the entire Forbidden Forest. It can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. Germany, a country that has only been unified for a short time, seems to be a little chaotic, new. But for wizards, there is only one German magical world from beginning to end, and the wall that isolates muggles cannot isolate wizards. Gregovich got up very early. August would be his busiest month. Little wizards who had received letters of admission to Durmstrang Academy one after another would come to his wand shop under the leadership of their parents to buy wands. He counts on this month for most of his business. But today seems a little different. When Gregovich opened the window, he saw a huge eagle passing in the sky. Its golden feathers were shining brightly in the morning light, and it looked very beautiful. But he was not happy at all. He was reminded of a man who had disappeared for a long time, Gellert Grindelwald. When the thief stole the Elder Wand from his hand, he squatted leisurely on the windowsill, looking like a big golden bird. "I hope it won't be a bad day," he sighed. At this moment, the bird in the sky had disappeared. Gregovich retreated into the house. It was time for him to prepare for the opening. After taking care of everything, Gregovich opened the door, thinking about when he would welcome his first guest. However, to his surprise, his first guest was already in front of the door. Waited. Not a little wizard, but a young boy, very tall and handsome. Compared to wizards, the other party is dressed more like a muggle. Even though Gregovich doesn't understand the muggle dressing style very well, he has to admit that the other party's outfit looks very suitable, as if it were in the wardrobe. The doll that served as the mold came to life and appeared in front of his shop. Of course, the most peculiar thing is the other party's hair color and eye color. The ends of the thick black hair are dyed gold, and the pupils are also golden, as if they are inlaid with two golden ambers. Gregovich had never seen the person in front of him, and he was sure that the person was not his previous client. However, Cyrus's appearance still made him feel good, and he couldn't help but said, "Come to buy a wand." Yeah, the wand from before was broken. The wizard appearing here at this moment is Cyrus. In fact, his wand was not broken. Malfoy specially made him a wand that was very similar to the one Voldemort used before. It was made of yew wood, had phoenix tail feathers, and even the appearance of the wand was exactly the same. But the wand didn't work well for Cyrus. Wandology is a very deep knowledge. Even wands made from the same kind of materials will not be exactly the same. Even if they are taken from the same tree, the same magical animal, or they are like brothers, they may not be the same. It is to choose two wizards with completely opposite personalities. Moreover, the combination of yew wand and phoenix tail feathers may be suitable for Voldemort, but it may not be suitable for Cyrus. The conditions were limited before, but now that he is finally free, Cyrus naturally plans to get a brand new wand that suits him, preferably one that is powerful enough. Although he is now temporarily free from the threat of Dumbledore, Cyrus actually believes that his situation is not so optimistic. While in Azkaban, Cyrus took a few drops of Felixir to give himself some confidence. As a result, he developed the unprecedented Amagamagus. He was very excited at the time. But when the effect of the elixir completely disappeared, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The elixir of blessing can indeed give people a little inspiration, but it is impossible to directly create such a powerful spell. The transformation of magus from fantastic beasts is a problem that has troubled wizards for thousands of years, and it is impossible to get the answer so easily. The voice that appeared in his mind at that time was still a bit weird now that he thought about it. If he hadn't been under the influence of the Felixir at the time, Cyrus would never have tried it rashly. An unknown voice, an invisible thought, he himself had used this method to deceive Ginny, only to lose his vigilance. Even if the results seem good now, who can know what impact the curse will have? But what scared him the most was that the spell that echoed in his mind countless times was immediately forgotten after he practiced magic. This is a bit too weird. You know, he was resurrected from the diary, but his abilities when he was in the Horcrux state did not disappear. It can be said that he himself is a living pensieve. All the memories, as long as he thinks about them, are invisible. But at dawn when the storm came, Cyrus's memory was not so clear. He only remembered one spell, but when he tried to replay that memory in front of his eyes over and over again, the spell in his mind turned into a harsh noise as if it had been cast with magic to prevent eavesdropping. It's like a TV that can't receive a signal. There can only be two reasons for this result. The first is that he did not hear the spell and had no relevant memory, so the spell naturally did not exist. But obviously this possibility is not established. Another possibility is that someone has tampered with his memory, and it was without him noticing. But who could modify his memory without him noticing? Not even Dumbledore could have done this. Cyrus felt as if he had suddenly fallen into a huge net. Destiny seemed to be intertwining with something, and someone was standing behind the loom of fate to control everything. He felt very urgent and also longed for stronger power. No one wants to be a pawn that can be sacrificed at any time, even if the person standing behind it is fate itself. For this reason, Cyrus specially wrote to Harry, hoping that he could help pay attention to whether Professor Sybil Trelawney would leave any new prophecies. This old sage didn't leave many serious prophecies in his life, but two of them were related to Harry and Voldemort. Cyrus was born out of Voldemort, reborn like a snake that changed its skin, but he also had to admit that he did have a huge connection with Voldemort now. Maybe the new prophecy will also mention a bit of his destiny. But no matter what, it is impossible to fight against fate without enough strength. You must first make yourself stronger. Come in and take a look. It's still early. After a while, there might be many little wizards coming. Grigovic slowly turned sideways and let Cyrus walk into the store. This wand shop is almost the same as Ollivander was as old as Ollivander, and Grigovic himself was much older than Ollivander. In fact, he was more than 10 years older than Dumbledore. Planning to buy a new wand. Do you have any requirements, sir? Grigovic took Cyrus to look around the store. The shelves were filled with items left by Grigovic's ancestors. Many of the wands have accumulated dust, and the store always smells like time. I hope to get a powerful wand, Sellers said as he looked up at Grigovic's wand shop. There are probably tens of thousands of wands here, and the dense and tall shelves are filled with wand boxes that have been dusty for a long time. This makes the light in the store very weak, and the huge shadows make the temperature in the store a bit cold. But the environment inside is anything but bleak. Dust danced in the dry air. Everyone who comes here to buy a wand says so. Grigovic smiled and said proudly, among the 3 most famous wand manufacturers in Europe, only the wands I make are the most powerful. But I have to say, others also have their own advantages. Some are looking for the most suitable, while others are pursuing the most stable. He took a box off the shelf without thinking too much. Elderberry, the nerve of the dragon, a combination of death and power, 12 inches, very powerful and proud, only the most talented wizards can subdue it. After Cyrus took the wand, he immediately felt its magic. He has not tried the power of the Elder Wand, but the wand in his hand is indeed the most powerful wand he has obtained in a while. He could feel the power of the wand and waved it slightly. Magic power immediately spurted out from the tip of the wand, and red sparks exploded. You control it very well. Every wizard who has tried this wand before has made a lot of noise, and they can't make this wand surrender. Grigovic said in amazement. This is indeed the most powerful wand I have ever encountered. Let this be it. Cyrus was very pleased with the wand. But after Grigovic saw how easily he had subdued the wand matched with the dragon's nerves, he had other thoughts. Of course, I am not modest to say that I am the most outstanding wand maker in the history of the Grigorovich family. Grigorovich said with a smile, but I think maybe you can try another one first. The wand makes the decision. As he spoke, he cast a flying spell, and a delicate box flew quickly, knocking over many wand boxes, but Grigovic didn't look distressed at all. After studying the Elder Wand, he tried many different combinations. For example, the Elder Wand's Elder Wand and Thestral's tail feathers were completely reproduced. Unfortunately, this combination did not show the expected magic power. On the contrary, Grigorovich made several in a row, and they were all very mediocre. After that, he tried some new materials and gradually mastered some rules. Phoenix feathers and elderberry are also a good match, but the number of phoenixes is too rare. And there are a lot of uncertainties. Sometimes it makes for an extraordinary wand, and sometimes it seems ordinary. On the contrary, the dragon's nerves or the dragon's heartstrings are more compatible with the elder, and the two can often bring unexpected effects. As for other magical animals, he has also made many attempts, such as thunderbird feathers. A wand made of this material is already very powerful, but it is more sensitive and uncontrollable than wands made of thunderbird feathers and other materials. Until now, not many wizards had the ability to use that wand well. Cyrus also wanted to know what kind of good thing he was hiding. When Grigovich opened the exquisite box, a very gorgeous wand appeared in front of Cyrus. It's also elderberry, and the core comes from a very strong and special thunderbird. Cyrus was attracted to it the first time he saw it. It was about 12 1/3 inches, straight, with clear joints. The end looked like two gathered wings, and the body of the staff was engraved with patterns that looked like thunder and lightning. He couldn't help but reach for the wand, and its power immediately resonated with him. He seemed to see a pair of dark wings of death spread out in front of his eyes, and the wand sprayed out sparks. Grigovich was so excited, as if some long-cherished wish had finally come true. This is my favorite work. It's been almost 100 years, and no one has been able to conquer it so far. Maybe Dumbledore can, but I guess he doesn't need it anymore. I thought I would never find a suitable wizard in my life. I also thought that maybe my children and grandchildren would have the opportunity to meet an outstanding child. Unexpectedly today. Grigovich took a deep breath, and his chest seemed to explode. His eyes, which were already a little cloudy, seemed to be moist. He looked at Cyrus seriously and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Boy, you will achieve a great career. Sellers was noncommittal. With his talent, whether he wants to achieve something has never depended on whether he can, but whether he is willing to do it. If you can, studying magic alone is also very interesting. But for Cyrus, the crisis in his heart has not been completely resolved. Just this wand. Thank you very much, Seke 79 galleons. 79. Cyrus' hand holding the galleons suddenly froze. Isn't it too expensive? Expensive? Where is it expensive? It has been this price for so many years. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. It is difficult to make a brand of wands. Sometimes you have to look for your own reasons. After so many years, has the salary increased? Yes. Not working hard. Looking at the arrogant Grigovich, Cyrus resisted the urge to hit him with a death curse and said through gritted teeth. As far as I know, a wand from Ollivander's wand shop only costs 7 galleons. When it came to price, Grigovich immediately changed his face. This is a preferential price for young wizards who have just entered school. Ollivander's has reached an agreement with Hogwarts, and the school will pay the extra money. The new students at German Shepherd Strong will come to me to buy wands. But they are all purebloods and not many are short of money, sir. Moreover, this wand is very special, Grigovich said with a sigh. I know you came to Germany specifically to buy a wand, and you must have heard some rumors about me. I have never responded directly before. Yes, but now I can tell you, yes, those rumors are true. Grigovich paused and looked at Cyrus seriously and solemnly, as if expecting to see a surprised expression on his face. But what disappointed him was that Cyrus was very calm from beginning to end, as if the legend about the Elder Wand was far less surprising to him than the 79 galleons. But Grigovich had no choice but to continue. In the time since I got the Elder Wand and lost it, I have been working hard to figure out the secret of the Elder Wand's power, which is why the wands I've made since then have always been more powerful than any other wand. This wand is the most powerful of all imitations. Although its power is still very different from the Elder Wand, I think that among all existing wands, there are few that can match it. On to it. Especially since I lost the Wand of Destiny, and I've never made such a powerful wand again. All right. Although Cyrus felt that 79 galleons was indeed expensive, considering that the power of this wand with thunderbird feathers was indeed amazing, unlike a certain eyebrow pencil brand that could be replaced at any time, he decided to buy this wand, magic wand. Fortunately, I asked for some money from Malfoy before I came to Germany, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to give it. Grigovich took a large bag full of galleons, weighed it a few times, and his old face immediately beamed. You will achieve great things, kid. Maybe. Cyrus put the wand in his sleeve, opened the door and left Grigovich's wand shop. At this time, the flow of people in this town began to increase, and adult wizards held hands with exquisitely dressed children to buy things they needed for school. Not far from the wand shop are several shops selling robes, and further ahead is a pet shop. It looks no different from Diagon Alley. He sideways squeezed out of the crowd, intending to walk into a remote alley and cast Animagus to leave. Having already obtained the wand, there was nothing worth stopping for in this place. Of course, he believed that there might be some ancient legends here, but Cyrus didn't know much about them. Instead of looking for these illusory things, it would be better to get what he already knew. For example, Deathly Hallows. The other side of Dur. The golden eagle spread its wings and flew across the sparkling sea, breaking the waves that were coming against it with its wings. It didn't take long for the high-flying eagle to see the coastline in the distance. He is back in England again. In the sky, a lone soul-eater monster can be seen wandering from time to time. 2 escapees suddenly appeared in Azkaban, and Fudge almost let them escape. A large number of soul-eaters were wandering over the city, making the sky all over London suddenly dark. The thick grey clouds looked like a sketch that had been heavily daubed with a pencil. Even the temperature dropped several degrees. This is probably the coldest summer in the UK in decades. The city is filled with low-temperature condensed water mist. It seems as if the city has suddenly returned to decades ago and turned back into the fog city. However, compared to that time, London now is at least much cleaner. The London that Sellers remembered was still the same London that Riddle had seen when he was young. The fog was thick, the roads were full of filth, bugs and rats were wandering in the damp sewer mouths, and the ground was sticky, as if a big bucket of coke had been poured on all the ground. It was no cleaner than the secret passage leading to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Judging from Riddle's memories alone, Cyrus thought he was justified in hating Muggles. He grew up in an orphanage, especially in those days when children from places like that were rarely successful. More often than not, they become gangsters, no different from rats in the gutter. It doesn't matter if they haven't read books or can't read, but more children have already learned badly in their teens. Most of them will become the dirty gangsters of the neighborhood, like porcupines covered with thorns, struggling in the mud. The most important thing is that they cannot accept Riddle, and Riddle also disdains to be mixed with them. However, when they face Riddle, an outlier in their group, their instinctive exclusivity will not allow them to get along safely. They would not want to see Riddle, a man who should be as humble as them, encounter a turning point. Not to mention Riddle's previous attitude towards them. Sadly, Riddle, who was already attending Hogwarts at the time, suddenly lost all his fear of these Muggle children. He is forbidden to use magic, and this restraint is very useful to him. Riddle never wants to be forced to leave the magical world. Not many people would have thought that Voldemort, who possessed terrifying magic and brought the shadow of death and fear to people, would always be scarred every time he returned to school. Voldemort's past as Riddle flashed back before Cyrus' eyes. Dumbledore tried to teach Riddle not to do bad things, but he used the wrong method and did not consider the future. The fear others have of you when you have magical power, your helplessness after encountering a stronger power, and the bullying you receive when you don't dare to use your power. All this makes Riddle even more convinced that magic is power. Of course, this is not Dumbledore's fault, and it should not be used as an excuse to defend Riddle. Sellers' mood became slightly depressed. He felt as if he was watching a gray mime movie. The absurdly presented scenes were like Chaplin's classic comedy, but it also made people feel sad. He knew this was the magic of this fog. The soul-eating monsters hidden in the mist are like greedy blood-sucking insects, sucking away the happy emotions from people. Even he was a little affected. So Cyrus immediately closed his brain and stopped Riddle's memories from attacking and eroding him. His amber pupils reflected the ugly shadow of the soul-eater. These guys are self-serving, and the huge world outside is like a cafeteria where they can eat, but at least for now, they are still restrained and do not directly attack the Muggles, just to make them feel a little lower. Aurors also patrol the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Of course, in comparison, they were more worried about Sirius. In their eyes, this Death Eater, who killed dozens of lives at once, was far more harmful than Cyrus. But having said that, if the Aurors saw Cyrus, there was no reason not to arrest him. Cyrus really wanted to capture another Soul Eater for study. The Soul Eater he captured last time died under his mutated Patronus spell, before he had time to do more magic research. But it's obviously not appropriate now. If the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic saw an eagle attacking a Soul Eater in public, then even a fool would think that there was something wrong with the eagle. Cyrus wandered around in the sky, found a hidden corner and changed back to his original appearance. With a flick of his wrist, the wand fell from his sleeve. Generally speaking, animagus shapeshifters can turn their clothes into animal fur, but it is impossible to turn their wands into part of their bodies. They either hide their wands beforehand or simply carry them with them in their mouths. However, Cyrus broke this iron rule. When he performed the animagus transformation, he also turned the wand into a feather on his body. He landed lightly, but still caught the attention of these Azkaban guards. There seemed to be a Soul Eater patrolling in the alley not far away. After hearing the noise, it immediately rushed over here. Cyrus freely used the wand to lightly brush his face, and the muscles on his face began to tremble as if he had drunk a compound potion. When Cyrus raised his head again, it had transformed into another appearance. Even the clothes were transformed by his magic from a loose robe into a crisp suit. He raised his chin and tugged on his tie, turning a blind eye to the Soul Eater that kept approaching him. He just pretended to shrink when he passed by it, and then continued to walk straight and magnanimously out of the narrow alley. There were several Aurors patrolling the streets nearby. They were all dressed as Muggles. After all, they were well-trained Aurors and would not make any outrageous mistakes in their clothing. But Cyrus still saw the wand stuck in their waists. He walked past them calmly. He clearly felt the Aurors' eyes lingering on him for a long time. But he didn't panic at all. He walked into the subway entrance skillfully like all other Muggles and passed through the subway turnstiles with ease. This series of operations immediately dispelled any suspicion the Aurors had about him. In other words, there was no doubt from the beginning. Riddle House is located on the hillside of Little Hangleton, with the entire town visible from here. Although it is said to be a town, in fact it is no different from the countryside. Modern technology does not seem to have spread to this remote town. It still looks the same as it did decades ago, except for the occasional dilapidated truck driving on the dirt road. Apart from Riddle House, the oldest thing in the town is the Hanged Man's Tavern and a cemetery not far away. 4 or 5 miles further away is Great Hangleton County, which is Sellers' real destination this time, the old Gaunt house. But before heading to his old home, Sellers plans to find a place to stay. "Hello, sir." When Cyrus got off a dilapidated car, an old man seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. His hair was gray, his body was stooped, and he was lame in one leg. Even his voice trembled when he spoke. Not far away, the men and women who were originally planning to do farm work stopped and looked at the old man in shock, as if he was a dead spirit that emerged from somewhere. Frank Bryce. Sellers held the gentleman's crutch with one hand, his suit jacket hanging on his arm, and raised his hat with the other hand to look at the old man in front of him. "It's me, sir," Frank said tremblingly. He probably wanted to reach out to help Cyrus, but after noticing the extremely expensive-looking suit on Cyrus, he immediately retracted his hand in fear. "I think you should have heard that I bought the Riddle House. The government should have informed you." Cyrus didn't pay attention to the road here, and stepped on the dirt with his shiny leather shoes. "Yes, sir, yes." Frank nodded hurriedly, feeling filled with confusion again. He has been working as a gardener at Riddle Mansion since the 50th year. Now, even the owner of the mansion has died mysteriously for 50 years. He still lives honestly in the shabby shed in the garden of the mansion, inside. Now that the mansion has a new owner, he doesn't know what kind of fate he will face next. He is still under suspicion for the mysterious deaths of the Riddle family back then. Will this gentleman continue to hire him? Even putting that aside, he was very old. If he was fired, where would he go? Under the watchful eyes of the people in the town, Cyrus followed Frank to the mansion on the mountainside in the distance. Unlike London, the weather here is very clear, and Riddle House, covered with vegetation, looks green from a distance. However, upon getting closer, you can see that the mansion is completely dilapidated. Weeds growing wantonly sprouted from every crack, and the ivy on the walls also invaded the house. The glass in the mansion was broken, and the wooden doors and beams were in disrepair and were covered with mold, and some were even damaged. It has been chewed to pieces by insects and ants. He doubted how much longer the mansion could hold out without collapse. "Sir, Cyrus gave him a gesture, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. Frank had no choice but to close his mouth in confusion. He didn't know what kind of emotions were hidden under his old face. Perhaps he was thinking that it would be easier to die like this. He has been staying in this small mansion for decades. For him, time has long stood still. Leaving here, he will be just a person abandoned by the times, with no room for survival. He sighed, his slack and stiff face moved, and finally decided to say something. But as soon as he raised his head, his already cloudy eyes saw that the gentleman actually picked up a small and delicate wooden stick. Then, those stubborn weeds disappeared, and the overgrown ivy became docile. The broken glass and other things were miraculously repaired in front of Frank's eyes. The collapsed sculpture seemed to come to life on its own, briskly. He jumped up and struck a beautiful pose. It's as if time has gone back on them, and in the blink of an eye they have returned to the brand new appearance they had 50 years ago. The messy yard suddenly became cleaner and looked much emptier. The blocked and abandoned fountains and pools in the yard also came to life, and the clear water sparkled in the sun. Frank thought he was dreaming and rubbed his eyes hard with his fingers that were rougher than dry branches. "Sir, this..." He was filled with doubts, but before he could ask, Cyrus pointed the wand at him. Everything is forgotten. The picture in Frank's mind seemed to be cut off for a while, and then spliced into other messy pictures. Suddenly, in his memory, the image of Cyrus waving the wand had completely disappeared, replaced by unknown maintenance staff or constantly repairing the manor. Frank Bryce. Old Frank was called back from those false memories by Cyrus's call. When he came back to his senses, he found that he was no longer standing in the manor, but sitting on a beautiful chair. And the gentleman was sitting opposite him. He suddenly became frightened and quickly wanted to stand up so as not to be annoying. "Please sit down, Bryce, there's no need to be formal." Cyrus comforted him and reached out to push him back to the chair. The old man looked uneasy and looked around the room in a panic. Although he has been a gardener here for more than 50 years, he actually enters the mansion very rarely. Except for cleaning and repairing the windows that were smashed by the children in the town, he hardly dares to set foot inside the house. But even so, he clearly remembered all the furnishings and locations in the room, but now everything changed. The mansion's new owner has obviously made huge changes to it. Now the entire mansion looks very exquisite, and it is not so dark anymore. The sunlight shines in from the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, giving it a sense of renewed vitality. "Bryce, I heard that you have been staying here for so many years. I think you can continue to live here in the future," Cyrus said generously. "Sir, are you telling the truth?" Old Frank almost cried. Tears filled his eyes. If it weren't for sitting on the chair, he might have immediately knelt down in front of Cyrus. But even so, he still said, "Sir, you are a good man and are willing to take in a useless old loser like me. However, you may not have heard some rumors. You mean you were once thought to be the murderer of the Riddle family? Sir, since you know this, why do you still do it? I think people need to be able to identify unfounded rumors to a certain extent." Cyrus naturally knew the truth. The person who killed the Riddle family had nothing to do with the poor old man. "Since the police are there is no evidence to arrest you, and you have worked so hard for so many years, I believe you cannot be the murderer." Frank Sr. had probably never experienced such firm trust, and he wished he could immediately go to pieces for Cyrus. But an old man like him couldn't help Cyrus at all. Cyrus just took pity on him and kept him. "I won't stay here often, so there still needs to be someone to take care of it." In addition, Cyrus stood up and walked slowly to the door of the mansion. At this time, old Frank saw a huge python coming out of nowhere. He trembled all over. He was about to shout a warning, but he saw the python clinging to Cyrus' feet obediently, with its flat head rubbing against his trouser leg. It was like a puppy. Cyrus reached out and gently stroked the python, as if greeting an old friend. "Also, Bryce, if other guests come here at any time, you should leave first. There is an old house in the town for you to live in. Don't disturb them." After saying that, Cyrus also, regardless of any reaction or question from Frank Bryce, he left with the python. "Gentlemen," Bryce shouted, "what shall I call you? You can call me Cyrus, or if you like, you can continue to call me Riddle." Old Frank stood there blankly, the bright sunshine hitting him, and for some reason, he felt a chill. People said that he was guarding the Riddle house like a ghost, guarding the terrifying and strange murder story, but today, he seemed to have really seen a ghost of the Riddle house. Now that I think about it, this gentleman does seem familiar. He remembered that he had seen an equally handsome young man one night. Let's go, Nagini. Meeting Nagini was an accident within an accident. Judging from Riddle's memory, he had indeed met Nagini very early, when he was still living in the orphanage. But Cyrus didn't expect that he just came to visit the scenic spots of the Riddle family, but unexpectedly found Nagini lying quietly inside the lush ivy. She mistook Cyrus for Riddle. Surprisingly, Nagini has forgotten almost everything about herself as a person, but she still remembers the boy she met 50 years ago who could talk to her so firmly, as if she has never forgotten her life in the past 50 years. I just took a nap, and when I woke up again, time had not moved forward very far. Meeting is always so pleasant, although Cyrus has already explained that he is not actually Riddle himself, but it may be difficult to understand for Nagini's current brain capacity. She would never be able to distinguish between good and evil, nor would she know that the child she once knew would later become a more terrifying Dark Lord than Grindelwald. But no matter what, at least she could still feel the difference between herself and other, similar people. This time, she chose to leave with Cyrus. Leaving Little Hangleton County, you can find Gunter's old house 4 or 5 miles further. Compared with Riddle Mansion, this place was as dilapidated as a hay shed for raising livestock. The only decoration is probably an S-shaped dead snake nailed to the door. The walls were covered with moss, and many of the tiles on the roof had fallen off, exposing here and there the inner rafters. Nettles grew thickly around the house, reaching up to the windows, which were very small and covered with thick layers of old dirt. The whole house has become a world of mice and spiders, with dead moth corpses entangled in dense cobwebs everywhere. Cyrus did not enter rashly. He knew that Voldemort had left a curse here. But he also happens to know how to lift it. The 2 Horcruxes, the Gaunt family ring and the diary, were made very close to each other. Many people think that the diary was made when Voldemort murdered Myrtle, but this is not the case. Myrtle's death was just an accident. Voldemort's killing of the Riddle family and the rest of the Gaunt family was his first real murder. Both of these Horcruxes were made at that time. Of course, compared to the diary, the ring does come later. But in fact, there is a connection between Horcruxes, and even Voldemort's body. Harry and Voldemort can invade each other's brains, and Harry and Nagini's perspectives can even overlap. Therefore, although there are not many memories preserved in the diary, when Voldemort has strong emotions, he will still resonate with them. Cyrus also saw the moment before Voldemort's death. It was at that moment that the connection between Voldemort and the Horcruxes he had created was severed. Whether it was a diary, a pendant, or a gold cup. Voldemort didn't even notice that these Horcruxes were destroyed. But when Nagini was killed, Voldemort suffered a severe blow. Not to mention, when he hit Harry with the killing curse, he was also knocked down. But even so, the curse is very complicated. It took him almost the whole night to get the ring. Of course, the ring is not important. What is important is the black prismatic stone on it. It looks like a black crystal with the Peverell crest engraved inside. The Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. It's just that resurrecting people through the Resurrection Stone will not bring happiness. They are more like a body without a soul. Of course, if the story of the God of Death and the 3 brothers is true, then it is not so much that the people resurrected by the Resurrection Stone have no souls, but rather that they have lost their emotions. People who have lost their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy will eventually fall into madness even if they are alive. In any case, this cannot conceal the power of the Resurrection Stone. Because it breaks an iron law of the wizarding world. As Dumbledore said, no spell or potion can bring the dead back to life, not even the Philosopher's Stone. Cyrus created a body through the Philosopher's Stone, but this is fundamentally different from resurrecting a person. The Philosopher's Stone only creates a living and vital body. In the final analysis, this is still a material transformation. However, compared to other alchemies, the magic power of the Philosopher's Stone has reached the limit of alchemy. But the Resurrection Stone not only creates a body, it even summons the souls of the dead. It stands to reason that the souls of the dead who have not become ghosts will dissipate directly, but the Resurrection Stone can bring them back to the world. Even if those souls come back with flaws, it would be an incomparable miracle. In addition, the Resurrection Stone has another special feature. Among the 3 Deathly Hallows, it is the only one engraved with the Peverell crest. Cyrus took off the resurrection stone from the ring. As for the ring itself, it was of no use to him. He was considering whether to destroy the ring. After all, Voldemort was also his enemy. Cyrus did not believe that if Voldemort knew that he had a Horcrux that was resurrected, but lost control of the Horcrux, he would not regard him as a thorn in his side. Let's put it this way, the conflict between him and Dumbledore may still be resolved, but as long as Voldemort learns of Cyrus's existence, he will definitely find ways to get rid of this fake. Moreover, Cyrus believed that Voldemort might already know of his existence. After all, the Ministry of Magic had already spread the wanted notice for Tom Riddle throughout the UK. Although Voldemort is now in the dark jungle of Albania, Cyrus believes that Dumbledore will definitely spread the news of his resurrection to Voldemort's ears in order to test Voldemort. As for what actions Voldemort will take, Cyrus has no idea. I can't use the resurrection stone right now, but it can be considered as insurance. As for the other two Deathly Hallows, Cyrus recalled that not long ago he planned to escape Hogwarts with Harry's invisibility cloak but was discovered by Dumbledore. In the end, the invisibility cloak could not be taken away. All this seems to be just a coincidence, but considering that neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald had owned 3 Deathly Hallows at the same time before, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. It was as if someone in fate was preventing them from gathering all the Deathly Hallows. After Harry struggled in the leaky cauldron for almost half a month, he finally waited until the day before school started. New XCOM. But just when he thought he would have to wait until tomorrow to see Ron and Hermione, he saw Ron and Hermione in Florin Fusco's ice cream shop. Harry, I finally see you. Harry, we went to the leaky cauldron to look for you, but the soup boss said you had left. Ron shouted happily. He probably didn't want to mention the name, Tom, so he changed his words abruptly, but this did not affect Ron's mood. He put his arm around Harry's shoulders and said excitedly, I heard that you took your aunt over during the summer vacation. Inflated. Don't mention it, and I didn't mean it. I just can't control it sometimes. Harry got angry when he said it. If it weren't for Aunt Maggie, Uncle Dursley wouldn't be unwilling to sign his application. And Harry almost thought he was going to be expelled from school. That's the problem, why didn't they fire you? Hermione was very puzzled. I'm wondering too. Come on Hermione, you sound like you want Harry to be expelled. Ron rolled his eyes and said with a smile, maybe it's because you are the famous Harry Potter. I don't dare. I wonder what the Ministry of Magic would do to me if I inflated an ant. But at least they had to dig me out of the ground first, because Mum would have killed me. Okay, you can ask my dad tonight. We plan to stay at the Leaky Cauldron today, so we can go to King's Cross Station together tomorrow. Ron said, taking another quick bite of ice cream. Harry grinned. He wanted to talk to Ron and Hermione about Mr. Sellers' letter, but this was obviously not the right place. Let's eat quickly, I have something to tell you. Harry said hurriedly. It just so happens that we also want to tell you about Riddle. Ron lowered his voice. The three of them finished their ice cream quickly, and then walked to the Leaky Cauldron with some guilt. After all, Mr. Riddle is still a wanted criminal by the Ministry of Magic, and their attitude seems to be to protect him. Wrong. You are planning to cover him up. After Ron closed the door forcefully, he turned around and said firmly. Don't be like this, Ron, you know Mr. Riddle is not a bad person. Hermione said in a pleased tone. Ron shrugged and leaned back in his chair, I don't think so. The fact is, he didn't hurt any of us. Hermione turned to look at Harry angrily. Harry, you should also know about Mr. Riddle's escape from prison, right? Aurors from the Ministry of Magic are searching for him everywhere now. He must be in danger. Don't know how we can help him. She sighed. Ginny is also very worried. Father and Mother are more worried. They are always afraid that Ginny will find Riddle if she gets mad. Ron said, but do you think Riddle is really the mysterious man? I always think it is Dumbledore. Professor Leto is mistaken. Speaking of which, Harry finally had a chance to speak. I actually received a letter from Mr. Riddle, no, Mr. Sellers, on my birthday. What? He actually wrote to you? Ron and Hermione shouted at the same time, but they expressed completely different meanings. Ron, he actually dares to write to you. Is he dying? Hermione, he actually wrote to you. Why didn't he write to me? Where's the letter? The two people said at the same time. After I read the letter, it burned itself. Only this is left. Harry took out the dynamic greeting card of the Quidditch star that he had left behind, causing Ron to scream again. It's Crumb. He held the greeting card in both hands like a pilgrim, and his eyes seemed to be about to fall out. I was wrong, he is a good man. In contrast, Hermione's attention was focused on the words on the back of the card. Calling for divine protection. Is this a magic spell? He said I might need it this semester, so he asked me to learn it early. Harry said with a blushing face. Naturally, he had no chance to practice during the summer vacation at the Dursleys' house, but after coming to the Leaky Cauldron, his whole mind was focused on this year's new broomstick. This spell seems to be the Patronus charm. Hermione finally found the relevant content after recalling so many books she had read. This is simply not a spell that little wizards of our age can learn. Really, but I think Mr. Sellers thought I could learn it, otherwise he wouldn't have written it on the card. Harry said a little proudly. This villain's triumphant look made Hermione couldn't help but give him 2 punches. Be careful, I'll beat you up. Didn't you already beat me? Harry covered his nose and screamed. But the Patronus charm is used to deal with soul eaters. What does Mr. Sellers mean by this? Does he think you need to deal with soul eaters? Hermione asked strangely. How do I know? He has always had many secrets. Harry said, by the way, what is a soul eater? That's the guard of Azkaban. Ron shuddered. This was a strange thing. Harry rarely saw Ron feel scared when he heard the words Voldemort or Spider. If you want to know how scary they are, just ask Hagrid, who spent a few months there last year. When he came back all the happiness was gone. I thought he was just sad that Aragog and the other Acromantulas were dead, Harry said. After he ignored this topic, he continued to mention other things in the letter. Unexpectedly, neither Ron nor Hermione objected to Harry keeping these things secret and not telling Dumbledore. Ron explained intermittently. I think he is indeed different, right? He even gave you a greeting card. But I didn't expect that he actually left a backup plan. I guess he might have expected to meet Dumbledore. Quote. They didn't discuss it for long because Mrs. Weasley came back from outside with Ginny. Ron remembered that he was going to get some medicine for Scabbers, and Hermione was going to buy an owl. Harry originally wanted to go with them, but was taken aside by Mr. Weasley. Harry, come here Harry. Arthur Weasley is a slightly bald middle-aged man, but his family is very kind. Harry spent some time at the Weasleys last summer, and it was one of his rare happy moments. Hello, Mr. Weasley. Harry, Mr. Weasley put his hand on Harry's shoulder and led him to his room. Molly may not want me to tell you, but I still want to tell you. Maybe you already know it's. You mean, about Mr. Sellers. I know he has escaped from prison. Harry struggled with what expression he should show. But Arthur Weasley shook his head. No, with you-know-who. Well, maybe he's not you-know-who, but he has little to do with him. Arthur finally changed his mind and continued, what I want to say is Sirius Black. Although Fudge insists that they are a team, in fact we have not found any connection between their escapes. Black escaped from prison almost half a month before Riddle. Harry listened blankly as he talked about things related to Sirius Black, but he didn't understand what the relationship between this man and him was. Sirius Black was one of the most brutal Death Eaters under you-know-who. He once blew up an entire street with a spell, killing more than a dozen muggles. Arthur said seriously, and his purpose must be to kill you, for his master. Harry's expression changed, but he couldn't say he was scared. Harry, I want you to promise me. Promise to be a good boy and not leave the castle. Harry said gloomily. But after all, it was impossible for him to leave the castle. There was no name on the application form for Hogsmeade. Not exactly, Mr. Weasley said. Harry had never seen him look so serious before. Harry, promise me you will never go to Black. What? Harry looked at him in shock, as if he didn't understand what Mr. Weasley meant. But why would I want to go find someone who wants to kill me? He said absurdly. You might as well advise me not to go to Mr. Sellers. Dumbledore believes that Tom Riddle will not return to Hogwarts in the short term. And it seems that his target is not you, otherwise he would have had many opportunities to kill you last year. Arthur Weasley said, but Sirius Black is different. You have to promise me, Harry. Arthur Weasley was very serious, even a little aggressive. Harry always felt that something was a little strange, but the only thing he knew was that the Weasley family were all good people, and they would never want to see him hurt. So he had no choice but to nod in agreement, swearing that he would never take the initiative to find Sirius Black. Now I finally know why Mr. Sellers said I was going to have new trouble. Harry sighed. In the evening, Ron and Hermione returned. The two of them seemed to be having a bit of a quarrel, and Harry soon understood why. Hermione was holding an ugly orange cat in her arms, and the cat seemed to be very interested in Ron's rat, Scabbers. Harry told the two of them what Mr. Weasley wanted him to promise, and Ginny also participated, but neither of them figured out why. On the contrary, during dinner, another piece of news suddenly made them uneasy. Arthur Weasley put down the letter, first glanced at Ginny, then extended his gaze to Harry, Ron and Hermione, and spoke slowly. Letter from the Ministry. They say they have found traces of Tom Riddle. It seems he was seen in Little Hangleton County not long ago. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.